A bit more about the Gender and Inclusion Conference. This is the 4th edition of this conference. The earlier editions focused, one was a general overview of gender and inclusion. The second one looked closely into Muslim women in India and what were the challenges in fields such as employment, health and education. The third one was on women in the workforce and a range of questions addressing employability, labor force participation and other barriers. This going a bit more into detail about that later, but before we go into that, I will now like to call Abney to the stage to speak a bit about our partner, the Digital Empowerment Foundation. Thank you.
Thank you, Rashad. So the Digital Empowerment Foundation has been a partner of this conference since its inception 4 years ago. And all the themes of the conference are extremely relevant to the kind of work that we do. We're a not-for-profit organization based in New Delhi, 23 years old. We have more than 2,000 community information resource centers across the country, and we work towards digital solutions for social issues. So working around the issues of digital exclusion and seeing how we can bring about digital inclusion and bridge the digital divide and especially the gender digital divide. And as I said, we have more than 2,000 centers and most of them are run by women. So we feel that we're in a strong position to bring the voices of the community, because most of these centers are in rural areas. So we bring the voices of the community to such platforms and we try to advocate for policy change and for policies that are more inclusive, more digitally inclusive rather than exclusionary in their whole design. So we work both on the ground in the development of the communities as well as at the policy level with partners such as CEEW. Thanks, Rashad.
Thank you so much, Abney. Now I would like to invite Professor Vasudha Karju, and she will tell us a bit about the Kautilya School of Public Policy, who is also our partner in this conference.
Thank you, Rashad. So the Kautilya School of Public Policy is a school which is part of Geetam deemed to be university. It's at the Hyderabad campus of Geetam. Currently, we have 2 academic programs which run. One is the MPP program, Masters in Public Policy. Some of our students are here today. And we've also started our PhD program, which is now in its 2nd year, and some of our PhD scholars are also here today. We have a focus, obviously, on policy, but our aim is to bring together academics, governments, and practitioners, policy experts, to provide a very hands-on and experiential sort of view of policy making and what policy is all about. We have 5 areas of specialization that we offer, 5 areas in which our faculty broadly work. Those are business and government, economics for policy, environmental, social and governance issues, global affairs, and technology and society. So gender is something that the school has always tried to take very seriously, both academically as well as in its practice. And it's from that inspiration, I think, that our partnership in this, from which this partnership has emerged. So that's about it. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. And just before we start, a bit more, our other partners include the Education Group, Jahangirabad Institute of Technology, Council on Electricity, Energy and Water, and last but definitely not the least, the Maulana Azad Urdu University, and of course our host for today's day, the IIIT Hyderabad. Now I'll hand over the proceedings to Anjana and we will formally begin with day 2 of the conference. Thank you.
Thank you, Rashad. A very good morning to everybody. I'm Anjana Devakas from the Center for Development Policy and Practice. On behalf of CEEW, DEF, MANUU, KSPP, Tech London, our associate partners Hyderabad, CEEW and the GIT, we warmly welcome you to day 2 of the 4th Gender and Inclusion Conference. Yesterday's sessions were a testament to the depth and energy that young scholars are bringing to this field. We had a set of paper presentations. We had 3 sessions on various topics. They included bridging the digital divide. We had a technical session by our partner DEF on governing digital disability inclusion. We had paper presentations on technology and economic empowerment, policy, governance and global perspectives, technology and unequal empowerment. So as we begin day 2, it's worth reflecting briefly on how far this conference has come. Like my colleague mentioned, Rashad, that we've been doing this for 4 years. The first edition explored gender and inclusion in its broadest terms, asking foundational questions about access, visibility, and systemic exclusion. The second edition focused on Muslim women in India, bringing to the fore issues of identity, voice, and agency. The third turned our attention to women's participation in the workforce, addressing the structural and social barriers to economic exclusion. Each year has resulted in a published volume, bringing together the work of young scholars, experienced academics, and of course practitioners, contributing meaningfully to the public and policy discourse. At the Center for Development Policy and Practice, gender has remained a central pillar of our research and public engagement. We have been committed to building knowledge from the ground up, from voices and experiences that are often unheard. This year, our focus is on intersection of gender, technology, and socio-economic empowerment. Technology shapes nearly every aspect of life, from access to welfare and education to mobility, livelihoods, and even safety. But technology, as we know, is not neutral. It can empower, but it can also exclude. Today's sessions will explore these tensions, looking at how digital infrastructures and platforms affect women and gender minorities, and how we might build systems that are more equitable, inclusive, and empowering. Like one of our speakers yesterday, the Dean at KSPP, mentioned that when we look at gender, we certainly are talking about women, but we are not leaving out our gender minorities. Our focus this conference has been women, but we will explore other genders as we take different themes forward. We hope today's conversations challenge assumptions, open new questions, and inspire collective thinking toward more inclusive technological futures. Let this conference be not only a space of reflection, but also of action to reimagine technologies not as tools of control, but as instruments of equity. Thank you once again for being here. I'd like to call on my colleague Lubna to take this forward.
Thank you, Anjana. We will now have the welcome address by Professor Shahida. I would like to request her to come on the stage. Professor Shahida Murtaza is the Dean of School of Arts of Social Sciences and Professor of Women's Studies and Director at the Center for Women's Studies, Maulana Azad National Urdu University, Hyderabad, India. Over to you.
Good morning, everybody. It's such a wonderful time again. First and foremost, I'd like to congratulate the team here for managing on time every event, and I feel so appreciative about it. Not many can do it, not many do it. They keep waiting for the audience, and this is something very unique of Amir and his team here. Talking about this, I would like to really say, Osama sir will remember that I had spoken to him a few years back, that I did take it up 20 years before this program of digital, patching up the divide between rural and urban areas, and particularly with gender, that how the universities can, play a positive role in patching this gulf between rural and urban through digitization. Adopted 3 villages and we did something, but evaluation was stuck up because of want of funds. So I'm so glad that today I'm before you to listen to all of you and be a part of this whole discourse. It really very close to my heart. I particularly really appreciate whenever I read about them, because that is what I wanted to, I had dreamt of, doing, changing the rural, women, because my umbilical rural women are with their work and everything. I don't know why I feel more closer to the rural area. I mean, doing it Karnataka, that was more easier for me. Coming to city, it became very far off rural areas to read, and we have our own universities, setups, and whatever the thing I don't want to speak of. And I feel bad that I couldn't complete that project I wanted to do, bring a real change in their lives. We could train the women, bahus in the villages. And it was really fascinating experience for me. And today, anyway, I stand before you to welcome all of you for this conference. And I have been a partner to, CEEW. Maybe a silent partner sometimes I might have contributed something. Something from here into your relative, wherever the places you go, to your respective institutions, and continue this type of job over there, because digital divide has to patch up, to patch up the inequities which are so embedded in the society. I would like to really bring out, like day before yesterday, we concluded our own conference. We particularly focused on health and digital initiatives and what best we can do, where are the gaps and how to fill those up. We felt that the new programs जो भी चल रहे हैं गवर्नमेंट के initiatives हैं बहुत खूबसूरत है, बहुत अच्छे हैं, लेकिन हमारी खवातीन जो गाँव में रहती हैं, are we able to really provide them the skill they require so badly to access this? We have to patch up the disabilities, the gaps, the illiteracy, the lack of skills in them to access. Because I have walked in the deep villages, deep into their lives, we have gone. We understood that we require a lot of skill development to access these things. So thank you so much. I welcome you all once again. Thank you. Okay. Thank you so much, Ahmed, for this. I thought that we have to hurry up because the time is very limited, and I was expecting Madam has not yet come, I believe. So I would like to really see that if you can divert your work and start the empirical work from CEEW. I don't know how far the objectives can be expanded from here to the ground reality, and adopt one or two villages and do something which can bring in positive change in line with Osama Saab jo kar rahe hai, Digital Empowerment Foundation. The moment I learned about this foundation, I felt like, why am I not part of that? Because I'd love to do somewhere 20 years before, when digitalization was not much in vogue, we did that. And the support of the institution, financial, moral, and otherwise, is very much essential to carry out any type of work, because we are basically counted as academicians, and empirical work takes the back seat. It requires a lot of support, and I wish and pray that universities really take it up on a priority basis and involve their students. Like my idea was to take the Soviet University and take up the needs of the villagers, put the things, replying from there by approaching various institutions like agriculture university. We had 5 areas: agriculture, health, education, and for youth employability. So when we approached the villagers for need-based survey, we got a list of, their needs. So we had to divide by age: elderly log, khwateen, youth, and फिर बच्चियाँ. तो हमने देखा कि विलेज में जो बड़े लोग हैं उनकी नीड्स अलग है. लाइक रोड ठीक नहीं है, बसेस रेगुलर नहीं है, एक बस खटपट आती थी लाल बस, और फिर आज भी वही हालत है, कोई बदलाव नहीं है. खेत में पानी, गंदा सा पानी मुंशी नदी का आता है जो खेतों में और टॉक्सिन्स फैला रहा है. Some land is infertile, कुछ भी ग्रोथ नहीं हो रहा है. This is one from the elderly people. Then what I did, I went and approached a scientist from the agriculture university. And there, I tell you, such great support I had from all the institutions. And that professor sent his assistant to test the soil. And then I saw every after certain distance how he collected the soil from the village land. And then he came out with some solution, and the villagers were so happy. Then there was health issue, there was domestic violence issue, way to go, way to approach. Then we became like, answers to them. I approached the health department, involved them, and then I saw if that they were provided online. Like सबर है, हमने उनको वापस डाला, जवाब दिया जाता था उनको, we wanted to empower them through digitization. And we tried to do it. And I feel very bad about the loss, about the disconnect, about not evaluating what has happened to our efforts over there. 3 villages, very, very far off from Hyderabad. Now they became part of Hyderabad in this expansion, efforts from the government or because of the urban expansion. तो ये जर्नी मेरे लिए बहुत अहम था. Recently, those who are interested in urban planning or those who want to really work and serve for the people, bring in the policy chain, please have a look at the slums in Hyderabad. Especially as selected where the minorities were large in number. I wished I could have brought that report which I submitted recently, like day before yesterday, to government of Telangana. I took up SDG 5 particularly. SDG 5 I need not have to expand for anybody here. It deals with gender and health, particularly the sexual and reproductive health. And you'll be aghast to know that जो government claim करती है ना कि we are here for the women, इतना thick area है, slum areas जो हमने cover किया है, not a single, Sharda, I'm telling to you also, not a single one-stop center. You know what one-stop center is? पूरे हैदराबाद में सिर्फ बेगमपेट पे एक है. आप बताएं, अगर मुझे कुछ होता है मेरे एरिया में, this part of Hyderabad, in old city, where do I go? Going to police department, I don't have much to say. We are in Ivory Towers. We cannot even assess their issues. At home, जब बाहर जाएंगे तो वहाँ पे डबल टारगेट है. पुलिस पे ट्रस्ट ही चला गया है. बोलते हैं कि जाके क्या करें, समझा बुझा के फिर भेज देते हैं वही नौजवान को कि कंटिन्यू करो. घर में जाते हैं पेरेंट्स के पास तो बोला जाता है एडजस्ट कर लो. आप बताएं, इन तमाम सोशियो इकोनॉमिक बैकग्राउंड के साथ हमारी खवातीन को कब आज़ादी मिलेगी? 80 साल होने आ रहे हैं हमारे. Will suit that independence होके इंडिया का. This is where we stand today. Unless we patch up this gap, bridge the gap between gender, between two genders, or gender is a fluid, you know. It's not like binary, so far we have studied or done. We try to understand that it is a fluid. And I'm sure CDPP has taken that also part of it. And one day, I'm going to bring Tashi here, who will be the best person to speak of the third gender. And that will be the great for CDPP to venture into numerous areas, the more vulnerable areas in India. And I'm happy that even MANUU has opened its arm to welcome. At least we at our level have done it. Hope it is accepted at higher levels too in future, because there are all efforts to do that from Center for Social Exclusion and from Gender Studies. Thank you so much. I welcome you all once again for this great conference.
I would request Amir sir to address the gathering.
Thank you so much, everybody. Firstly, another welcome in the series of welcomes for day 2. Some of you were here yesterday, some of you are here for the first time today. And therefore, I would like to talk about why we have embarked on this journey. A lot of it has to do with discussions that we have had, over the last decade with Professor Amitabh Kundu, who is here, with Professor Shahida Murtaza and Professor Abdul Shaban. We've been doing some work on deprivation, discrimination, and it was fairly obvious that there is this big gulf and this big divide along various fault lines. The work started off with looking at the situation of minorities and particularly Muslims in India. And over time, as we looked at various indices, it was very obvious that the biggest minority in India is women. And the biggest vulnerable minority in India are women. At 49%, a very persecuted and a very exploited minority. That it shows up in every single index that you can look at. And I will ask all of you students of public policy to keep following all particularly the gender indices that come out. There are 5 or 6 big ones that are transnational, and if you look at all of them, the World Economic Forums, for example, you will find that India, while it does increasingly well on ease of doing business and on contracts and so on, it keeps doing worse off on gender, year after year. And that's that's the anomaly. That's the question for all of you. All of you who are going to make policy over the next 30 years. That's your big burden. How are you going to tackle it? What is it that you're going to study? What are you going to focus on, and how are you therefore going to use that evidence to provide policy solutions? That's the question. And that mantle, figuratively and actually, Professor Shahida Murtaza is handing over to you today, because she is retiring in a few days. So you have that responsibility. There are 3 people who are retiring very early. Professor Shahida Murtaza, Rashad Khan, and Anandini. So you have the burden of 3 people who have been working on gender. Now God knows what they're going to work on. So, but this is the serious issue, and that's why at CDPP, among the first decisions made was to organize this series of annual conferences on various aspects of gender. In this, a big ally is the Digital Empowerment Foundation. And the reason the DEF is an important ally is because at DEF we are looking at the congruence of gender and technology. And that was the theme that we chose for this year's conference. And here, as we explored this theme, we came up with some very strange and inexplicable issues. Let me ask all of you this question first. That 40 years ago, in the early 80s, when the field of computer science was an infant, that is when the first schools of computer science were being set up. I remember very well at Osmania University's engineering college where I studied electronics, we knew that there was this center being built which could be called the Center of Computer Science. And it came up in the mid-80s. The first students of computer science across the world, what did a class in computer science and engineering colleges look like 40 years ago? Let me tell you, I joined engineering college in Osmania University in 1983. We were 1,000 students across 4 years, and there were 11 women, 11 girls, 11 out of 1,000 in engineering schools. Not surprising, this is those barbaric days of the 80s, and not the barbaric days of today. So, what the interesting thing was across the world, and there is this fabulous paper in this Sage Handbook of Gender and Education, which traces gender dimensions of higher education. It shows that in the early 80s, when the first schools of computer science were being set up, 2/3 of students were women. When no woman would get into higher education, and certainly not into STEM, in computer science, 2/3 of early students were women. Later today, you will have Professor Salim Fatima. She was our first computer science professor in 1983. And she came from the University of Massachusetts, where there were only women doing computer science. Now, why did that happen? And there are various people guessing various reasons. The one that seemed to catch attention was that there was no legacy. The legacy that the male domination had in engineering and physics and chemistry was not. Here was a new field. You didn't know what to do with it. It was beginning, and therefore a lot of women got it. Because, true to form, flip 20 years. And by 2002, the women have disappeared from computer science. It's almost like it's a strange analogy. But look at the big cooks in Hyderabad. Right? Started off with women. Now there are only men. Where there is serious money. So when the serious money started into computer science, the women disappeared. Today they are back to that 11 out of 1,000. Actually 11 out of 1,000. 11 out of 100. 10% is the number across the world. So that's my first point to all of you students, that what happens with new technology? That when new technology comes in, it comes with myriad possibilities. It is novel. It does not have legacy. It does not have bottlenecks at the gate. And it gives everybody an even chance. The moment it starts becoming successful, then the upper caste takes over. That's the first point that we thought of when we were curating this conference. That why does it happen? That technology does have very high returns on investment, and very secularly so. Then why does it benefit a certain gender, a certain caste, a certain group? Fast forward to the future, and we had passed. Yes, let me know at 9:40. And we saw COVID, we saw huge advances in technology, and again for the next 30 years that you will look at, the future of work has started looking totally different. How will work look like? Will we have large classrooms, auditoriums, factories, people coming to office? This is the new thing that we are all looking at, and a lot of work was done on the future of work. And one of those very interesting studies that was done by the IMF across countries was looking at how this future of, or how AI, ML, etc., and distance working, how will it impact gender? Think about it. Is the future of work right for women? Will it erase all those problems of the old style factory work? Transportation problems, distance, 9 to 5 jobs. It makes perfect sense that the future workplace should be far more welcoming of women than today's. That's what it seems like. But there is a doubt there again. The big problem is that the next 20 years will be the days of automation, of AI. And what does automation and AI first replace? It first replaces routine jobs. And where do women work? That's the danger. We don't know. How will 2047 look like? We don't know, but it's worth exploring. That will be, as we change the nature of work, and Chandra will be here today. Chandra, my colleague at ISB, is doing a lot of work on how AI, etc., is going to impact future work. So will women actually benefit, or will they get eaten out by automation that takes over all routine tasks? The second issue is, when computer science as a subject started, IT as a subject started, it was necessarily multidisciplinary. And that's one reason why there were more women there. But again, like in medicine, see, look at what happened to medicine, or what happens to medicine. A broad, generalized subject that looks at health, and health has manifestations in every possible area. And you get a large number of women joining medical schools historically. Look at the specialists. What happens when specialization happens? Why does specialization become one gender area? That's the same thing that has happened to IT. As IT became specialists, a domain of the specialists, the women went to it. The women get marginalized. So is that what we are looking at as we become more and more specialized? Or is the good news that the future work is going to be multidisciplinary? Because if it is going to be multidisciplinary, then the gender indices will change. The IMF estimate is about 200 million female jobs are at risk in the next 10 years with automation. That's a large number. What will help, certainly? On the other hand, what will help is that the work of the future will be flexible. And one of the things that it will do is that it will allow late entrants to come in. Again, there's a bunch of work on this. That why do, as Professor Kundu yesterday said, that why do 82% of PhDs disappear? When we were doing work on COVID and seeing that there were no doctors available, there were very few doctors. When you look at the MCI reports, there are thousands of doctors being produced. But why are these doctors not available? And then we realized that a lot of women doctors were sitting in their kitchens and stopped working. Now, in this flexible world, in a world which will allow late entrants to come in, will women benefit? Children done, bringing them up done. Now at 45, I start my career. Will that help them? Finally, one paper in the Journal of Technical Studies. Again, a paper that we used to curate this conference was, there is this multi-country study focused on the higher income countries, particularly on Hong Kong. And it finds a very interesting, it gives a very interesting finding, which is that if you compare the genders, and here we're just doing the binary, you find that women are far less confident handling technology than men. Leave them into a lab, leave them with computers, and give them a pressure cooker and they are skeptical. Introduce microwave ovens and they say, no, this is not good for them. So are women generally averse to technology? Is that one of the reasons that we have a skewed gender ratio in the technology space? Those are some of the questions that triggered us to look at this conference and take it forward. We will hope to have some scintillating discussion today. Thank you.
I would request Amir sir to now felicitate Shahida ma'am.
No. Professor Kundu.
Okay. So we need, I request.
Yeah, Professor Kundu. Please, just take a step. So, Professor Shahida Murtaza, after great service to women's studies, gender studies, retires this month from her formal job as dean at the Maulana Azad National Urdu University, and she has always maintained that among the academics that she respects the most is Professor Amitabh Kundu. That is why we are dragging you here. No, she has said it so many times. So, yeah, that's the thing. Yeah. For those of you who do not know, Professor Shahida's work in this space of women's studies is absolutely pioneering. Whenever I look at her or think of her, I also think of this new star on the horizon. What's her name, Professor Shahida? Banu what? This new booker, Banu Mushtaq. Banu Mushtaq and Professor Shahida are kind of, from the same hinterland.
We had organized.
Yeah, she's, knows her for some time. They've worked with the same kind of Muslim women, small cities, Kannada speaking, and they're both big stars today. So thank you so much, Professor Shah, not just for having partnered with us on this, but for this huge body of work over the last 3.5 decades that you have left behind in an area where very few people even ventured in the 80s or the 90s. And your inspiration, your number of students that you produced are going to take this forward, and I'm sure we will have your wisdom and your support.
Always have that.
Yeah. So thank you very much, Professor Kundu, for mentoring Professor. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. I would now request Dr. Purnima Chauhan to join us. Dr. Purnima Chauhan is a retired IAS Secretary of Himachal Cadre, Government of India. With nearly 36 years of civil service experience and a wide spectrum of multiple sector-specific imperatives, she handled verticals and horizontally 25 departments, enabling solutions from within the most difficult and local problems, while motivating and training, taking one teams along. We welcome you.
Thank you so much to CDPP and the collaborators for having given me this opportunity not only to interface with a galaxy of very learned people that I have been hearing since yesterday, but also with the demographic dividend of India, less than 30 years, present over here, the game changers. And I was wrapping my head around this very interesting subject, and that was gender and inclusion. And over a banter that we were having, I said we should remove the word and. Gender inclusion is what we are looking for. I hope it is not a pie in the sky. Yes, we are looking for inclusion, but as a bureaucrat over so many years, I became a convert to gender when I did a course in Manchester. Among other things was gender and the impact of the structural reform program of the World Bank, and how there were differential impacts. And it was an eye-opener. It actually removes anything like gender blindness which was remaining in my life. And that is how I became a convert to that, apart from, of course, becoming a convert on environmental issues when I saw Al Gore's film in 2000 on An Inconvenient Truth. Having said that, why I'm talking of environment and gender and a host of other sectors, and thank God for the service that gives you an exposure to so many different departments, because there is no sector which is gender neutral. So when we look at inclusion, then we're looking at multiple sectors, and in the given time frame that I have, I will try and cover as many, and pardon my passion, it carries me away. I hope I don't overshoot the time. And on in a lighter note, just now when it was being said that technology freezes us, trust me, when I was Director Town and Country Planning, I will vouch for that TCP is what it was called. And whenever I used to turn to this colleague of mine on one of our Bharat Darshans, I used to turn to him for any technology inputs, whether it was on the mobile or the computer or other things. So he said, do you know what TCP actually stands for in your case? Director, technologically challenged person. And I don't say that I have progressed very far beyond that, but then inclusion is what we're looking for. But to find the inclusion, it's very important to look at exclusions. And they exist in every sector. That systematic disempowerment that has happened to women over the years, which has, from the Vedic age when things were good, how did this downslide happen? The fact that we needed the suffragette movement, the fact that we needed the Me Too, the fact that we need She Rises, so many of the other movements. The fact remains, collectively women can achieve a lot, right from your Chipko Andolan to the movements that we have today. It is important, and of course, the outpouring of grief and anger that we saw when Nirbhaya happened. And that led to the Verma Commission's report, which of course left out things like marital rape and other things. There are so many issues to be covered, so many miles to go before we can't sleep. Robert Frost could sleep, but we can't. So having said that, let me just go through some of the centuries of disempowerment that we have had, and yet women tend to rise like a phoenix and find their space. But then very few. And what has been, I will just trace it in one sentence, women in development was the welfare approach of the 1950s, where women were passive receivers of the fruits of development, not participants. And then came the 70s with women and development, WID, WAD, and then came the game changer in 1980s, Anne Oakley's Women, Gender and Development. Because women, if they were victims, were they also the succor for their own victimhood? That was the question. What was the role that the other gender had to play? And that other gender had a major role to play, and today as Professor Shahida was just saying, transgenders. So we have all this, and then when we came to Anne Oakley's Gender and Development, that is the time our thinking began about partnerships between men and women, and where does the cookie crumble? Very important. But what has happened in the past, what remains in our mind space, the biggest challenge of the 21st century is definitely changing mindsets. Because exclusions happen, but they are tackled. But in the mind, the patriarchy and misogyny, I often figure these in my mind space. Patriarchy and misogyny seems like they're bouncers standing outside the men's club. And where it says, no entry for women. Well, still women have broken glass ceiling, they have these bastions. You have so many examples that it would be pointless to cite each one. That remains that those stars come to visibility. The funny part is, women are rendered invisible, they are rendered quiet, dumb, and I am not saying this because I'm angry. Yes, I am angry, but I'm angry at the kind of commodification that has happened over a period of time. I'll just cite a few examples. Many of you here in this room must have read this book called Peony. And this Peony talks about how the Chinese girl child, small feet were meant to be very beautiful. So what was done to them? Their feet were tied up when they were very small. In those bandages, Google it and see it for yourself, it's horrific. Those feet grew, but they were warped, disfigured completely. Why? Beauty was of essence. For whom? For whose eyes? Take a guess. It's a no-brainer. And the other thing was, tribes like the Maasai tribe, they felt long necks are beautiful. So these commodities called women, they were made to wear a ring around the neck. Can you imagine wearing a ring which is that high and you cannot even bend down to see your feet? Living your life like that? It's a punishment. And this is not even it's a life sentence. And then you had the Somalians. The women were overfed because the family must look prosperous. Those women die of diabetes, doesn't matter. You'll get another one. As easy as that. Just now in the car, when we were coming to the venue, we were discussing how women were even traded as currency. There is a horrific practice in my state where I come from. Now, thank God it is banned, banished, and socially also it is no longer there. That is the achievement. That is called Brina, where, as is the norm in many of these areas, the women work, the men drink. And when these men drink, they incur a debt which cannot be paid off by the money that the women are earning also. And this debt trap, what is the solution they have found? They'll get their daughter married to the man from whom they have taken money. And this trade that happens is that she is not only married to that man, she is married to all the brothers. So this practice of Brina, which was opposed by a young girl and then she committed suicide but left this note, a heartbreaking note, where she was in love with someone else. And this has been turned into a film like many others. You have so many films which are thought-provoking, and I'm so glad that Bollywood has jumped in, so has Hollywood. Just now we were talking of technology. So Hidden Figures is a film that I would urge everybody to see if you haven't already seen it. That is about the 1961 NASA program in which these women who were absolutely competent as far as the space program was concerned, but they were relegated so much to the background. The boys' club was having a gala time, and these women, they were admonished for the fact, why did you go missing for about half an hour? When this question was repeatedly asked of them, and a slur was put on their competence, that is the time they got a voice. And they said, do you know that there's not even a women's toilet in this building, in this huge building? They had to, in their heel shoes, walk across to another building, come back rushing so that the boss was obviously a man. He didn't have to say anything to them. The sensitivity that women bring to their work, the kind of commitment, the professionalism, I think it is undoubted. But at the same time, the tragedy is they occupy, in India, 82% of the unorganized sector, and that figure is equal to the population of Russia. And none of your laws governing maternity benefits and others, they don't even reach there. So this is the uncovered, vulnerable 82%, which is a matter of concern. I'll continue flagging the matters of concern until I come to something called gender responsive budgeting, which is something I had introduced in Himachal in 2006. Because these are the issues which compelled me to think, where is that one shot with which change can happen? And that change should be a carpet bombing change. That was my objective, and that is what I tried to do. So we will go through some of the vulnerabilities and some of the statistics which show that Shakespeare had said, "Frailty, thy name is woman." I don't believe him, I didn't like him for that, trust me. And of course, we have another quotation, which when I was going to speak at a forum like this, I had a very, very wise boss, Mr. K.C. Sharma, who fortunately is still alive and in Dharamshala in Himachal Pradesh. So when I was very agitated about this couplet, Dhol gawa shudra pashunari, sab hai tadan ke adhikari. And the English translation, as has been going on for the last 500 years, is the drum, the shudra, the low caste, and the woman all deserve to be beaten and administered corporal punishment. As somebody in the bureaucracy, and even without having that, why punishment for doing what? For just being born a woman. Born is a sin. So, when I told him this, that I'm very agitated, and I had attributed it to MANUU, that he was a lawgiver. He says, no, first of all, it's not MANUU, it is Tulsidas. And the second thing he said, laughingly, that I have 21 interpretations of these two lines, but promise me one thing, I'll give you only one interpretation. At every forum you go, you must share the correct interpretation. So I'm living up to that promise which I made him. And he said, never ever quote anything or read anything out of context. What was the context? He says, if you recall in the Ramayana, when Ramchandraji has to cross over to Lanka, so he requests the ocean god. What do you call water in Hindi? Neer. So the ocean god was Nari. He requests the ocean god, give me a passage. And the ocean god happens to be sleeping, afternoon siesta, I guess. And Lakshmanji gets very annoyed that he's not listening to my brother. And he says, shall I dry up the ocean with one arrow? He says, no, wait. And ocean god gets up startled. And he begs forgiveness for having not heard them. And he said, just like the drum, the kshudra, and that's not the low caste. The drum, the shudra, and animals, they deserve to be beaten. He says, similarly, I, for not having heard you, I, Nari, not woman, I also deserve punishment. So this correction, without this correction, we have it repeating and patronizing and believing that yes, we are the recipients of violence, misogyny, patriarchy, etc. Because somewhere down the line it has been written that we deserve it. So please, my request to everyone in this room, share this interpretation so that the correction snowballs and exponentially, not arithmetically. So having said that, today we stand at an intersection where the Millennium Development Goals, which ran till 2015, they mentioned gender but didn't do enough justice to it. At the end when the analysis was done, and that is why SDG number 5 talks of gender being neutral, is there in every sector, and the thing is that you need a multi-pronged approach to tackle it. And that is why if you analyze the nature of the SDGs, SDG number 5 is one of the broad-based ones, just like the environment one. It cuts across all sectors and it's separately mentioned, and if you look at the sub-objects and the sub-targets, it is pretty clear that it permeates every one of the 17 SDGs.
And what I would say right out here is that it's very heartening to know that even at this late stage in 2025, when we are just 5 years away from ending the SDGs in 2030, we have a national indicator framework drawn from the universal framework, but we also have an indicator framework at a state level. And very recently, I think it's not only in Himachal but everywhere else, you have a local indicator framework. So there is a Panchayat Development Index which has been developed that has utilized 15 of the SDGs because 2 were considered too broad-based to include for the local body level. So at least at the local body level, there is a push to involve gender also, and those 15 SDGs have been compressed into 9 goals for the local bodies, whether it's, and unfortunately that's only for rural local bodies. So the gap remaining over here is, why not for the urban local bodies? Women exist there also. And that 48 or 49% cannot be ignored. Because the kind of economic benefits that women can bestow upon the entire globe are already doing it, unknown, uncovered. That is extremely important. So the other reason why GRB fascinated me is, of course, that after having seen the kind of exclusions that happen, the question that comes to our mind is, if women are simply a resource to be used, to be commodified, is there any other angle by which we can see them as a resource which benefits? What are the inclusions that should happen? Where are the inclusions? So political inclusions, constitutional inclusions, legal inclusions, cultural is very difficult because it's a lot of upsetting of apple carts, and which happens. And for instance, even legal inclusions, for instance, Raja Ram Mohan Roy worked for elimination of sati, Swami Dayanand Saraswati worked for child marriage, and yet you had a Bhamvari Devi incident. Horrific. And yet from that poison, it was converted into a medicine called, the Vishaka guidelines came and you had the POSH, Prevention of Sexual Harassment Act. So as we look at the trajectory, what happened to sati? We thought it was dead and buried after 1829 when the law came into being. But if that law is not customarily adopted by the area which practices this horrific demonic thing called sati, then even the law will not prevail. People buy into the fact that this is a custom which has been carrying on, and there is a legitimacy attached to it irrespective of the lawmakers. Very unfortunate. And that is why it led to a rope cover incident. And I don't know how many of you know that the 8 perpetrators, which was very difficult to file because the entire society ganged up to say, that was okay. So what? A woman is supposed to follow her husband alive on the pyre. Let me ask how many men do that for their wives? And would they actually be able to even think about it, far less go through with it? So what happened to rope cover? Those 8 perpetrators who were pinpointed and arrested and proceeded against, they were let off scot-free. So when we're looking at gender inclusion, I'm removing the word "and," we are looking at process issues, we are looking at outputs, and we're looking at outcomes. Indicators, India is on the Gender Inequality Index, 157 out of 161 countries. Wow, what a performance. It is, we have to laud ourselves on the back, ironically, for the fact that we are one of the lowest countries on economic participation versus being fairly okay on political participation. Again, laud ourselves on the back. And as far as political is concerned, 1 million women get elected to the local bodies. But what happens at the parliament level? Just now, Nari Shakti Vandan Adhiniyam. एक हाथ से दिया, दूसरे से वापस ले लिया, because 33% कर दिया, but delimitation होगी 26 में, and only then will it be determined how this cookie will crumble. But those 1 million who already have been going through how many cycles? Since 73rd and 74th Amendment, they have gone through those cycles of women being represented at the local bodies. But again, even the practice of the Sasur Pradhan and the Pati Pradhan, it continues. It continues. Women are coming into their own very slowly. There is, I can't remember the name, but there is this lady who's the Pradhan in Haryana, who's a game changer, very tech savvy, and and I think you can Google her and find her. But these are the kind of beacons that we need to be speaking at forums like this, and to be game changers also, to be that representation. All the Indira Nuis, Indira Gandhis, and Kiran Majumdar Shaw and others, they are like stars in the firmament. But hame tare zameen pe chahiye, at the bottom of the pyramid. We don't want only beti bachao, beti padhao. We want beti ko atmanirbhar kaise banao. What the data tells its own story. So when gender responsive budgeting, 2005, I was at a conference in Government of India where we were walked through. We just talked about where the money lies, the power lies. Where power lies, men take over those. Even digital is considered masculine, and that is why perhaps the digital tech, although women are 34% in the tech world, vis-a-vis 24% in the rest of the workforce, even there, the decreasing numbers is a matter of concern. The participation in the labor force, as Professor Kundu yesterday gave a heartening statistic that it has reached 40%, it had been declining, and when I studied other countries, neighboring countries, theirs had been increasing. And the decline is even sharper for the fact that we are a country where we were at an 8% trajectory of growth. But this decline has enough been worked on it. There are countries there are only 13% which are producing gender disaggregated data, which is a necessary input for gender responsive budgeting. What is responsive budgeting? When you have buses, I'm just giving one example only because time is short. If I'm in the Secretary Transport and I'm ordering buses to be purchased, now in my checklist of purchase, have I said what is the female population which is using these buses? And do they need low floor buses? They get pregnant. They have to help the elderly. They have to take their children. And all these people need those low floor buses. It doesn't cost a penny extra. Where is the sensitivity to mainstream that, put it into a checklist so that Purnima Chauhan is not needed to add to the checklist every time that we're making purchases. This is the only change which is needed, sensitivity, to get to the core of the problem. But are we doing it? Creches, Palna scheme, 17,000 creches proposed. How many are there today? In less than 5 years, 6 years, it's reduced to 1,200 something. Why? Where is the enabling environment? Are we disabling or enabling? We are talking of a utopia called gender parity, gender equality. But what you have confronted is with a dystopia. Unfortunately or fortunately, on the same planet, it doesn't prevail in other countries. In Sweden, we have something called participation in the town and country planning to such an extent that when they were told how the houses are going to be planned, not one brick had been put on the ground, only drawings. Citizens' participation led to the revelation that Somalian women, the 173 ethnic groups in Malmo, they did not want kitchens in their windows, they didn't want windows in their kitchens. So what was the reason? They said, everybody loves windows. They said, well, when we can be seen, we have to wear the hijab. And if this is a concern, we are 80% of the time in kitchens. So please don't make windows where people can see us. We want to remove the hijab, it's more comfortable. Can you believe a consideration like that was factored into their town planning? Why? Because there's an institutional setup called Malmo Citizens Panel. Now that was something which I really want to replicate. Even in a small state like Himachal, possibly we could do it. That where 1,200 people form a panel from different sectors, then women are equally represented. And those women and those men, they collectively gather data which is on the internet, that 100 people have put their signatures on a particular proposal, whether that is for having lights in the community and more safe places for women or whatever. And that proposal is taken up by the citizens panel, added to it, goes up vertically as policy for the government, whether it's regional government or the union government, to formulate policy. This is called actually direct citizens participation. Do we have anything resembling that? Unfortunately, despite having introduced gender responsive budgeting, India in 2005, and I did it in Himachal in 2006, and I must share with you that my secretary, who was a very well-versed man, IIT, IIM, having worked in Washington for 4 years, when it came to this proposal, which I was determined by hook or crook to introduce this policy, she said, okay, write your paragraph for the budget speech. So I wrote my paragraph on 30% women's component plan being converted into gender budgets. Why budget? Because it's like carpet bombing on every sector, it will permeate. Why budgets? Because currently budgets have differential impacts. They don't have equal impacts on men and women. So when we did this exercise, when we went to the CM to tell him this is our policy speech, and when we came to this para, he stops, my secretary, and he says, this is Purnima's agenda. I am a woman, I am introducing a policy, simply because I'm a woman, this becomes only my agenda. So I just looked at him and I said, look, मैंने आम नहीं, गुठलियों से मतलब नहीं, मुझे आम गिनने, I want to introduce this policy, and we did it. I said I'd follow it up later by sensitizing or whatever, followed up with letters, and unfortunately, 1 month down the line, I was transferred. No, but I am persistent. When I became director of the Himachal Institute of Public Administration, I came back. I said, where are those gender cells which were supposed to be created 7 years ago? Found them, found 18 cells, trained those people. My happiest moment was when 2 men came up to me and said, your training, and with tears in their eyes, your training has revealed to us how gender blind we are, unknowingly. The kind of inequalities we have been perpetrating on our own wives, sisters, mothers. They said, we are guilty. Allow us to become trainers for your district level training programs. And that was my game changer. I said, if I've been able to reach out to these 2 men, then I think we have done our job. So that was gender responsive budgeting, and then gender mainstreaming follows. We opened a gender resources center in HIPAA, but unfortunately it has folded up because even the women don't take interest. And somewhere I feel women are their own worst enemies when they perpetuate patriarchy and misogyny in so many ways. And if we are our own worst enemies, we don't want, be the change that you want to see. How do we do it? We have to take global example. We have to hear women because it can be terrible. In Bangladesh, arsenic flows from the Terai region, and because of the deep drilling that happens for water wells and other things. An American who went there to mitigate the problem, he identified those wells, and in the meeting he said, where are the women? So don't worry, we'll tell them. So when they went about making the wells, pointing out which are the ones which are poisoned or contaminated, they marked them. And then he said, before I leave this country, let me see what has been the success or the outcome of my program. And morning he followed one woman who had a matka on her head, the second one, third one, and to his horror, they went to the same well which was contaminated. And he asked them, why did you do that? And they said, well, what is wrong with it? He says, it's marked over here. First of all, they were illiterate. Second thing, they were never told what was being done. So they were filling water, feeding it to their families. Don't consult women, and this is what happens. And then what happened, he said, we have made new wells. They said, you never asked us why the new well should not be made next to the highway. Again, we are Parda Nashi. We cannot be seen out there in the highway filling our water pitchers. So this is how a good program failed. Similarly, in Shimla, in Rajiv Awas Yojana, where the only gender component that the government of India had in their scheme was that the houses which are dwelling houses are made for the slum dwellers should be in the name of husband and wife both. So we were among the first states to actually make this happen. And when we were to submit our program, they said, okay, quickly give us the design of the houses. So I said, okay, let's find out, we'll make a slum committee. And the slum dwellers, they would throw out my people. Every time the corporation people went there, they were thrown out, kicked out unceremoniously. And then it happened that I said, okay, let's see what is the components, who are the members of this committee? All men. No results were coming. Then we put in half women. First of all, they thought, oh, we are just cosmetic figures. After that, when we consulted them, they came out with fantastic design, and Government of India gave us 36 crores for that program. We were among the first states to get it. And thanks to the fact that when we had done this exercise, we had managed to customize the houses according to each person's need. And this is how consulting women, hearing them is extremely important. We are on the anvil of change, I know that. But I only request everyone in this room that the one thing that we can do is think woman. Center stage women. There's lots more to say, but the time is up. Thank you so much.
would request our Executive Director Anjana to give away the memento to Purnima ma'am. I now request our Senior Research Associate Momita Varman to take forward the sessions.
Very good morning to everyone present here today. We will begin our series of discussion with the panel 1, which is titled Bridging the Digital Divide, Advancing Gender, Equity and Social Empowerment Through Digital Tools. Now I would like to just introduce you to the speakers that we have will be having on stage. The chair is Ms. Rubina Nafis Fatima, who's the founder and CEO of SAFA, which is based out of Hyderabad. The speakers include Ms. Soma Varma, who's a senior researcher at UPES and at CEEW. We have Koil Ghosh, who is the managing trustee for SAFO for Equality. We have A.L. Sharada, who's a trustee at Population First. And we have Japlin Pastricha, who's the founder and CEO, as well as the editor-in-chief and Feminism in India. I request all the speakers to join us on stage, please, and a round of applause as well. So I might have lied a little. We are not right away going to have the discussion. But we actually, before we begin the discussion that is, we would request everyone to just go through this publication that we currently had. It is called The Cycle of Change, Intersection of Health, Policy and Practice in Menstrual Health Management that we had published with Gunj and NFI. So we request the speakers on stage to kindly release and stand up with, for a photo of. Yeah. Now this publication is very important because it goes over some of the data insights that we found. It talks about the challenges in terms of maintaining menstrual health and hygiene and also menstrual waste management. It also talks about the India's stance on menstrual health and hygiene over the years and Gunj's comprehensive interventions to address this issue. So thank you so much everyone for helping us release this important publication. Now a few pointers before we begin. The flow of the discussion will go as follows. The discussion will be for 45 to 50 minutes, followed by a Q&A session by the audience. Can we please, yeah. So I think everybody had anyway received a pamphlet that had the QR code. Otherwise, you can just scan it here as well to post your questions. Thank you so much. Now over to you, Rubina.
Thank you so much. And a great pleasure to be over here. Is that better? I think I need to be holding it. No, I thought I'd use this. Is there one mic on the very happy to be over here amongst all the youngsters here who are going to be the future of policy making, or we're doing a lot of research. Along with that, also happy that I'm sitting in a very august planning time today, and I feel really humbled that I could be facilitating this entire session with you all. Beautiful context set by Amer by Dr. Purnima in terms of digital and social also, the technology part along with the social and economical part which is coming up. India right now, to set the context, is paradoxically on a digital revolution. And as we talk of a digital revolution, we see millions of new users being onboarded. We see a lot of smartphone penetration. We see rural connectivity as the buzzwords today. If I can just give an example, I mean, coming from the grassroots level and working with women, I will just quickly set the context on, because digital and technology has already been covered, I will set it on the social part of it. Which is, as we work with a lot of women within our NGO, there is this big talk of the government taking up micro-entrepreneurship. And as they talk of the Startup India, we talk of PM YYY schemes, we talk of PM EGP schemes, all these things are coming up. And as we were working on this, immediately after COVID, we had started working on these schemes. And as we started working and we are reaching some kind of a crescendo with that, there is the immediate need of capital for women. And in the search for the startup capital for women, we started exploring on how women could access, which is semi-literate, illiterate women from the urban slums of Hyderabad city, which is a metro city. We started exploring how women could be accessing finance to them. And we found a very layered approach over here, which is not just women having their Aadhaar cards, not just women being on the Udyam platforms, but also women having a very strong digital footprint in terms of women having a CIBIL score. And we were actually flabbergasted that women actually just to reach out to that 50,000 or a 60,000 loan, they needed to have a CIBIL score. And that sets it's one of the qualifiers for any of these schemes which are being promoted, which they say at the click of a button, women can get loans. And there is a promise of millions of women who are going to be coming into the Startup India program. So something as small as this has been something which has been bothering us. What I look at is just taking the example of the digital footprint. There is a layered reality of gender, caste, class, and now even if you see the geographies. So even the geographies are totally impacted by the kind of exclusion that is happening. Not looking at it, I'm a proponent of technology and it being used across various fronts, be it commerce, be it science, be it anywhere. I'm a proponent of technology. But how embracing it is something that we wish to actually look at today from this panel that we have. We also need to have a very, what Dr. Purnima said was also something like, I was just thinking about it. The work ahead needs a very sharp focus and empathy. She spoke very strongly of empathy, even Anya spoke very strongly of empathy. And the examples that have been given that, in the 80s, how women actually were at the forefront. And I just got thinking that we actually are very good at, women actually are very good at setting a foundation anywhere else. But taking it forward, then we leave it to, okay, the next gender can come and take over the entire cake that has been created by us. So also going on to the market, I feel that we have not just been digital users, we have evolved into being digital consumers. So we are sitting online in a huge marketplace. We are consumers of technology. How do we actually go about it? Access, I've been asked to speak in the mic.
It's just coming.
That's a good thing. So access has been expanded but has it been equally expanded and safely expanded? We are going to be exploring that. For other genders that we are going to be talking about today, is internet a promise or is it a paradox? Is it a tool for education, enterprise and connections, or is it a tool for hate speech, surveillance and trolling? Looking at all of this, I would request our august panel today to unpack how tools are meant to empower people. They can also alienate, and how can we not just bridge the gap but also walk the bridge by building ecosystems that empower 100%. We need to be looking at the different nuances, not just the pros. We talk a lot about the cons of digital and internet, but we also need to be unlocking how we could be actually walking the entire bridge along with the people that we are talking about. So my first question here would be to Japleen. So she has put in a lot of work in the world of technology and gender, and in the technology, do you think that technology is a neutral or an agnostic tool? Or does it deepen existing divides? That's what we have been talking about the whole morning. We've been listening to it. It is only about deepening the existing divides. And also in the race, where and how have we accounted for digital literacy, language, and gender gap? From your experience, could you be shedding some light on that? Thanks, sir.
Yes, thank you, Rubina. Hello, everyone. So first of all, technology is tech neutral. I think we need to go back a little and first see who is creating tech, what is tech, and tech is a system, but there are people behind that system who are creating it, who are coding it. So when in real life, when the internet is a reflection of our society. So when in the real life we have so much misogyny, patriarchy, as has already been established by previous speakers. The internet space, the digital space, and technology is going to be a reflection of that society that we live in. So tech is definitely not neutral. It is trained on male data. There have been various examples of this. So just to give you a few examples, a few years ago, Amazon created a hiring AI, and they had to squash that AI because the AI was downgrading women's resumes. Why? Because the data that they gave to that AI of 100 years, that data had training on male data, and because the tech industry in itself is male dominated, so most of the resumes that the data had received over a period of 100 years were of men. So it assumed that men's resumes are better. So even the data, when the AI came across terms like women's, sessions or anything that had the word women in it, it just automatically downgraded that resume. This is just one example of how data and tech in itself is not neutral. A few examples, and this is something that we all use in our daily lives. Google Maps, right? We use it for everyday getting directions. Now, Google Maps' purpose is to give you the fastest route. But what a lot of women have complained, and it has also been found out by research, is that Google Maps does not give you the safest route. So safety is not an aspect that is included when Google Maps is giving you directions. So now for a lot of people, safety may not be important, but when women are driving alone at night, dark alleys with no proper street lighting, areas that do not have security personnel around, these are areas that are very possible areas of threat and violence for women. So then when Google Maps or tech like Google Maps is being trained to give the user the best way to reach a destination, does that best way involve safety, or is it only about taking the shortest route? Another example is of Apple Health or any these health these Fitbit watches that we use. Most of the times when they were launched initially, they did not have as basic as for women to track the menstrual cycle. So they had things like tracking your steps, tracking your calories, but not menstrual cycle. Why? Because again, the data that they were trained on were men's physiology, and even then, because they were mostly trained on men's physiology, the calorie intake for women was not accounted, because calorie intake for men and women physiologically is very different. So these are just some examples of how tech is not neutral, and for it to be neutral, it gender design cannot be an afterthought. It needs to be at the level of when it is being designed, when it is being coded. Technology must be co-designed by women for women, and also it cannot just prove a user feature, because we also know that even when women do have access to the internet, women have access to mobile phones. In a lot of households, first of all, mobile phones are shared. So the access only is not the solution. We need access with agency. So if a mobile phone is shared, and let's say it is being surveilled by the male members of the family, or there is a preference that the son gets more usage time on the shared mobile phone or the shared laptop or shared iPad versus the girl child, that is also another point. So first we are talking about design and then access, but after that we also need to think of, does access alone solve the problem? So where is agency here? Where is empowerment? Are women able to use these technology with their own agency? Are they able to use it to their full extent? UNFPA, according to their data, only 33% of women in India have accessed or have used the internet, as opposed to 57% women. And in rural India, it's even worse. The data is just 25% of women versus 49% of women. So, access again talks about agency. The other aspect here would be language. We are a country with multiple cultures, multiple languages, and a lot of, because a lot of tech is mostly designed in English, again it creates a barrier. There have been instances where we have seen that there is larger adoption of technology when it is designed in local languages, and it also has audio-video filters. Audio-video features. I want to give an example of Facebook, and we were talking about including culturally sensitive words when it comes to online harassment that women face. Many slurs were being used to, harass women. A lot of these slurs were casteist. They were slurs that, on the face value of it, somebody would not be able to understand that this is being used to harass them, to violate them. So we gave a list to the platform and made them understand, because the platform is in English and their AI models that are trained to flag slurs are also mostly in English, and then they knew some Hindi terms. But we know that a lot of our slurs are very culturally and contextually based. And a lot of these, especially casteist slurs, are something that even, I would say, the Indian population is not aware of. So we had to explain the cultural context, and also explain why a slur like chinky or a slur like chamar is a casteist and a racist slur, and it's not just a descriptive word, because these AI models are not trained to understand the local context. So this was another example of how language and cultural context becomes a barrier, because most of these tech platforms are not just in English, but they are also they are from Western countries, so they do not understand the local context. They also do not have their teams trained, their AI models trained for the local context. So these are some of the broad issues that tech platforms have. we are also aware of the recent case that happened where Muslim women are harassed under the Sulibai Bulibai case. And again, there was a lot of outrage, and only after that these auctions were taken down. So this is another example of sorry. This is another example of how online harm is intersectional in nature, where it is targeting a religious minority, and women of that religious minority, and it is trying to also sexualize them, so that incident of the Sulibai and Bulibai deals was absolutely horrific, and many Muslim women were exposed to their pictures, and their names were exposed on the internet, and that creates a direct harm to them, not just in a harm in the online sphere, but also harm that can translate into physical harm. And that is also something that we need to keep in mind, that any kind of harm on the internet doesn't always restrict itself to the digital space, because this is a argument that a lot of people use, that it's just happening in front of a screen, you can just shut it down, what's the problem. But we know that online harm can also translate into physical harm. It is it is becoming increasingly easier to get details like your phone number, your home address, your office address, etc. Via doxing, via identity theft, impersonation, etc. So we need to take digital harm seriously and consider it as a form of violence, because violence is not just physical. As I said, in this case, it can also convert into physical, but even online violence can lead to mental health issues like insomnia, self-censorship, and other mental health issues, anxiety, depression. So any kind of digital harm needs to be taken as seriously as physical harm. I will stop here, and maybe we can come back later.
Yeah, sure. I think she's thrown very important points on. Even I didn't know about the Google Maps, honestly, that they don't take safety into concern. But another interesting fun fact over here is that recently I read that even the air conditioning in halls and conference rooms is set as per what the male gender wants. So that's something which was very eye-opening for me, honestly. And when you said about Google, and obviously that is something that we need to be looking at a bit more deeper also. But very interesting facts. I will just move on to Soma over here, who's done a lot of work on digital capacity building. And as we are talking of, parallelly we are developing this universe of the internet is coming in, digitization is happening, internet is coming in. Parallelly, we are talking about empowerment, and parallelly that work is going on. And there seems to be a lot of agencies, organizations, academicians who are working on that. But I would like to ask Soma over here, from your experience, what is the digital capacity building model which includes women, girls, other genders? And how much have they worked across the past? Because from what we are hearing, there seems to be exclusion happening at all levels across intersectionalities. That's what Jacqueline also just said. And I think I will be a bit more inclusive and move over here. I feel very excluded.
Is it okay if I read out, because I wrote?
Yeah, sure.
So, hi everyone. Today I draw my information and insights for what I'm about to share with you now from two programs that I evaluated as a researcher. But I want to speak to you because this is a different audience, not as a researcher today, but as a witness to change. And in that I am a much more hopeful and optimistic participant. Let me begin by introducing you to Kamla. She lives in a village in Uttar Pradesh. Her day used to begin before sunrise, cooking, cleaning, caring for her children, before walking into the family's small grocery shop to help her husband. But one day, something changed. Her husband, heading out to their farm, left his smartphone with her. Not intentionally, not ceremoniously, he just forgot to take it. But in that forgetfulness, a door opened. That day, Kamala did something she had never done before. She clicked open WhatsApp and made new links. That day, she took down orders, joined local groups, looked for better deals online, and by the time her husband returned, she was no longer his helper. She was running the shop. She had turned into a shopkeeper. Kamala was one of the 838 women trained under Tara We Ad, short form for a program tellingly titled Technological and Rural Advancement for Women Empowerment by Annihilating the Gender Digital Divide. Implemented in early 2022 by Development Alternatives, Tara We Ad was operational in 16 villages of Lalitpur, Uttar Pradesh. Its ambition was simple, and as simple ambitions are, uncategorical. Annihilate the gender divide, digital divide, by training rural women in smartphone use, connecting them to income opportunities and challenging the idea that phones belong to men. The second program I studied was again tellingly titled GOAL, Going Online as Leaders. It was launched in 2019 across 5 tribal states: Jharkhand, Odisha, West Bengal, Maharashtra and Madhya Pradesh. Implemented by one of our co-sponsors, Digital Empowerment Foundation, in partnership with Facebook and later Government of India, GOAL worked with 100 young women from tribal communities and paired them with 22 urban mentors. But GOAL didn't just teach them how to use the phone. It asked them what they could become because of it, and even what they could lead their communities to become because of it. Let me now take you deeper into both these programs, not as a researcher, but like I said, as a witness to change. What did Tara We Ad do? It began with mobilization, talking to families, to husbands, to sas, mothers-in-law, about why women need smartphones. Then came hands-on digital training, how to make calls, use apps, stay safe, pay bills, access government schemes. Finally, women were offered vocational skilling, compost making, tailoring, beauty services, all accompanied, enabled and enhanced by digital tools. Some women brought vermicompost beds online, others started taking makeup appointments through smartphones on WhatsApp. One woman, Sarla, began helping her entire village pay electricity bills digitally, earning 20 rupees per transaction. And income levels rose for existing entrepreneurs by 16%. And for business starters, in my research called aspiring entrepreneurs in the baseline, in 3 months' time, it rose from 27% to a growth of 27% from zero. All this was within 3 months. But what moved me most were the words of one woman, a home-based tailor. Earlier, I didn't even know how to pick up a phone without buttons, feature phone. Now, I learn new styles on YouTube, and I post my products on local WhatsApp groups, and customers actually started replying. It makes me feel like a real business person. That's not just commerce, that's discovery of identity, of self-confidence. What did GOAL do? It gave young women not only smartphones, but something rarer, mentors. Women professionals from cities paired with tribal girls in villages, meeting over video calls, exchanging dreams, ideas, fears. One mentee asked her mentor, "Did your parents allow you to work?" The answer was not yes or no. It was a story of choice, of persistence, of doing it anyway. These weren't lectures, they were lifelines. None of the mentees had their own phone when GOAL began. By the end, DEF gave them the phones, right? By the end, they were conducting surveys, running Facebook pages, and even training others. One mentee, once too hesitant to even speak in a group call, was trained digitally in how to project her voice, how to frame a message. By the end of the program, she was emceeing a public event in her village. Her first sentence into the mic, she recalls, was, "I never thought I'd do this." Another helped her mother's weaving business go online. A third began campaigning for rations during the COVID lockdown. And when asked them what they'd gained, the highest at 76% response in my questionnaire was confidence. Not access, not apps, but that rare, precious shift from being silent to being seen. Now let me be clear, there were challenges in both programs. Many women did still own their own phones. Only 31% of Gold's mentees could afford data recharges. Many borrowed devices, some faced restrictions from family, and yet they persisted. A mentor told me, who gets to own the phone in the family is a power game. That's what makes these programs so radical, not just because they offered skills, but because they touch the structures that keep women out. Here is the real learning. Technology alone does not empower, not unless it is paired with dignity, trust, purpose. These women didn't become content consumers, they became content creators. They didn't just search for jobs, they helped others apply. They didn't just break the digital ceiling, they climbed through it. And looked around to bring others with them as they climbed through it. And perhaps that's the most powerful takeaway of all. Because when a woman learns how to Google crop prices, or search for school admissions, or send her first email, she's not just learning a skill, she's rewriting her role. One young woman told me, now I help other women open email and WhatsApp accounts. I speak to the Sarpanch myself. My business is small, but I run it. That sentence, I run it, it's a revolution. It's not about size, it's about sovereignty. So if we want to advance gender equity through digital tools, that is the topic, we must remember access is not enough, ownership matters, training is not enough, trust and mentorship matter, inclusion is not enough, inspiration is what changes things. We need more than phones in women's hands. We need power in their voices and purpose in their plans. And if that sounds ambition, Kamala, I think, would smile and say, try leaving a phone with me. I'll show you what I can do with it. Thank you.
Very interestingly put, I think, Soma, the story of Kamala. But then again, we are left with the question that when did that magic box open for her? Only when her husband left it behind. So it is about having access to it also. How does it work? There has to be somebody who has forgotten something and gone, and then only she could do it. But very beautiful story, and this also, resonates a lot with me. And moving a bit away from the dystopian outlook of what you said, ma'am, about extreme dystopia. But I do feel that it's a game changer. Technology is a game changer, provided it comes with the right mix of all these elements that Soma so beautifully spoke about. Moving on to the kind of how we need to be careful, or I would say the cons of adapting technology, digital technology. We have Koyal over here, who has been at the forefront and extremely vocal and articulate about the other gender, the mix of the genders that she's working with, and who has faced the brunt of a lot of challenges, I feel, and exactly what the previous Jasleen was talking about. So talking of digital and tech, we cannot afford to ignore the kind of vagaries that come along with it. We are walking hand in hand with the rest of the complicated stuff that comes with digitalization and tech. There is an evil side to it, and let's get a bit deeper into how are digital platforms failing across genders with reference to harassment. I do know that you have a lot of stories to share on this, and it's not just stories of change, but also
stories of challenges, I guess. So could you just throw some light on that?
Thank you very much for the question. Hi, my name is Koil, and I pronounce it they and them. I start from there, and what I wanted to talk about is also a story. It's a story of a boy, a trans man, who has just undergone his mastectomy surgery. He has just done his top surgery, and he's traveling in a plane for the first time in his entire life. And while he's doing that, he's very, very excited. A, because he's finally gotten a body that he has desired for so long. And B, because he's traveling in a plane, which is a dream that he never thought he could. Unfortunately, his documents are still in the name that was assigned to him at birth. It's his previous name, which assigns him female. So now at the airport, they don't know from which side should he do his security, which toilet should he use, how is he going to access the information. The team is confused, the security team is confused because the name that's there in the identity proof and the person who's standing right in front of them do not match. And that's the challenge of digital India. Because what happens is, for all your documents to change to the sex assigned, to the gender that you aspire to have, you need to access digital platforms. And not everybody in this country has the privilege to do so. A, because they've been thrown out of their natal homes because of violent natal family abuse. B, because they've never had the access to phones, internet, because of their socio-economic situation. And C, because most of the digital world that we see is in English, and many people do not have access to that knowledge or that language. Yet, when this boy comes back to his city of choice, he's relieved that he was made to travel. There's always this sense of cutting yourself short to pass, to blend, to fit in for a lot of queer and trans people in India today. For many of us, I'll tell you another story. This is a story about trans cards that are being made, and that is mandatory for somebody to affirm their gender. Once the trans card is made, it needs to be made in a digital platform. It needs to be made in a portal. Many people, in at least in West Bengal, do not have a computer, do not know how to upload an affidavit, do not know how to get a trans card done. We, in 2 years, have only been able to get trans cards for 115 people. In West Bengal alone there are more than 10,000 trans people, and if one organization is being able to make trans cards for 100 people, and there are 5 major organizations in West Bengal, so only 1,000 people or 500 people have trans cards, and the rest of them don't. Many people are forced to migrate from their homes because of natal family violence and are doing odd jobs in other parts of the country. They are Bengali speaking people, and they do not have documents that match their gender identity. We all know when people are speaking in Bengali right now, in any other state other than West Bengal, their documents are being checked. And once those documents do not match the gender that they are ascribed to, there is a fear of being thrown into detention camps. There is a fear of being labeled as Bangladeshis. There is a fear of being nationless, homeless, stateless. And that fear is so real that I don't know what to do about it. None of us do. A lot of us don't have physical communities. We don't have families. We don't have great work buddies. So we rely on other queer trans people to find solidarity. And many people find it online. Many of them. Many people try to find love online because if you try to find love online, there is a possibility of you keeping your identity anonymous, safe, hidden, confidential. But the apps that have been designed with no platform accountability often lead to harassment, blackmail. A lot of people lose out on money because they are duped by fraudsters who impersonate as gay, lesbian, bisexual, trans people, meet queer and trans people at the most vulnerable places, blackmail and extort money out of them, and all of this is done through social media. It is easy because we do not have enough information. We do not have enough knowledge, but there is desperation. There is desperation to fight loneliness. There is desperation to find friends. There is desperation to find love. And that desperation leads to absolute disastrous consequences. Those consequences which have detrimental impacts on the mental health of a lot of queer and trans people who face extreme forms of violence. You know, words like meetha, koti, hijra, chakka is not recognized by the meta platforms as galis, as violence, because they don't understand any other slangs other than English slangs until they have been notified that, you know, these words are casteist, these words are transphobic, these words are homophobic, these are words used intentionally to denigrate, to humiliate, to cause pain and anxiety in queer and trans people. And even if those notifications happen, there is no guarantee that those platforms will recognize hate speech as hate speech and do something about it. A 17-year-old jumped from a 3-story building after he posted a picture of himself wearing a sari while his mother was outside. His mistake was putting it up on social media, expecting people to show him some sort of solidarity. What he received was unfathomable hate, which led to him committing suicide. The only space he thought he would be safe is this exactly same space where he was violated to an extent where he killed himself. And I don't think it is death by suicide. I think it is murder. A systemic murder. We are not just users of social media. Right now, we've become abusers of social media, of digital platforms. How we abuse that platform to, you know, exert our power on the weaker, on somebody you can, because you don't have any accountability for it. You don't have to feel worried that, you know, something is going to happen to you. You can hide behind a computer and attack somebody and show your entire sleuth and hatred with no accountability there. A lot of queer and trans people in the community are really looking for safe platforms. Algorithms that would really affirm their, because there is this, pervasive sense of loneliness, both online and offline. So, hate speech, framing, duping, losing money are also some of the realities of digital India, and unfortunately, you can't help but fall for it. Because if you don't, you're still in that vicious cycle of loneliness. So what do you do then? Thank you, I'll stop here.
Thank you, Koyal, for putting it forward so succinctly and so clearly. And you've coined a very important term over here, which is we moved the conversation from users to consumers. And you have put in abusers also over here. So from how is the journey evolving for us across the genders in the technology space? So it's not just consumers that we stopped at, but we have moved on to abusers of the entire thing. And thank you for putting that across so clearly. I would love to segue into other questions on that, but in the interest of time, we have Dr. Sharda here. And as we were discussing the panel, she got in another very important element over here, which was the recent suicide of Radhika Yadav, a budding tennis player in Gurugram on the 10th of July, in which she is getting she also spoke about control on digital media, and if you could be just talking a bit more on that. And sorry, Dr. Radhika, yeah, we have the 10 minutes. So.
Thank you so much. Being the last speaker in a particular panel has an advantage, because whatever you wanted to say, all the ideas that are buzzing in your mind are already out in the open. And basically, we all had many aha moments today, since morning. Though we all claim to be gender experts, there are many things we haven't even thought of, and we didn't even realize those things are real. And because we all work in silos, we work in a particular, from a particular point of view. So it's nice to have these conversations. And before I proceed, I would just like to say a little about my organization. I come from Population First. We have a campaign called Ladli, where we are basically addressing mindsets. Whatever, to tell you frankly, we have fairly good legal, good laws. We have very policies and programs driven by people who are passionate about equality and equity. But when it comes to actual implementation, we find that it doesn't happen. It doesn't translate into reality. That is because of the deep-seated mindsets that we have. So you may say, okay, I believe in this, but do I really practice it? That's the problem. And the challenges faced by women and girls, it's not because of access, because of skills or anything, but because the way we are brought up, right? And somebody has mentioned that technology is something that is, certain type of technology is fine with women, but not something more. So it's always framed in certain limitations. We feel that working on mindsets at the ground level requires a lot of intense engagement, and the impact is limited to a certain geography, like the way you're doing an amazing work, but to upscale it to the national level is almost impossible. So what we do is we work with the media and to first sensitize them so that certain issues are highlighted in the media, which has a huge reach. I just want to give an example of 2 advertisements which are amazing, and they are for very well-established brands, so that they are on the TV most of the time. I don't know if you have seen the ad. There is this ad of a girl. She buys a headphone, and she comes home and she's trying to connect it, use it, and then her brother comes and says, "Give it to me, I'll do it for you." Okay? Then she remembers how from childhood she was stopped from using any technology, because out of protection or out of whatever love, affection, her brother or her father always did the work, and finally she never had the confidence to deal with anything technical. Then finally she says, "No, I will handle this myself." Such a powerful advertisement which talks of control, how we need to lead the women, girls to explore, to move beyond just being users to having owners of the technology, controlling the technology. That is so very important. And if that doesn't happen, we will be facing obstacles everywhere. And the reason why I wanted to speak about Radhika Yadav is because it's a very perfect case for how technology is all about control. She is a very successful tennis player, plus she was running a studio. Then she was very active on the social media. And her father would have felt very proud if it was his son who was doing all this.
right? But when it came to his daughter, he felt that one is she's getting a lot of visibility on the social media, maybe not of the kind that he would have wished. Like she's not posting very compliant kind of messages, but she's exposing. She's talking about what she wants, what in her own right as an individual, and she's earning money. So she's earning a lot of money. So he felt that others will think, or he said that others said that he's living on the money of his daughter. What is wrong with that? Like, why should he take it as an ego issue? Would he have felt the same way if it was the son who is earning more and he's living on his money? He would have felt happy. मेरा बेटा इतना बड़ा हो गया कि मुझे कुछ करना नहीं पड़ रहा है आजकल. That would have been the attitude. But here suddenly he felt so very humiliated because she's earning money and people are thinking that he's depending on her, that he went and shot her dead. And what was the reaction? Some of the people said he did the right thing. As a father, he has a right to control her. She was going out of control. What is going out of control? When does a woman go out of control?
When she finds a voice.
When she finds a voice. When she is not just using the mobile or using Facebook or using anything, Insta. It's not using that. What I'm using it for? So if I'm using it for putting some radical thoughts, if I'm using it for challenging the gender stereotypes or gender ideas or mindsets, if I'm challenging the gender norms or expectations in terms of my dressing, in terms of my living, in terms of my relationships, then yeah, I'm going beyond the expectations. So I'm using the technology to challenge or to disrupt certain things, and that doesn't go well. It doesn't go well with the family. There is a lot of, I should say, self-censorship which happens because there is fear of social response, and more importantly, the control exerted by the trolls. Right? Unlike the troll of a man, the trolls for women always say that you will be exposed to the gruesome rape. You will be, you're not only her children, your daughter will be raped, your whatever it is. So that whole rape threat is so very real for women, and I think that is something we need to acknowledge. Why does it happen? Why can't we just say, okay, rape threat hai to rape threat hai? We can't, because we are not trained to be like that. And when we are talking of technology, we really need to look at this trolling. And the reason trolling happens more for women, for instance, Jacqueline can tell, women journalists are the easiest targets for trolling. Because it's okay if a man says something, fine. But a woman says something, it's seen through the microscope, and then there is a response, and there is a concerted effort to put her down. It is not just putting down Sharda or Jacqueline. Through us, they are sending a message to all the women in the society: be careful. You will also face this. Don't go beyond what is your permitted area. So this is the kind of control that it's not just to scare her or me or any journalist, it is to scare the whole society. Same thing happens with violence and any kind of violence. If there is a rape, it is not just the rape victim who is being traumatized, but all of us are getting traumatized. All of us are scared of going in the night. All of us are scared of going out with friends, male friends in the night. So it is not just a message to one person, but it is a message to everybody. So this thing is something which we really need to understand, and any campaign to address the mindsets, because we have to address the mindsets. It has come out very clearly in all the presentations. For instance, the way we look at trans people, how we treat them, how we deal with them, our own fears, our own insecurities. And it's very important to give visibility to their issue. Media can do that. What we heard
should be reflected in the media in a very creative manner. Only then common people will understand, yes, these are the issues which we are not aware of, because we are not the minority, right? We live in a different world altogether. So that is where media has to be a partner for any kind of social transformation we are targeting. Because why? Because media can take the message to a large number of people. Let me warn you, media has its own agenda. How it treats, what it exposes is also driven by commerce, right? It is not a noble profession. It was supposed to be some years back, because it has its own agenda. So there are some publications, there are some journalists who are working with conscience and who are trying to bring these issues into the forefront. So we need to work with them to address issues at a larger scale, using the media to amplify the messages, understanding, empathy, and to take a step towards change. So this is what I would like to say. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Sharda. Extremely sorry, but we will not be taking any questions due to lack of time. And I wish I did not understand sign language that these guys are using at the back. But we have been extremely conscious of time. You can meet us offline. Any of the panelists would be offline, I hope so, after this session. But just to recap it very quickly in a minute, the real digital revolution, we believe, will be when access comes with safety, dignity, and power for every gender. Truly connected India. I leave you here with two questions. We were talking of users, consumers, abusers, and another word which joins the entire change process is the creators. So is it a linear process? Do you think it is a linear process? I leave another question for you all. When the next generation goes online, will they inherit a space that empowers them, or one that they must survive? Let us all think about it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, eminent panelists, and Rubina ma'am to chair this. I would request everyone, if you just go out of the door, you will find the refreshments, and after that we'll have the next panel room discussion right away. Thank you. We all begin at 11:30, so we request you to come back as soon as possible. And all the questions that you have had for panel 1, it will be emailed to everyone, so don't worry. Thank you so much.
Moving on to Oha Saja, Associate Director, Social Impact and Entrepreneurship, VHub. I would also like to call to the stage Professor Sridevi Gumadi, Professor, School of Economics, University of Hyderabad. And last but not the least, Maushami Kabiraj, Program Associate at CEEW. So before we begin, we would be launching our July working paper. The title of the July working paper is Rethinking Regulation, and this working paper focuses on the food sector and other emerging sectors that are there. So if I could request all the panelists to just pick up the publication for the small photo, and with that we have officially launched this working paper. And now I'll be handing over the panel to the chair. Professor Fatima, on to you, please.
A very good morning to all of you. I think it's a pleasure that we've gotten together to discuss such interesting topics. I was listening to the earlier session and a lot of nice stories came up and we got to learn something from it. And this session is also full of people who have been working in this field and who have lots of stories to tell us or some research that's going on in their institutions or organizations, and we shall listen to them. A little bit about myself. I think the introduction to the speakers, maybe you can introduce yourselves when you speak. I actually have a background of computer science and engineering, and I had faced lots of challenges. So at Osmania University, I was at Osmania, and people always, we do a lot of work and we try to push ourselves. We strive and we strive and we strive, but not thrive sometimes. So that is the story of a woman generally. That's been my experience, because at Osmania I spoke to a lot of ladies and we had very good groups of ladies, and we all used to exchange our problems, our issues, and we really kind of resolved them together. So I think, let me just tell a story of mine. Like when I was at Osmania, people, they try to, first, they don't care about you, they ignore you when you do something. And then after that, they will laugh at you. And then they'll fight with you. But ultimately, you will win. So that has been my journey. So people have ignored me. People have laughed at me, people have fought with me, but ultimately I stand to win. So I think that's my story in brief. And this is what happened at Osmania University. And as a result of all my strife, I reached the position of Principal College of Engineering, Osmania University, and that position was not given to a lady before, but by God's grace, I could get that position. So that's basically a little background of myself. And I think there is one word which is popularly being used, which is equality. And I again have a problem with this word equality. So equality, no, we're not all equal. Okay? Even my sister and me are not equal, or my brother and me are not equal. None of us are equal to each other. So I think the word equality is not what we are asking for. We want equality, but we want equality in probably opportunities and treatment and respect and all other things probably. And that is basically The right word for that would be fairness or justice. So I think these words like fairness and justice don't emerge, but equality, equality and equality. And I don't really believe that the right word is being used in most of these things. So that's my take on that. And there are a lot of SDGs, Sustainable Development Goals, which all of us know. And one of the Sustainable Development Goals is empowering women, the gender. So this empowerment will take care of the other SDGs, because removing poverty, increasing your economic thing, income or whatever. So all the other SDGs basically fall in place if you try to take care of the genders. I think that's my belief. And gender is very, very important, and everybody has to have a place, the right place, so that they can do something right to the society. I think with this little brief introduction, I think I will open the floor to the panelists, who are all really doing good work. I think I'm just, Manisha will you take us started? I think Manisha has some research going on in her organization at Jamia Millia, and we would like to hear from you, Manisha.
Thank you, thanks a lot. I would also want to thank the organizers for inviting me here, and the great work and lovely conference which is on. Everything seems to be so wonderful. So many stories in the first session and first panelist, and it really keeps me thinking that we teach so much of theory in classes, but this is the empirical reality, the bridge, which is so, so important. Now, I'm basically everything has been touched upon, that we are living, how technology is definitely not gender neutral, people like women or transgender or non-binary individuals, how they suffer, and how it is impacting day-to-day, everyday life. And how is there any potentiality for economic empowerment? How would that be? Would equality and equity be reached? With all these questions, because when we talk about technology, technology can enhance or limit people's ability to earn, to own, to control the resources. I mean, when there was a story that this girl did not have a mobile phone and the husband left it behind. So how to own and to control, which is so very important. Now, so we are speaking of these gendered realities, and with here I am doing a project which is ICSSR sponsored on state market and digitalization, a study of digital democracy and digital exclusion in India. And this is for, I take into consideration 5 states, in fact capital cities of 5 states, Delhi, Kashmir, Gujarat, Kerala, Assam. So, all 4 corners. And I am just, so because I've taken the capital cities, the areas are generally urban or semi-urban. I would not say rural. Demographically, definitely not rural. But these are the 5 states where I am using mixed methods to get information on how are we and how are we placed today. And mixed method primarily because I have an economist sitting right next to me, and we have Sir here, people dealing with numbers. So of course, to begin any kind of research, we have to begin with numbers. So I have collected nearly 5,000 from 5,000 respondents across these 5 capital districts, and these were all interview schedules administered by field investigators over a period of time. So that is the data which I have, and also which is very, very close, has been close to my heart, are the focus group discussions. So when I wanted to get the answer what, I relied on quantitative, but why, then the lived experiences and focus group discussions emerge. And there is another pan-Indian India Google survey. I'm sharing it with some of you today, which is the impact of AI and IoT on college-going youth. So these are the 3 things which we are doing, and I just got to know that DEF also works so much on it. Congratulations, you've been doing so much of work, which I just got, I was seeing all of it, and so this is it. Now, so we've been all this project. I mean, I'm going to more focus on the FGDs which are in Srinagar. I have conducted, Assam I have conducted, Delhi I have conducted, Thiruvananthapuram is left, and Ahmedabad is left. So it is all these stories which I come to and which have been talked about, all about digital financial inclusion and entrepreneurship and all of it. Of course, the preliminary findings, I may say, the study concludes in another 6 months. I mean, I have the data, I'm going to analyze it now. But as I say, for this particular session, I just did a kind of a preliminary understanding that what were the major barriers of empowerment with my team. And so, of course, women, there is this device and internet access gap, as everyone said. And of course, lack of training limits usage. There were a few papers yesterday on it. And there are online harassments and family restrictions and all of it. So the thing which is coming up, that how most of the technological or technology policies are not addressing intersectionalities. When you talk of rural, urban, gender, caste, so race, region, that intersectionality, most of the policies are not addressing that, and it is not reaching the masses. So that is one thing which I would want to talk about it. And so it is, when you're talking about these digital technologies, they are more becoming tools of exclusion rather than true empowerment. So rather than technologies, what we are talking about economic empowerment, but my study is primarily focusing on how technology is a social and a political construct. Because if I see the set of questions which I have and which has been administered, a set is on, say, politics and governance, one on health and mental well-being, one is on, say, education. So, likewise, there are many parameters, there are 48 variables used, and so this is what is coming to. So, the main thing is that there are 2-3 things which are very important when it comes to technological empowerment. Of course, you have to own the technology that you use, so that that woman does not have to take it from her husband, when during his absence. You have to own the technology. You have, of course, to also, when you are owning it, also controlling it. Because I know many middle class women who are not earning, and I'm talking about urban women in Delhi. They do not use UPI and all of it because digital is, and they are educated. Housewives, absolutely not in the public sphere, but they are not using UPI, for example, that kind, because they say that no, it's my husbands who have that UPI access, and I don't have it on my phone. I use cash because I get cash and things like that. So owning it, controlling it, and also a lot has been talked about algorithmic biases. Now, from my study, the questions had been framed as such. It's a huge, long questionnaire that I can take out, algorithmic biases, if at all. I mean, people have been talking about it, that Google form thing, and if you see, all of it. I mean, the way AI is fed. If you say, okay, Google or Alexa, here comes sweet female voice, which sounds sweet, submissive, nice, So it is the AI. So that the shaping and the designing of tech platform, that needs to be reflected upon. And also, when you're talking about benefits from legal protection in the digital workspace, I'm talking about platform economies, gig workers here. So all of it, which is there, and I found out in Assam, where I was doing FGDs, there was this digital leasing of e-rickshaws in Guwahati, and there was earlier the women, they did not use mobile payment, and women drivers had to operate independently without cash settlements and all of it, with cash settlements, which was gradually, they say, I spoke to them, they said now we are more enabled. So of course digital inclusion is not only financial inclusion, of course, but to begin with, this is how what things which came up. So of course there has been uniform smartphone access across all caste gender groups, and again a limitation of the study is that it is semi-rural and urban, but believe me, even in Delhi slums, not everyone has smartphones. So, one family, and that goes to either to the man or to the son or the daughter who are doing online classes. So it is not there. When it is not there in Delhi, so we know what access we are talking about. All of it, and one can go on with questions. This is a preliminary study with preliminary findings, and how it is technology is being used as a social and political construct is what I am trying to investigate. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the nice, thought-provoking discussion. I would like to now request Dr. Sridevi Gumari to speak about the gender intersections in the labor market and climate.
A very good morning to all, and let me first thank the organizers for giving me this opportunity. Coming from the economics background, as Manisha said, we always talk with the numbers, but the previous panel, which has given us the live examples, are close to these numbers actually. So when it comes to the labor market discrimination, we generally talk in terms of the gender discrimination, either considering wage gap or the occupational discrimination between the two genders. Now we also talk about the alternative gender. But there are very few we try to address in terms of the intersectionality, as Professor Manisha has already mentioned it. Why should we talk about the intersectionality is an important question when we are talking about the economic growth and development, and we are trying to compete in the global market. In the Indian context, it is the economic inequality is because of the social inequality. So without questioning the social inequality and access to the resources, always talking about the economic inequality or political inequality will not give us any answers. So it was the Dr. B.R. Ambedkar, the first economist, who actually spoke about the intersectionality and the social inequality leading to the economic discrimination in the labor market, is the first person to raise that question. But generally, in the mainstream economics literature, we find that the labor market discrimination is because of the differences in the existing educational qualifications or the technical skills is one of the reasons. But no, the economics of discrimination from the West, as well from many of us know that the Gary Becker's theory of economic discrimination with reference to labor market starts with the question of treating the equals unequally in the labor market. So that rises in the 1950s onwards, that actually raises the questions why this inequality exists with the equals, with the equal abilities or with equal productivity levels. Forget about the gender, within the same gender or between the genders or between the social groups, between the different racial groups. So the question here is it the individual discrimination which is actually taking place in the labor market, or is it the institutions which are actually discriminating against the certain groups? From the literature, it is very clear that there is individual discrimination which is actually taking place because of the various reasons. At the same time, institutions also, when I say institutions, within the firm or within the industry, certain core periphery jobs are given to only few people, or we call it as the primary and the secondary jobs. And we also see that there is a strong feedback effects which are influencing in the labor market. That is, the social norms, culture are actually whatever we follow at home, we take it to our workplace, we follow that, and again we come back with the same kind of the culture to the house. Like in the previous session, we said that why can't a father have the income from the daughter earnings? So culturally, it is always assumed that it is the son who has to actually rise the assets, not the females. So, I mean, taking background of these questions, basically, we were trying to address how the intersectionality would be affecting the labor market discrimination in Hyderabad and Visakhapatnam, and considering the few of the rural areas also as a part of one of our IOE funded project, basically. So when we the NSSO data, which is actually larger base to look at the employment as well as the other sources of the secondary level sources, it very clearly shows that definitely there is a change in the access to the employment for all the social groups as well as in terms of gender also. From 1983 to 2004, we see an interesting trend that there is labor force participation rate has increased for the females, but now we also see with the current existing data of the appeal, we find that there is a structural reversing which is actually taking place. Because after the 1990s of the new economic policy and the globalization, most of the females' employment is in the service sector, and the major sector is the agriculture sector. But now we see a structural transformation taking backwards towards the agriculture sector. Although we claim that we have actually created since last 5 years 7 million jobs, but the question is where these 7 million jobs have been created. Which sector basically has provided this employment, and who are the ones who are employed? The other important aspect we find from the data is that we see that the productive age group of females, especially from the 15 to 40 year old, there is a fall in the labor force participation by the females. One of the reasons was that there is a high level of increase in the access to the higher education, especially in the age group of 18 to 25. That could be the one of the reasons. But the second reason is that the existing labor market discrimination is also one of the important reasons why females do not want to get into the labor market. So the perception of the female when with the same level of the education or the skill, technological skill, if they are not paid equal wages, why should they enter into the labor market is their first question. We always assume that the discrimination may be taking place in the agriculture sector, but the discrimination is highly seen in the service sector, especially even in the private sector, private corporate sector also. There are various studies at Delhi and Hyderabad which has proven that basically the discrimination takes place at all the sectors. In the public sector, they may be paid equal wages, but there exists the occupational discrimination, and there is a discrimination in terms of accessing the technology or the skill development between the gender. When it comes to the transgender, we try to interview the 50 transgender, those who are working at different levels at Hyderabad. The main concern comes out is that getting the access to the employment itself is a bigger question. They don't even ask for the equal wages. The first question is provide us the access to the employment. And the second aspect, they are always denied accessing the higher educational institutions. But now, given the laws, as there is a certain percentage of the seats are given in the higher educational institutions for the transgender, alternative gender, we find 1 or 2K. But there are also the question of how do they identify themselves. The aesthetic matters again there. So here, within these groups, all of them are not homogeneous, within the male, within the female, or within the transgender. We find that within the females and the transgender, people coming from the marginalized groups have the higher level of the discrimination. So when we try to calculate the level of the discrimination in the labor market in terms of the wages and the occupation, it is very clear that the explained factors, which means the number of years of education, age, qualification, technical skill, will only explain why wage gap is by 35%. The remaining is explained by the unexplained or non-endowment factors, which basically calls it as the discriminatory factors, such as the caste, gender, and the religion in all the sectors. So, which is the more concern to us basic. And the last important aspect is when we say that the technical innovation or the technological skill development is essential to reduce the occupational discrimination. The first question is the marginalized group should have access to the education. So without questioning or raising the access to the technical skill education, can we actually talk about the occupational accessibility or the equal wages to these marginalized groups is the another question. When we come to the policies of the state always tries to provide certain policies to the marginalized groups in the form of the, because now what we see in the local bodies, the 30% of the reservation for the females, we see on numbers they are fulfilled. But what kind of empowerment they have in the decision making, when we look at, most of them will not be able to take any kind of financial decisions in the panchayat level. And we also observe the same woman will not have any kind of an access or the control on the household financial resources also. So what kind of empowerment we are actually talking? Because having the mobile phone doesn't mean that they're empowered, because we all have the phone, but still how many of us are able to have the resource control, or how many of us are able to take the decisions, even what to cook and whom to deliver what kind of goods, whatever it may be. So the empowerment doesn't mean that having access to certain gadgets, but the empowerment in terms of the financial, occupational, as well as educational access is more important. I stop it here. Thank you for this opportunity.
Thank you, Dr. Sridevi. That was very interesting. There is VHub, which is a pioneering organization in women-led entrepreneurship in India. Let's listen to Ms. Uha Saja.
I was just checking my phone just to see if I should be wishing you good morning or good afternoon. So good afternoon, everybody. Honorable Chair, my co-panelists, and the lovely audience in front of me. My name is Uha. I'm the Associate Director at WeHub. I, along with my colleague, we together lead a vertical called Social Impact and Entrepreneurship, and we primarily work in all the 33 districts of the state of Telangana. WeHub, as you all may know, it is part of the government of Telangana, in the sense we operate under the IT department, and we are a Section 8 organization. We've been in function since 2018. Our audience primarily being, we work with entrepreneurs from urban areas as well as self-help groups, trans women, PWD groups, minority communities, girl students from the age group of 17 to 23. So all the challenges that my co-panelists have been speaking, and the panel before, panel 2, there are a lot of challenges, we all agree that, and McKinsey report has published it, World Economic Report, so on and so forth. But how do we address these challenges is something that WeHub comes into picture, and however, the impact that we make is kind of indirect. We operate in 2 verticals, urban innovation and rural. So we cater to both urban landscapes as well as rural communities. Anyone coming to WeHub or enrolled in our programs, the basic is we start with a cybersecurity course, and then so on and so forth. Our curriculum navigates from anywhere between pre-incubation, incubation, and scaling up of the enterprise, which is acceleration phase. So we do a lot of financial literacy, digital literacy. We have expert mentors who guide our women entrepreneurs. We have credit linkages. Just to give you a couple of numbers before I get to what I'm trying to tell you here. So far we have 8,000 plus women-led startups and SMEs supported across 88 programs. And our outreach across sectors and geographies has been around 10,000 plus women. We've raised around 180 crores in credit linkages. It could be government schemes, central government and state government, bank linkages, as well as an urban entrepreneur raising capital from something as big as Kalari Capital. 5,000 students who have been supported and engaged, and 7,000 plus jobs created, contributing directly to Telangana's economic growth. When I say 7,000 jobs created, it is these women who have established their businesses and have gone from the path of job seeking to job givers. It just doesn't mean urban communities, it is also rural communities. So to give you a couple of examples as to how we've been operating in the space of this digital space and all the challenges and how we've been trying to overcome. I'm an author, and then I can go in the form of a storytelling. So we've had this artist from this district called Siddipet. She comes from the village called Cheriyal, and it is famous for Cheriyal painting. I think it was in COVID. She called us and she said, I do not have the capacity to run the shop, and then she would want to shut shop. She makes storytelling masks, which has a 450-year-old history. Back in those days, these masks were used to, storytell and, pass on a social message to the audience. They would go from village to village and mandal to mandal. It is made out of tamarind seed paste and sawdust powder, and she wanted to shut shop. That is because she did not have access to the digital market, so on and so forth. That's when WeHub stepped in. We gave her a lot of online interventions, her product being standardized. We took her to T-Works, which is our another ecosystem partner in the innovation ecosystem, upgraded her design, ran a couple of ideathons. All these are the positive things that we've done, actually enabled for our women entrepreneurs. And today, she sells worldwide. She's also one of the master trainers from that particular village, and she also trains IAS officers in terms of workshops at Labasna, Delhi. That is one such case. And then we've also worked with trans communities in the sense, it was a pilot project. We just do not go to any community just like that and say, hey, we are WeHub, we're government of Telangana, we want to help you become an entrepreneur. It doesn't work that way. So For us, anything that we want to put a woman on the formal path of entrepreneurship is basically community immersion first. So we've done that with one of our trans women. Her name is Asha. She hails from the district of Karimnagar. Initially, when we found her, the additional collector of Karimnagar had found her begging on the streets of Mumbai. For some reason, somebody noticed that she has an eye for photography. She's a very good artist. We trained her. We made her go through a scholarship as well. And today she runs her own photo studio in the district of Karimnagar. It's called Asha Photo Studio. And she is in fact one of our empaneled photographers at WeHub for any of our events. That is one such case. And then Mandal, as remote as Manthali in the district of Peddapalli, there's this lady who's understood the importance of millets and what it can do to our health, in terms of the goodness that it can do to our health. She makes biscuits out of millets, but she just does not know how to package them or market them. They're in those plain plastic covers that none of us would buy unless you see a nutrition label and it is all fancy packed. So when we did a boot camp at Peddapalli, at Manthali, as usual we asked, does anybody have any questions? And then she just raised her hand and she said, can you help me take my products to a retail store? I'm using retail here, but then she said, can you put them in a kirana store or a supermarket? That was her language. So we brought her products to HQ, which is Hyderabad. By the way, we operate out of Dr. B.R. Ambedkar Open University, that's her office, in case anybody wants to visit. So we bought her products over there and then we sent them for lab testing. Apparently no chemicals used. Good nutrition value. So we went ahead and did her branding, packaging, lab testing, so on and so forth. They're called Siri Millet Foods. She is right now enabled and she sells her products at the Telangana State Secretariat on the dry canteen. That's where her products are. So what we can do with technology here, of course we create a safe space for all the women coming in. It could be as simple as a POSH training session, or it could be as simple as, telling them what not to click, what link to not pursue, what could it mean in terms of, trading online, what is cybersecurity, or as simple as teaching them how to upload their pictures onto Instagram. We've worked with Nayakpur artists in the tribal belts from Bhadradri Kottagudem. They do not have natural light coming into their hamlets, but however they make beautiful Nayakpur masks. And one of the entrepreneurs raised this question, how do I sell my products online? So we had a photography session for her, and then all her products are right now, she's selling on Instagram. And one night she calls me and she tells me, what is your Instagram ID? So I give her my Instagram ID, and then she says, I tag you on Instagram, can you just put it on your story so that people start seeing my products? You know what this kind of thing can do for a woman selling a small biscuit in a remotest mandal of the state, or what it can do to an urban entrepreneur in terms of raising 1 million with Kalari capital. There are pros and cons. However, we also do a lot of Udyam registrations, MSME registrations for our entrepreneurs. And one of the challenges being, they do not have phones with them most of the time. So there's my team member calling them, Amma make SMS vachuntadi, tell me the OTP. And then she'll be like, phone na daggar ledu, I do not have the phone, my husband has the phone. So that is one challenge that we had faced, and we told them, if you have to get onboarded onto a WeHub program, you want to be an entrepreneur, you want to move from the formal path, you want to move from the path of livelihood to a formal path of entrepreneurship, you need A, B, and C. You need a phone. It doesn't have to be a smartphone, at least. You need a phone where you can tell us what your OTP is for us to complete your registration. Or even better if you can get a smartphone so that you don't have to travel to HQ every single time. Our programs are online and offline, so it's a hybrid model. Make sure you attend those classes on Zoom, so on and so forth. So challenges, there are pros and cons as well. So we have designed modules in such a way that SAG women can attend our classes. Women from urban communities can attend our classes. We have specific MOOC sessions designed for PWD groups and trans women. And we have interactive modules in terms of enabling girl students from the age groups of 17 to 23. For someone who hasn't touched a computer or a smartphone, we have programs for them as well. So what I want to say is, yes, there are challenges, but then how do we adopt repairable measures so that women can move forward in their entrepreneurship journey, as well as girl students who want to pursue different paths apart from the STEM courses. WeHub is here to help, and if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them. Thank you.
Thank you. This is very interesting, your kind of work where there's an intersection of technology and rural and social impact of all of these things, and life stories. So I think that was the most interesting part, and I thoroughly enjoyed. There's another speaker here with us, Ms. Banu, and she has a lot of things to share with us and the experiences. Thank you.
Thank you so much for this opportunity, and for trans people and particularly Dalit and Adivasi trans persons, it's super difficult to accessing this kind of technology platform. As ma'am said, accessing this kind of technologies or accessing the ideology of technology, this is like so far for us, because we did the training during the COVID time for the community, our community. They don't know how to call, with the WhatsApp call, video call, and they don't know how to secure their number, and they are most of the trans persons are doing sex work. And during the COVID, everything stopped, and they tried to put it on the online, and they didn't know how to put. If they put all the information, and they didn't know who will share all the information, their informations. And when we try to change our documents, that is also super difficult. Like Aadhaar card. So when we get the Aadhaar card in our old identity, if I want to change my new identity, my trans identity, they're asking so many supporting documents. And one of the supporting documents is like, if your trans persons are living from their house, their family members have their, the Aadhaar mobile number. If we try to change the Aadhaar card, their parents will get the OTP, and they're not ready to share their OTP with them. And most of the trans persons are their documents like education certificate. So many trans parents, they burn it, all the documents, and getting those documents again, it's super difficult. So every time our entire life is going to be like to get all the identities, proofing everywhere. So that's kind of difficulties. And the healthcare system also, accessing the healthcare also, it's super difficult. If I want to go to a primary healthcare center, particularly not all the trans persons having this kind of experiences, but most of the trans persons are having this kind of experiences. They will say, you can go and do the HIV test. Even whatever, small fever, or during the COVID time, we got a lot of stories. So, and how do we change this kind of people mindset? This is not, one day we'll release the policies, or one day we will release the act. It won't change the people mindset, So, this kind of discriminations, it's like super kind of discriminations, denial of healthcare access. So even though we have an act, even though we have a policies, so it's, nothing is happening in the things. And During the COVID, our organization we faced a Dalit trans persons who are affected by the HIV. They didn't get the HRT medicines because they have to travel from their own village to the city. I mean, district headquarters provide the medicines. And if they travel to one city to another one place to another place, they have to, cross the police checkpost, and they have to tell the police cops, I'm going to get the medicines, and they will ask which kind of medicines. And there I have to open my, my privacy. I'm taking HIV medicine. So if we show the medical report to the police cops, do you think they will treat as, oh, you're pavam, you can go immediately? No, nothing. So again, there also our community people face so much of discriminations, and we approached health minister, and they are also not supported. And finally, we connect nearby the district collectors. We told the situation of this kind of people medicines, and finally they said we have a medicines, but nobody is coming forward to deliver the medicine to them. So again, we started our own group. We had we organized our own vehicle, and we went each and every one home to deliver the medicines. So where are the humanity in this kind of situation? So accessing, and how do we empower this kind of situations? How do we change this kind of situations? And the technology and accessing the education systems, it's super difficult. Nowadays all the people are saying like, oh, we are providing education, free education and everything. But I have to finish my at least higher secondary, from the school level. Most of the dropouts, most of the trans people are dropouts. I'm also a dropout student. And after that only I continue my education. But drop out their education, so what they will do? If now we have open schools and the private schools ready to the exam to write the examinations, participate, to continue their educations. But here, continue the education for trans people is super difficult because I have to manage financially. I'm doing baking. Still now I'm doing baking and sex work. I mean my community. So how do, if I go to education, if I go to get the education, how do I manage my rental house, my rent, my food, and my dress, my study material and everything? It's super difficult to manage this kind of situation. But even I got an opportunity. I'm the India's first trans engineer. So I completed my engineering course. That time my government didn't support to me because they are not providing any scholarship to me. Even though my SC scholarship also they didn't give to me. And they said, if you want to apply trans scholarship or SC scholarship, you can get at least one. But I didn't get both. Because I tried, I fought so much, and 3 years course. After 3 years I completed my course, but I didn't get. And I didn't get the government college. Even though I had a 95% in my diploma course. So I got a private engineering college to get the admission. So, because here we don't have a reservation for the trans people. If we are talking about the education system, without reservation, the education is not possible. When we finish the education also, if we are going to get the employment, and here we are following the reservation structure. But trans people, we don't have a reservation rights. Still we are fighting for so many years to get the reservation. Why I am saying this? For the first time in India, 2013, in Tamil Nadu, 153 trans persons who are participated government examination, group 4 examinations, but nobody got selected. even though they got good mark, because they are comparing with cis people. We don't have a reservation, separate reservation for the trans people. So automatically they are rejected from their own structure. And for us, it's like this all accessing the technology, accessing the education, accessing the healthcare system, accessing all kind of platform. It's super difficult. It holds, the people who only have caste privilege, class privilege. So those people only getting those kind of public spaces. But what about the people who doesn't have any kind of privileges? What about the people who are living in the rural area, the queer people, particularly the LGBT community people who are living in the rural area? So they didn't even have a safety visibility space. We don't have security in the online also, or identity security. If we expose our identity in the online or offline, the online abuses, online gender-based violences happen. Include the trans and LGBT community people also. And when we try to raise the complaint in the cyber crime or cyber department, they're not getting our complaint very easily. And when we when we know about abusing, for example, if Instagram, when we post any post, the LGBT community, from the LGBT community, so if so many abusive words, the harassment words, everything will come. But when we try to report that commands, or when we try to report that post, the machine language doesn't know the local language also. It knows only English or zeros and one. It's the local language, the local abuser word, the local verbal abusers words, the machines doesn't know. The AI system also doesn't know about. The caste slur words, the transphobia words, homophobia words, queerphobia words, the machines doesn't understand that. And they will say, oh, it doesn't violent against our community standards, so we are not taking your complaint. So how do we handle this kind of situations? And the using digital platform with security, it's super difficult for the LGBT community. And particularly Dalit and Adivasi, LGBT, trans and queer community people, it's super hard. It's so far for us. So even though we are, our main demand, we need to create an inclusive policy, we need to create an intersectional policy, intersectionality. We need to talk about all kind of intersectionality issues. And for example, the person with disability, how they are accessing the digital platform. That is also difficult. So digital platform, it's also have a casteism. The digital platform is also have a transphobia. The digital platform also have a homophobia, queerphobia, racism. Everything is has. So we need to stop. So how do we stop? So we need to create the policies. We need to create the policy should be protect this kind of intersectionality issues. They should be focused on this kind of intersectionality issues also. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Grace. I think a lot of challenges which I was also not aware of. We have heard you, and I think something has to be done about it. Thank you very much. I now request Ms. Maushami Kabiraj, who is talking about a very interesting topic, decentralized renewable energy technologies. How do they empower rural women? Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma'am. Would also like to thank the organization for having me here, and it's so insightful to hear my co-panelists and sharing their stories. I'll quickly introduce myself. I am Maushumi Kabiraj, and I work with a policy think tank, Council on Energy, Environment and Water. And we do research and we work with ministries on bringing reforms in policies and schemes. Within the council, I work in a program called Powering Livelihoods, and the main objective of this program is how can we take clean energy powered livelihood technologies. I believe here everyone must have heard about solar pumps, but there are other such technologies like solar dryers, solar refrigerators, solar silk reeling machine that can not only cater to erratic power supply in the livelihood sector, but also reduces drudgery and enhances income and productivity of the user. So our main objective is how can we take these technologies to rural communities and especially women. So I would like to start with stories of a few women champions who are taking the leverage of these technologies and enhancing their lives and livelihood. Let me start with a story of Kuni Dehuri. She is a 35-year-old woman in a very remote tribal village, Keonjhar in Orissa. Kuni ji, she has been around cocoons throughout her life. Cocoons, it is a raw material processing which you can get silk. So she is a user of solar silk reeling machine and also a trainer who has been training other women in her community using this technology. What she mentions, before this technology, the woman or the woman silk reeler in her community was engaged in thigh reeling. Thigh reeling is a process where a reeler is supposed to do the reeling of silk or the cocoons on her thigh. A, this is extremely labor intensive. B, the chemicals, it has a huge repercussion on their skin. And C, it is not at all considered as a dignified job. Imagine a woman lifting her sari, doing a thigh reeling to earn her living. The community, they also shifted to power connected or grid connected reeling machine, but being a very remote village, there was a challenge of erratic power supply, which was impacting their productivity and income. So what has been the game changer here? It was nothing but the technology, which was solar silk reeling machine. While speaking with Kuni ji, she mentioned कि दीदी ये जो machine है, इन्होंने हमारी productivity, income ही नहीं increase की. Rather, this technology has given us the freedom. Like now we can work anytime. We don't have to compromise our other activities depending on the electricity supply, but rather we can work throughout our day. So this is one of the impact. And Kuni ji, she has trained over 500 women, silk reelers, on using this technology. And her story, I feel is so proud saying that her story was also featured in Pradhan Mantri's Mann Ki Baat in 2022. So this is one story where a woman champion is using this technology and is also promoting this technology to other women. Quickly, another story from the same state but a different district. It's Dhenkanal. This is a story of a woman farmer, Pushpanjali ji, who is leading a women farmer producer organization. Farmer producer organization, it's a group where multiple farmers from a local community come together and do activities related to farming. Earlier, her group or her organization was suffering from a food wastage. So women farmers, they are engaged in producing horticulture produce, mostly vegetable, but due to climate change and lack of storage facilities, almost 500 kgs of vegetables were getting wasted, which was leading to a decrease in income. Again, what has been the solution and what has been the game changer here? It was solar dryer. Solar dryer is a technology that can take up moisture, add value to vegetables and fruits, and it preserves the shelf life, and it also increases the MSP or the MRP of the product that is being sold. So this organization, they procured solar dryer, and now the 500 kgs of vegetable that was getting wasted is now being converted to a dried vegetable, and they are earning around 1 lakh per month. While speaking to Pushpanjali ji, she said a very heartening line that said, दीदी ये जो टेक्नोलॉजी है ना, इन्होंने हमारी सिर्फ इनकम नहीं बढ़ाई, rather it has diversified the livelihood of other women from the organization, and around 70 to 80 women are now engaged in different activities, cutting, drying, packaging, and others. So this is how a technology can enhance life and livelihood, these modern technologies of women from a very remote community. And it feels so good to say that technology can enhance or improve the human mankind and promote its development. But the question is it accessible for all? There is a study which says that if a woman farmer is given a very modern, innovative technology, her yield can increase by 20 to 30%. But how many women are using modern technologies? There is a very beautiful report. This is a study done with around 100 to 200 farmers in Bangladesh around usage of modern technologies in farming activities. And around 60 to 65% women respondent mentioned that they are still using traditional technologies in farm. And the reason being, the technologies are not meant for them to use it. Which I guess Japlin was also mentioning that, inclusive technology design is still an afterthought in society. This is not just one layer which restrict women adopting technologies. There are multiple such layers, and we have experienced this within our program. And what are these layers? Let me explain the layers or the barriers that impacts women accessing a technology, considering a fictional character named Rita, who stays in a very remote village in India. The first layer is lack of awareness about modern technologies. Rita, staying in a very remote village with limited sources of information, from where will she be able to get the idea that these technologies exist? Lack of awareness. B, somehow Rita gets to know about these technologies, from where she will procure it. The lack of accessibility. कहाँ मिलेगा उनको ये modern technologies? क्या ये technology manufacturers, are they advanced enough to have stores in each and every village of India? Third, even if she has the access to this technology, how will she arrange for the financing of procuring this technology? That is the challenge of affordability. Are our financing institute able to provide loans at a customizable manner to women communities, women farmers who don't have collaterals or guarantees? Next layer, somehow she is able to procure or purchase the technology. Rita, who hasn't had enough training or education where she is able to build this confidence to use this technology, how will she able to use and run a business out of it? Even if she gets the training, where is the market for her to sell her commodities? Mobility is a great challenge in rural areas, especially for women, where they are unable to sell their produce and get a fair price. So these are some of the layers of challenges that we have observed women generally face in enhancing their livelihood. So throughout our program, we have tried and we have done some sincere efforts catering to these challenges, so that women are not just able to procure technology, but also able to earn a sustained business and sustained earning. As one of the co-panelists was also mentioning, that having a technology is not just the last resort or the last point. They have to own it, they have to use it, and they have to earn income around it. So how can we cater to these challenges? So within our program, We tried to partner with multiple financing institutes so that they provide credit facilities or loan to women users. So we work with them how they can provide interest subvention. Interest of 24 to 30% that an MFI provide is a significant interest shocker for women to take loans. So can they subsidize this interest rate and provide them financing at a very low rate? Can there be a customized EMI model for women users? We also partnered with multiple on-ground distributors or channel partners so that they provide access to women users or women farmers or SHG group so that technologies reaches to them and they don't have to reach out to technologies. So having hyperlocal events, hyperlocal melas, where these women, they get to have the first-hand experience of the technology. They are able to touch it, feel it, and understand that this can work and help them. So having a localized melas and event is important. Like Kuniji, we also aim to promote more such women promoters who are not just using the technologies, but is also building confidence among other potential users so that they see a woman using the technology, promoting it, and it builds confidence within her that if she can do it, I can also do it. And we have around such 300-350 women promoters, and we call them Sakhis. Sakhis in Hindi it means a friend, so that they build confidence among other women. We also work with multiple policymakers so that there are multiple schemes that can be leveraged that can make these technologies affordable. Ministry of Rural Development. They have a vast network of self-help group, and they provide, they have a huge budget that caters to, community investment fund, CLF fund. Can these women leverage this fund to procure these technologies? They also have training centers, RCTs. Can these infrastructure be leveraged, to build capacities and train women using these technologies? One of the most important things that we do within our program is understanding the needs and challenges and impact of these technologies in a sex disaggregated manner. Technology has different impact on different communities and different persons. So having a sex disaggregated monitoring and data collection process is extremely important so that when we reach out to ecosystem stakeholders or key decision makers like policymakers, financials, they understand that these technologies have different impact and different need for women and men. So sex disaggregated data collection and monitoring is a crucial part, not just within our program, but in other development programs as well. So these are a few things that we have tried and tested, and we are still at it, so that we can scale these technologies to last mile. And we have done a study in 2023 that says these technologies can enhance around 37 million livelihoods in India. And how can we tap this 37 million livelihoods? It's the most crucial part. Meaningfully mainstreaming women in any sector can't be done in silos. You need to have a marriage of different stakeholders, and there needs to be a collaboration of other stakeholders as well. And this is a journey, this is a long and bumpy journey, and we all have to come together to travel this. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Interesting stories. I think a lot of take home from your discussion. There are a couple of questions, very quick ones. This is for Uha Saja. If you have anyone who needs support, how to approach you?
If there's anyone looking out for support in terms of entrepreneurship or student programs, you can write to us on our email. It's on our website, vhub.telangana.gov.in, or else we have a hotline number for women who want to reach out to us. It's called Mahila Vani. I can read out the number if anybody wants to write it down. It's 99316 09994. 99316-09994. You can call on that number.
Thank you very much. A question for Grace Banu. How can emerging technologies be designed to create specific economic opportunities for trans individuals who face systemic employment discrimination?
So for trans, it's like we have very few entrepreneurs, trans entrepreneurs, and I'm also entrepreneur. I'm running a publishing house book publishing house name called Thiranangai Press LLP. So like this, so many trans persons are small scale business they are doing nowadays. The trans people are very much interested to do the self-help group. So they are forming a self-help group, and we did one for in Tamil Nadu. We have 15 trans self-help groups, and they are getting loans from the government, and they are doing small-scale business. So if we are going to support through the technology, so they don't know how to advertise or how to branding their own brands, and that is super difficult. And if somebody ready to train them, and if people wants to do the self-employment, they don't know the technical platform like that. So if any courses or any training for them to provide, so that is also very useful. And in the technology, for example, if we created any app, mobile app, so our Tamil Nadu government, they are creating an app for the trans people. If they are facing any grievance or any, they want to apply the identity card or any awards or any loans. So we have a Thiranangai app. So in Tamil when we say Thiranangai, it's like trans women. So we have a Thiranangai app. Initially they had Mundra Palina app. It's like in the name third gender app. So we said no. If you people are saying us third gender, who is first gender, who is second gender? So we fought. So finally they changed that change that app. So we are not third gender. We are all like we are all equal. We are all equal. That's it. So we are not. Again we are not going into the numbering. First gender, second gender. So maybe though like that. If we are anybody is ready to create the app for the LGBTQI community grievances, or whom we will approach. And most of nowadays the major problem is mental health issues for the LGBT community. So if anybody is ready to create this kind of app or developing the plan to create any kind of resources for accessing this kind of things for the LGBT community, that is also very useful for them.
Thank you, Grace. I think we can just wind it up now. It was a very interesting session to me, with a lot of storytelling which went on, and thank you very much for sharing all your stories and how you could empower through education, and then how to give them economic empowerment and social empowerment. So I think in the Superman's world, all the other super gender world, it's going to be a super gender world, all equal, like Grace said.
Good afternoon, everyone. Now we'll move on to the next panel, which is CDPP's panel on digital health publication. I would now request the members of this panel to come up on the stage. Professor Amitabh Kundu, he is the Professor Emeritus at the LJ University and visiting professor at MANUU. Mr. Osama Manzar, who's founder director at the Digital Empowerment Foundation. Dr. Ali Mehdi, founder at UNC 360. Harshita, network engineer at DEF. And Atya Bano, who's a Suchnapreneur with DEF. May I now request you to take your place on this stage, please. So before we move ahead with the panel discussion, I would like to take a few minutes to run through this publication. The book was undertaken by CDPP. It tries to understand how popular digital apps like Cowin and Arogya Setu were used in India. These were the research questions that the study has looked at, basically looking at the differential access of healthcare, digital health services, and do marginalized groups now have a greater advantage as before. So for the purpose of this study, we had done a primary survey across 5 states in India, comprising of 5,000 respondents who looked at, first was the intent to gauge their familiarity with the idea of digital health services. The second part of the survey tried to develop an understanding of if people had used these apps, what was their experience of using these apps. And we also invited experts to come in and pitch in areas where we could not, in areas the survey did not cover. So I'll quickly run through the findings. About 81% of the respondents said that they had used digital health services. The barriers were primarily internet connectivity, smartphone access, and the complexity of certain apps. The services obviously were favored among the younger and more educated respondents. Men and women had a similar usage pattern, as in men and women equally used these services. However, women face more challenges with the languages of the app and also with the non-availability of a smartphone. Among social groups, scheduled tribes had the lowest usage of these digital health services. The challenges there also remain smartphone access and internet. About half of the respondents who used these facilities did so because their healthcare professional requested them to do it. And about a third of the survey population used it for fitness and tracking apps. We also asked them whether they use these services through a third-party operator or they use their own smartphones. And majority of the users went to a center where they were helped to use these services. Muslim and the Sikh respondents relied on these third-party apps the most, and as did the other backward castes. We also asked them whether they used the Cowin app to get vaccinated, and about 69% of the respondents said they were fully vaccinated using the Cowin services. Challenges there also remained connectivity of the app and also the usability and the user-friendliness of the app. We also asked respondents whether they used Arogya Setu during the pandemic period to study to report their health status. In that, while the general uptake was high, Muslim respondents showed the lowest adoption, that is only 46%. Among social groups, again, scheduled tribes reported the lowest adoption rate. We asked all our respondents about the use of telemedicine app. Where 61% of the respondents said that during the period of COVID and even after that they had used these services to access doctors and specialists. The lowest usage again came among the scheduled tribe groups. The main challenges that most respondents reported was the lack of a physical exam, connectivity, and privacy of when using these apps. We also asked respondents whether they had ever ordered medicines using an e-pharmacy service, and about 41% of the population had at some point used an e-pharmacy service. In the next part of our survey, we had asked respondents whether when they had booked a service using a digital health app, what kind of service did they receive, whether online or when they had gone to a physical center after booking an appointment online. About 91% of them said they were very satisfied with the effectiveness, safety, cost, and interoperability of these apps. When asked about the communication they faced, issues if they faced any with the provider, they said about 65% of the respondents were satisfied with the communication skills of the healthcare providers. However, the scheduled caste respondents and the respondents with higher education, they reported a sense of dissatisfaction around the way the issue was communicated to them over the app. We also asked respondents whether the provider provided them, or the healthcare provider provided with them they addressed their concerns and listened to them, where 40% felt they were satisfied with the healthcare provider's attitude towards them. About 72% of the scheduled tribe respondents and 90% of the Buddhist respondents said they did not receive, their concerns were not addressed properly. We also asked respondents about the awareness of diagnosis and treatment. About 33% of the respondents were totally unaware of the treatment plan being given out to them and the diagnosis or the treatment options available to them. 40% of the scheduled tribe and scheduled caste and the highly educated respondents said they were also unaware of the diagnosis and treatment being given out to them via these apps. 72% of the respondents said they received adequate information to manage their treatment post-treatment, and 65% of the ST group, however, said that they did not receive treatment guidance. We also asked the respondents, then other than digital health services, when they went to primary health care center, what was their response? And most of the respondents said they preferred to use private hospitals. 4 out of every 7 respondents said that there was limited appointment availability at the primary health care center. And nearly half of the respondents said distance and long waiting lines were major hurdles to timely care. About 87% of the Sikh respondents preferred to go to unlicensed medical practitioners when they did not receive care at a PHC, and 38% of the OBCs also preferred to do the same. 75% of Sikhs and 44% of the Muslim respondents said that the overall quality of healthcare at a primary health center was poor. So in conclusion, obviously demographic factors such as education, age, and income affected the usage of these apps. The elderly faced increased exclusion because of the lack of technological know-how, and the younger population and more educated respondents were more likely to use these apps. Women showed higher usage of these digital health services at some times, but they faced more barriers in terms of smartphone. The scheduled tribe communities and Muslim communities also show lower adoption and greater challenges. Privacy concerns were highest among Sikh and Christian respondents. So before we move on, I would like the panelists to release the book and just hold it up for a photo op.
You should also.
Before we move ahead, I'd like to invite the editors of our volume on Muslims of Bihar, Professor Venkat, Professor Amirullah Khan, and Professor Abdul Shaban, and Professor Kundu. Can you also release this book as well? The book looks at the deprivations faced by the Muslim community in Bihar. It examines the development indicators and analyzes the possible causes, and as well as suggests the interventions that could arrest the deprivations faced by these communities in Bihar.
Thank you, Amrubhai. Thank you, sir, and thank you, Venkat. It's really a pleasure to see these books. Why we are doing this? I mean, obviously, it starts two eminent economists, and the two eminent economists, which actually I often call the two group of minority studies. Minority studies, because all of you know, till such a committee report, hardly anybody worked systematically on Muslims. Exceptions for exceptions, and that is what I want to bring in. Before that, most often the sociologists engaged, and some of the review of the literature on sociology has shown that most often the institutions which were blamed were particularly blaming the victim type. The institutions can change when there is some stimulus in the process. And for example, if institutions of the marriage or education can change when there is a money coming to upgrade the institutions. Otherwise, the madrasa will remain madrasa as they are without actually changing themselves. So most of those kind of literature which were there, which I call the old minority study kind of thing. But the two eminent economists who in India basically tried to change. Obviously, the first comes from the Professor Abu Saleh Sharif in 1995, the paper in Economic and Political Weekly, which shows that how the various deprivation indices, which is actually rooted in the literacy, education, and other kind of thing, are associated with the economic variables. So the first association, that breaking that actually there is a reason for that it is not the social system alone drives the economic system, but economic system works in conjunction with social system and actually the produces the cumulative marginalization. The second person who actually contributed, I'm very proud of him and my teacher, Professor Kundu, who started writing on it on the project. So these two persons basically, if you look at, if somebody writes the history of minorities and minority studies in India, the two person will come an eminent game changer. And this game changing happened, the first, that old literature and the new kind of literature and new minority studies. And this is where we call the new minority studies, where the institutions and other things were involved. Obviously, Government of India enabled that, and those institutions changed. Now these two, what has happened, that the old form of literature are disappearing in the minority studies. New form of literature are coming up, and now again when there is a dearth, where after 2006, we had a possibility of changing the nature of studies, but there was a kind of political change. And this political change does not permit the minority studies in a kind of open way. Only few institutions have courage, and the professors have courage to talk about it. And some of the courageous things are located in CDPP. And the CDPP is actually bringing these volumes, and that is where all of us joined together in this endeavor to produce state level literature, where the Government of India itself can benefit a lot from this. State government can benefit a lot, because what they are doing, the eminent people from the academics and other practice sectors and from the different other corporates, they are joining together, contributing in it, which actually can have a lots of policy issues and the development possibilities where actually they can be used. And now what we have done out of this, so first we produced, which actually came up in Maharashtra with Mahmood Rahman Saab. I was involved in Mahmood Rahman committee report. We had a manuscript, and that manuscript turned into the report. That's what happened. Then we had a Telangana Commission of Inquiry, Sudhir Saab, and some of us are here. And obviously, in between, they had two central. Obviously, Sachar, where the Professor Abu Saleh Sharif was there, and then we had post-Sachar. Fortunately, we were lucky, sir, that we were with you and learned a lot with Professor Kundu. So we had the global, all India perspective, but local perspectives were missing. I remember sir many times asking that what the state level figure. He sent me to Assam, sent me to West Bengal, sent me to Karnataka, UP to bring the state perspective. But this state perspective are missing. And this state perspective is now coming. And this is coming through a big efforts from the CDPP, who joins with the intellectuals across the globe and in India in producing this kind of volume. So what we have done, we have brought the Telangana, Maharashtra is obviously a report, but it is there. Telangana we have brought. Uttar Pradesh is getting published almost in 1 month time, first volume. There's 2 volumes because there are 36 authors. Second volume is coming, and this is a wonderful volume with the rootledge. Now we have Bihar, and then after Bihar, obviously along with the Rajasthan, this volume will be coming, and slowly we will build up that database, which obviously will help the state government and also the central government to initiate policy initiatives for the development of minorities. I'm sure that we will keep on debating and discussing, and we also request to contribute to the volumes. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Shaban. I now request Professor Kundu to begin this panel. We have about 40 minutes to conclude this panel.
Fellow panelists, colleagues and friends, I can't tell you how much distressed I am as a chairperson of this session that a very rigorous empirical study focusing on the access to medical facilities during a critical period done by CDPP with extensive empirical rigor was presented in a short time of 5 to 7 minutes. And I can't straight away say that let's discuss the issues here, because that should have been perhaps the right thing. And also this volume which has been produced by Dr. Narayan, who's Shaban sir, Saban, Amir Bhai, and myself contributing marginally. That should have been discussed also intensively. But we have a structure. We have panelists, and each panelist perhaps deserves half an hour each to be able to express themselves. And we have to rush through all that because Professor Shaban has to also catch a flight in another couple of hours. So please, I would request the panelists to keep this in the background, because I don't think you can really focus very quickly on this, because this is very extensive, rigorous work. So I would request you to keep 10 to 12 minutes perhaps, or maybe less than that. It was a very colorful presentation today, I hope. So please take your 12 minutes. And you thought, I was told that you will have 2 hours for your colleagues who would also like to speak something. Please, I will try. In fact, I will take the mic away from you. And you have heard me enough. I would like to really hear my panelists and the question and answer session. Please.
Okay, so access to digital health in India, I'll just be, I'm not going to speak on
Sir,
this.
right. You can take this one.
ये जब बोल रहे थे तो काम कर रहा था. There is some technological discrimination.
Yeah, this is, I don't want to take offense, but I will settle this later. Yeah. So, मैं ज़्यादा नहीं बोलना चाहता इसमें. हमारे साथ अतैया है and Harshita hai. Harshita is from Chirala in Andhra, and Ataiya is from Bharatpur in Rajasthan. They both are part of the DEF's network of Socio-Economic. They are information entrepreneurs who work in village level. There is a very large definition of Socio-Economic here. They are empathetic, they are social workers, they are entrepreneurs, they are health workers, they are information service providers, they are bankers, they are the last mile information access trustees for the village level. So
this book that you are seeing, Access to Digital Health, is largely helped by such Suchnapreneurs all across the country to do the data collection and survey, which is also a means of their livelihood, by the way, at a village level. And beside being working also as a health entrepreneur, तो मैंने सोचा हमसे बात करने से अच्छा है, let's hear them. Ataya can share as a health worker, as a healthpreneur, digital healthpreneur, as a part of Suchnapreneur. इन्होंने क्या देखा, क्या सुना, क्या समझा. So my 8 minutes is divided into 3 parts, 3 minutes, 3 minutes and 3 minutes. Right, so we will not take 12 minutes, we will take 10 minutes. My time is not counted. तो अतैया से मैं पूछना चाह रहा था कि आप एज ए सूचनाप्रेन्योर का क्या आपका एक्सपीरियंस रहा. पीछे एक प्रेजेंटेशन चलती रहेगी, वो वी आर नॉट प्रेजेंटिंग बट देयर इज सम डेटा कलेक्शन हियर. एंड आई आल्सो वांट टू इंट्रोड्यूस यू टू सुरुचि, हु वाज एक्चुअली राइटिंग द चैप्टर फॉर दिस पीपल व्हेन द डेटा वाज कलेक्टेड. तो यू कैन कम एंड सिट हियर. जब मेरे हाथ ऐसे ऊपर नीचे होंगे, दर्द होगा, तो आप बोल सकते हो. तो अतैया से सुनिए आप, भरतपुर, राजस्थान, वन ऑफ द बीमारू स्टेट्स ऑफ द कंट्री.
सभी को सलाम. मैं राजस्थान के सिहावली गांव है एक छोटा सा, वहाँ के रहने वाली हूँ. और सिहावली की आबादी अनुमानित 5 से 6 हज़ार है. जैसा कि हम जानते हैं आज का टेक्नोलॉजी युग है और डिजिटल है, तो लेकिन आज भी बहुत से गांव भारत में अभी ऐसे हैं जो बहुत ज़्यादा पिछड़े हुए हैं और जिनमें स्वास्थ्य की और शिक्षा की को उच्च स्तर पर लाने के लिए बहुत ज़्यादा काम करने की आवश्यकता है. तो मैंने DEF के साथ 2020 से काम करना शुरू किया था, जिसमें कोविड के लिए अवेयरनेस से शुरुआत की गई थी. और 2022 से मैंने हेल्थप्रेन्योर के पद पर काम किया. इससे पहले मेरा जो गांव है वो एक पिछड़े हुए क्षेत्र में आता है जिसको बोलते हैं मेवात. तो वहाँ पर कोई भी PSC और CSC नज़दीकी एरिया में नहीं है. मेरे गांव से 8 किलोमीटर की दूरी पे एक स्वास्थ्य केंद्र है और जिसमें भी मतलब स्पेशलिस्ट कोई नहीं है, सिर्फ नॉर्मल जो मेडिसिन्स होती हैं, बुखार, खांसी, जुकाम आदि से संबंधित ही उपचार किया जाता है. और इसलिए मेरे गांव के जो लोग हैं उनको आने जाने की बहुत ज़्यादा समस्याओं का सामना करना पड़ता है. समस्या जैसे परिवहन बहुत ज़्यादा ख़राब है और हॉस्पिटल तक पहुंच जाते हैं तो फिर लंबी लाइनों में खड़े रहना. और दूसरा, महिलाओं के लिए समस्याएं, जैसे महिला डॉक्टर्स का अभाव है. वहाँ पर कोई भी महिला डॉक्टर्स अवेलेबल नहीं है, जिसकी वजह से बहुत सी लेडीज जैसे पीरियड्स या फिर प्रेगनेंसी के संबंधित जो परेशानियां हैं उनको लेकर शर्मिंदगी महसूस करती हैं और अपना उपचार कई बार नहीं करवा पाती हैं. और इसके अलावा सबसे ज़्यादा जो वहाँ पर आए दिन होते हैं वो है सामाजिक मुद्दे, हिंदू मुस्लिम विवाद. वहाँ के जो डॉक्टर्स बैठते हैं उनकी राजनीति या विचारधारा भी ऐसी ही बनी हुई है. थोड़ा सा कोई विवाद सामने आया तो सबसे ज़्यादा मुस्लिम वर्ग वहाँ पर प्रभावित होता है, जिनको नफरत भरी निगाहों से देखा जाता है. और इन सभी को नज़र में रखते हुए मैंने DEF के साथ एक डॉक ऑनलाइन और ई-संजीवनी पोर्टल के माध्यम से स्वास्थ्य सेवाओं का आकलन किया और अपने ग्रामीण क्षेत्र में लोगों को सर्विसेज देना प्रारंभ किया. शुरुआत में बहुत सारी मुझे दिक्कतें हुई थी, लेकिन कैंप वगैरह के माध्यम से मैंने अवेयरनेस किया और इस सर्विसेज का सबसे बड़ा फ़ायदा मिला है महिलाओं, बुजुर्गों और विकलांगों को, क्योंकि महिलाओं को भी घर से बाहर निकलने पर वहाँ पाबंदी होती है, बुजुर्गों को भी इतनी देखभाल से के साथ नहीं रखा जाता. और अब लोग बहुत से खुश हैं और मैंने अब तक 2022 से 18 से लगभग 2000 तक के लोगों के लिए नॉर्मल जो ट्रीटमेंट होता है वो दिया है. और उसमें डॉक ऑनलाइन एक ऐसा पोर्टल है जहाँ पर घर बैठे हम स्पेशलिस्ट महिला या पुरुष डॉक्टर से अपना परामर्श ले सकते हैं और सस्ती दवाइयाँ आराम से हमें उपलब्ध हो जाती हैं. ठीक, थैंक यू.
ये सेशन के बाद आप लोग अतैया से इसकी पोएट्री सुन सकते हैं. शी इज ऑल्सो अ पोएट एंड अ टीचर. तो apart from being Suchnapreneur,
speak in English, not in Telugu.
No, both will.
Okay, whatever you
You can speak in Telugu because English is given to everybody, so which language is comfortable?
You talk comfortable.
Because English translation is given to everybody.
They all have AI, they can translate.
Okay, I'm Harshita from Chirala in Andhra Pradesh. నేను డిజిటల్ ఎంపవర్మెంట్ ఫౌండేషన్లో 2021లో జాయిన్ అయ్యాను. సార్ ఈజ్ ఓకే ఫర్ తెలుగు? 21లో జాయిన్ అయ్యాను. ఫస్ట్ నేను జాయిన్ అయినప్పుడు ఫీల్డ్ కోఆర్డినేటర్గా జాయిన్ అయ్యాను. యాక్చువల్గా మా ఫ్యామిలీ బ్యాక్గ్రౌండ్లో నేను ఎంసీఏ కంప్లీట్ చేసినా కానీ నన్ను బయటికి పంపించడానికి అలౌ చేయలేదు. లైక్ ఐటీ సైడ్ వెళ్ళాలంటే నేను వెళ్ళాలి హైదరాబాద్ కానీ చెన్నై కానీ బెంగళూరు కానీ వెళ్ళి కోచింగ్ తీసుకోవాలి. సో ఆ టైంలో మా ఫ్యామిలీ నన్ను అలౌ చేయలేదు. సో నేను లోకల్గా ఏమున్నాయా అని సెర్చ్ చేశాను జాబ్స్. సో ఐ ఫౌండ్ డిజిటల్ ఎంపవర్మెంట్ ఫౌండేషన్ ఈజ్ గుడ్. ఐ హ్యావ్ హియర్స్ నేను కొంచెం ఫ్యామిలీ మెంబర్స్ నుంచి కమ్యూనిటీ మెంబర్స్ నుంచి విన్నాను సర్వీసెస్ ఏమేమి ఇస్తున్నారు అనేది మా విలేజ్లో. సో నేను ఎందుకు ఇందులో వర్క్ చేయకూడదు అని జస్ట్ ట్రై చేశాను. బట్ ఐ గాట్ ప్లేస్ యాజ్ ఏ ఫీల్డ్ కోఆర్డినేటర్. ఫీల్డ్ కోఆర్డినేటర్గా జాయిన్ అయ్యాను. బట్ ఐఎమ్ నాట్ సాటిస్ఫైడ్ విత్ ఫీల్డ్ వర్క్. ఐ విల్ బీ ఓకే బట్ మై గ్రాడ్యుయేషన్ ఈజ్ పోస్ట్ గ్రాడ్యుయేషన్. ఐ హ్యావ్ ఎంసీఏ బ్యాక్గ్రౌండ్. సో నేను సార్ వాళ్ళని రిక్వెస్ట్ చేస్తే సార్ వాళ్ళు నాకు వైర్లెస్ నెట్వర్క్ ట్రైనింగ్ ఇచ్చారు. ఆఫ్టర్ వైర్లెస్ నెట్వర్క్ ట్రైనింగ్ ఐ హ్యావ్ ప్లేస్డ్ యాజ్ ఏ నెట్వర్క్ ఇంజనీర్. తర్వాత నేను ఇంకా వేరే ప్రాజెక్ట్లో కూడా ఇన్వాల్వ్ అయి ఉన్నాను. యూనిసెఫ్ 1, యూనిసెఫ్ 2, స్మార్ట్ పూర్ అండ్ కోవిడ్ అవేర్నెస్ సెంటర్. స్మార్ట్ పూర్ సెంటర్స్ వీ హ్యావ్ సమ్ సూచనా ప్రెన్యూ సెంటర్స్ అండ్ ఇంకా నాకు కొంచెం స్టేజ్ ఫియర్ ఉంది, డోంట్ మైండ్. అండ్ హెల్త్ ప్రెన్యూర్గా కూడా చేశాను. లైక్ నేను చేసిన ప్రాజెక్ట్స్ కాకుండా నేను మా రిలీజియన్ మా ఏరియాకి చాలా లైక్ హెల్త్ ఛాలెంజెస్ ఉన్నాయి. ఏంటి మోస్ట్లీ ఉమెన్స్ ఆర్ నాట్ గోయింగ్ టు టేక్ దే ఆర్ నెగ్లెక్టింగ్ దేర్ హెల్త్ బికాస్ వాళ్ళు హాస్పిటల్కి వెళ్ళాలంటే స్మాల్ జనరల్ హెల్త్ కేర్ ఇష్యూస్, నాట్ ఎమర్జెన్సీ ఇష్యూస్. దే ఫేస్ లైక్ ఫీవర్ ఆర్ కోల్డ్ ఆర్ ఎనీ లైక్ గైనకాలజిస్ట్ ఇష్యూస్. వాళ్ళు వెళ్ళలేరు హాస్పిటల్స్కి. దే విల్ నెగ్లెక్ట్ దేర్ హెల్త్ బికాస్ they don't want to consult a doctor because family is not allowing. They're doing householding works at their houses. Mostly they went for farming and some are weavers and all communities in my villages, and these are rural villages, so they don't went further take general health services. ఇప్పుడు ఫీవర్ వచ్చింది అనుకో, జస్ట్ 1 or 2 daysలో తగ్గిపోతుంది అని చెప్పి వాళ్ళు ఏ మెడిసిన్ కూడా తీసుకోకుండా జస్ట్ ఇంట్లో కూర్చొని ఉంటారు. అండ్ దే డోంట్ హ్యావ్ అవేర్నెస్ ఆఫ్ డిజిటల్ ప్లాట్ఫామ్స్. డిజిటల్ ప్లాట్ఫామ్స్ యూజ్ చేసి ఇంట్లోనే కూర్చొని ట్రీట్మెంట్ తీసుకోవాలి అన్న అవేర్నెస్ కూడా లేదు వాళ్ళకి యాక్చువల్గా. సో మా ఆర్గనైజేషన్ నుంచి మేము డిజిటల్ ప్లాట్ఫామ్ యూజ్ చేసి ఎలా కన్సల్టేషన్ తీసుకోవాలి డాక్టర్తో. ఇఫ్ దే హ్యావ్ ఎనీ లాంగ్వేజ్ బ్యారియర్ ఐఎమ్ లైక్ గివింగ్ ఎ ట్రాన్స్లేటర్ టు ద పేషెంట్ టు ద డాక్టర్. అండ్ కొంతమంది వాళ్ళు ఫేస్ చేసిన సమస్యలు కూడా చెప్పుకోలేరు. గైనకాలజిస్ట్ దే ఉమెన్స్ ఫేస్ చేస్తారు కదా మెన్స్ట్రుయల్ అది డేట్ వచ్చినప్పుడు వాళ్ళు ఏమన్నా ప్రాబ్లమ్స్ ఉన్నా కానీ వాళ్ళు చెప్పుకోలేరు డాక్టర్తో డైరెక్ట్గా. సో వాళ్ళు మా విలేజెస్లో మేము ఎవరికైతే డిజిటల్ సర్వీస్ నీడెడో వాళ్ళు వెళ్ళలేని ప్లేసెస్కి మేము వెళ్ళి వాళ్ళకి డాక్టర్తో మాట్లాడేలాగా చేస్తున్నాము.
This is verbatim right from the ground. You can easily figure it out that which category of survey form you can fill their comments and their observations and all that. So Suruchi, I would request if in 2 minutes if you can precisely share the findings.
So just taking a very brief 1 minute to just
say what Kautilya and Harshita shared, what they are doing as a healthpreneur on the ground. But what is the idea behind, we all know digital health is all across the globe, but what is very peculiar about what Kautilya and Harshita is doing is something we want it should be followed on a more national scale as a policy recommendation. Is something which is like a thing like health information and doctors is something which is built on trust. So though there are multiple chatbots, there are multiple digital platforms like eSanjeevani is the Indian national government platform, but there are various, all of you must be consulting different various teleconsultation platforms. But what role they are playing is like a physical human presence to navigate those chatbots, to navigate those teleconsultations. So this is something which we believe strongly how for information, care for more information, trusted information like regarding health, the importance of intermediaries like human intermediaries who are present there. So while the patients would come at the centers, they could do it on their own mobile phones. First of all, they are not able to do it on their own mobile phones. They would come to the center, take their helps to navigate things like OTP, fill out what are the problems they are having. If any of you would have done eSanjeevani, you know what the processes are. You have to just tell what problems you are having. Do you want to do a video consultation or do you want to do a audio video chats? Of course, there are various different patterns which emerges in teleconsultation dealings. It varies from age groups as well, because older people would generally prefer to give audio voice notes rather than the younger people would go for more typing in the chatbots what problems they are having. So the most important thing is how it's all digital teleconsultations and all, but you still need a human to navigate through those processes, and in particular in things like health care and all. But while we were studying in few of the states the teleconsultation patterns, still the elderly people don't want to consult through teleconsultation. However, the doctors, they know that they will be able to get access a much more qualified doctor who is sitting in Andhra or Delhi, but still they would like to go to their nearby doctor because
said is that platformization is happening rapidly. Health is also going through platformization. So that's a huge policy consideration, that how platformization of health information to serve the patients is going to happen. Because we are seeing whether it's a social media platform or any platform is not a great intermediary, but it looks like that we cannot avoid them. So health is now going to become platformized. So how do we see digital health information being platformized? Is in a empathetic manner or not, or in a data and privacy safeguarded or not? So that's one. The second is health service or health is based on preventive medicine. If you call, 85% of the things are based on information, right? 85% of the health solution is based on information, and therefore platformization is unavoidable, but it's also a solution. But then how do we intact the built-in trust that you always have in health information service providers, which is a doctor, right? Here there is a platform coming in between, but even if in between platform, as you heard, she was saying that most of the time she was translating. You know, she said that small little things because of the traditional, nuances of the family practices, people don't want to talk openly, but if you have somebody local, then they can talk. You know, in between the platform, the human intelligence in between the artificial intelligence or the platformization, what is the value of the trust, information and human intervention is very, very important part. That's what I would like to. The distance is very, very big issue. It's not going to solve the problem, because if you really look at the entire country, we still have out of 250,000 panchayat, the health centers are just about 8,000 or something, you know. So, people have to go to health service, but that is mostly curative. Can we have the preventive in a very trusted manner is what the issue that we are dealing in. And these are some of the examples coming in. Sorry to have taken a lot of time, but yeah, finished.
You still have 2 minutes left.
No, it's good. We will use it when it requires.
Emergency.
थैंक यू भाई असमा भाई सुनीता जी को थैंक्स करने के साथ साथ मैं तो रतैया बहन और हर्षिता बहन का बहुत शुक्रिया करना चाहता हूँ कि आप लोग बहुत अच्छा काम कर रही हैं ग्राउंड लेवल पे। देखिए ये जो बुनियाद रख रहे हैं ना लोकल लेवल माइक्रो लेवल पे, उसी पर हमारी राष्ट्रीय स्वास्थ्य मिशन का सक्सेस निर्भर करता है। कैरी ऑन। इन फैक्ट आई मस्ट टेल यू कि मुझे आपसे जो जानकारी मिली लोकल लेवल पे, वो तो ये तो अच्छी बात थी, लेकिन एक सरप्राइजिंग चीज़ मुझे पता चला कि मुझे तेलुगु भी आती है, क्योंकि आपको सुनते सुनते मुझे पढ़ने की ज़रूरत ही नहीं पड़ी। मुझे सारी बात समझ में आ रही थी आपकी बॉडी लैंग्वेज से, आपके उत्साह से। बहुत बहुत शुक्रिया। मैं अली मेहदी साहब को अब दरख्वास्त करूँगा कि वो अपना प्रेजेंटेशन रखें, लेकिन बिफोर यू डू दैट, I'm not misusing my personal privacy. I just want to read out a question to you. With universal health coverage, how do digital health platforms need to be designed differently to serve women from lower caste, economically underprivileged backgrounds? How about digital health policy gain level implementation when it comes to reaching intersectionality of the marginal population? ये आपके लिए सवाल इसलिए मैंने पढ़ दिया। इसको ध्यान में रखते हुए अगर आप बोलें कि वक्त मिले या ना मिले, please take your 10 minutes. ये तो काम नहीं करेगा, उनका वाला सिर्फ काम करता है।
So I'll try to, answer that question. Thank you for the suggestion I had. So let me begin. I have more generic things to say. I mean, I've been working on health for a long time, but then there are more foundational issues which I think need to be highlighted. So one is that, the term inclusion has been used here, gender and inclusion. I wrote my master's thesis on Turkish immigrants in Germany. Turkish immigrants born in Germany and their social inclusion. So I find the term inclusion a bit problematic, because what you're expecting is that there is something and there are people who are not part of it, and they have to be a part of that. So the something in which people have to be included, or in which inclusion has to happen, may not necessarily be a nice thing. For example, in the case of Germany, for example, social inclusion meant, you do not get automatic citizenship in Germany. So when you grow 18 years old, you apply for it, even if you are born there, and then they ask you questions like, would you be fine if your sister goes out with a German boy? Or things like that. So for them, inclusion is something, it's a kind of lifestyle if you're ready to accept it. So inclusion isn't something. So I think the term inclusion itself needs to be challenged. And on the other side, I feel the discussion has to be broadened, because looking at gender alone is not going to solve the problem. There is a more foundational issue, which I think, from my perspective, I look at it as freedoms. So I think everybody has the right to have freedoms, and health or education and different things are tools of freedom, or even the technology or digital things or medicines, So what does a medicine do? Medicine relieves you from your disease and distress and enables you to do things that you want to do. So it's a way of, enhancing your freedom. Similarly, education gives you the tools, the empowerment to be able to do things that you want to do. So ultimately what we are looking at is freedoms. So I think that sort of vision has to be very clear, because what we are getting stuck in a lot of tools. So we are seeing, for example, does this person have a smartphone or not? But having a smartphone is not the goal, is not the end. So we are not going to be happy if everybody has a smartphone, if everybody has internet. I think the ultimate thing that we're looking at is whether this smartphone is enhancing our freedoms or not. So that is the kind of conceptual matrix that I'm looking at. So I am very much interested in the impact of different interventions. So what kind of impacts are those interventions leading to? So that is something I think we need to be very clear about. That everybody, so the first thing, the conceptual level, I think our focus in terms of impact has to be on freedoms of different kinds, social freedoms, economic freedoms, political freedoms. So that is one. The other thing is that we can all agree on is that everybody has a right to those freedoms. So equality of freedoms. So who is missing those freedoms? How do we bridge these inequalities in terms of freedoms? So certain people have certain kinds of freedoms and other people lack those sort of freedoms. So how do we bridge those gaps in terms of freedoms? Now, and another thing in terms of, focusing on the tools of freedom is that, so for example, let's say X company has launched this medicine, which, deals with, let's say, obesity. So recently in April, there was a drug was launched in the market by Novo Nordisk, a pharma company, which tackles diabetes and obesity at the same time. So obesity also used to be considered a disease earlier in WHO's earlier classification, but now it is a metabolic risk factor. So there is a medicine, a new medicine has been launched. Now universal health coverage, the way it has been defined, looks at access. Everybody has the access to all kinds of care that they need. Now, I'm not necessarily, one of the problems that I have with the definition of universal health coverage is that it is very resource-centric. It is very resources in its nature. It is talking about health services, it is talking about medicines, it is talking about doctors. It is not talking about what it is supposed to lead us to. So is it making us disease-free? Is it enhancing our freedoms or not? So that is the kind of thing that is, I think, of great interest. Now, another thing is that, we have a new standard, let's say a new technology. And then what we start doing is we do a lot of capacity building. Now, the term capacity building itself I find very problematic because the assumption is that people lack this capacity. They're not capable, and I come as a So what is this doing? So you keep launching new products, you keep launching new smartphones, and then you tell people that you don't have access to this or that. So first of all, it is very resource-centric. Then secondly, and more problematically, it is discounting local knowledge. I mean, these guys have existed for a very long time. They have had their own health systems. They have had their own knowledge systems. Now, so what happens to that? So you have set a yardstick, and then based on that yardstick, you are discounting everything else. You're saying, this is inferior to what you have had already, and this is something new, and you all need to have access to these things. So this discourse of access and inclusion, I find conceptually very problematic. So I think what I feel is that the thing that we should be looking at is, ultimately freedoms, and everybody should have equal access to it. Even if you look at, the Dalit, the narratives, Kashiram, one of the leading ideologues of Dalit movement in North India, used to say that more than economic empowerment, it is the Swabhiman which is very important, self-respect. So, even in the Dalit narratives, you see, it's not about, having money, it's not about having education, but the more prominent factor is self-respect. I did my field research for PhD in Saharanpur, And a lot of people told me, Dalits and Muslims especially, that the reason they don't use public health services because they are humiliated by government doctors. So even the poor people would rather pay out of pocket and go to a private healthcare provider because they feel when you pay the money out of pocket, you get self-respect. You know, you are treated with respect. So it is not just about being treated with medicine, but also about being treated with respect. So I think those sort of nuanced understandings are very critical. The third thing I want to bring here about is complexity. Now this also brings in the issue of intersectionality. Now people, have different sort of, people are not the same. Our intrinsic and external characteristics are quite different. So what one person might need to get to the same level of freedom would be very different for another set of person. So I think it is difficult to argue about or advocate for a certain set of freedoms because different things do different things for different set of peoples. So we will have to do a more complex analysis in terms of people's needs to get the same level of freedoms. And this is where I think AI can be of great help because it can bring in a lot of complex analysis. Because given these differences in people's characteristics, so how do we cater to that, sort of differentiation? So for example, women have a biological advantage in survival. Now what does equality mean in the case of survival? So should we be arguing about men and women having the same life expectancy at birth? If men and women had the same life expectancy at birth, that would actually be an injustice because that is discounting the biological advantage that women have in terms of survival. So equality here would not mean, having the same sort of life expectancy, but it's very different. So the point here is that the notion of equality itself is a bit complex and it has to be sensitive to people's differential needs. So to quickly sum up, I think the three notions that I want to emphasize here is, one is that ultimately we have to be looking at impacts in terms of freedoms, the tools of freedoms, the level to which we are enhancing our, disabling our freedoms. So the freedoms is the first thing. Second is that we have to ensure that everybody has equal access to freedom. The equality of freedoms is a key notion. Thirdly, that people's internal and external characteristics are different. So equality does not mean everybody gets the same thing, but differential access to different things to be able to enjoy the same level of freedoms. So this is what I have to say.
I just want to mention one thing. Both the Research Committee report as well as the Post-Research Committee report notes that despite higher level of poverty, higher level of social deprivation of the Muslims, they have a better health survival. They have a better, higher access to water supply and sanitation because of, I think, privacy concerns of the community. But at the same time, their access to the ICDS facilities, the public service facilities are much less, even compared to scheduled caste population. So basically what I'm saying is that you talked about some of the difficulties of certain communities reaching out to the public health facilities. The question that has been put to you is that what are the programmatic interventions that you would like to be altered in order to reach these marginalized sections of the population?
Yeah, sure. So one challenge, I have been working in public policy for almost 18 years. And I have to say, I'm very disillusioned. And at this stage of my life, maybe my opinion will change later on. But at this stage, maybe because of given the political dispensation that we have, I think I at least don't look up to the government for anything. So from my side, what I think the most important intervention is to empower people with information and education. So what these ladies are doing, I think it's a fantastic job. This is one of the most critical issues. that we empower people to take. Now here is another issue. People who has the responsibility for your health, for example, who is responsible for your health? Now responsibility again lies with you, and the kind of dispensation that we have, we can't expect governments to be, enhancing your health or doing things. It's very basic level, minimal level of services that are being provided. And given the level of mortality and premature deaths that we have in this country, so this burden has also shifted over time. Earlier we used to have child deaths. Now child deaths have gone down. The burden of premature mortality has shifted to the adult ages. So you see a lot of people, you might have seen videos on YouTube, young people, 25 years of age, they get heart attacks. They just fall down and die. So mortality, the burden has shifted to higher ages. Now, what is happening is that governments are not really interested in all of that. And so I think, especially in the case of marginalized communities like India, like the Muslims, for example, in India. So we recently prepared a report highlighting the human development status of Muslim women, children, and adolescents in India. And we only had one recommendation, because you see, Muslim women have the lowest labor force participation rate. They have the lowest levels of education. They have better survival rates due to the issues that you mentioned, that better sanitation, probably because of all those issues. But the other social determinants of health are really weak. So the education level is the lowest. It's just better than the scheduled tribes. So only 11% of Muslim women have education beyond 12 years. So so those issues are missing. So I think the best bet that we have, is empowering these people. I mean, there's a term in health used, health promotion. Now, health promotion has two dimensions. One is the literacy aspect, what this team is doing. The other is about an enabling environment. So just telling people, you should walk. No, where do I walk? If you come to to old cities, if you go to Old Delhi, if you go to Old Lucknow, I don't know about Hyderabad, maybe it's the same here also, there is no place to walk. Where do you walk? There is no enabling environment. So rather forget about enabling environment, we have a disabling environment. I mean, the state where I come from, Uttar Pradesh, the kind of discrimination Muslims face, it's an absolutely disabling environment. And there is open discrimination. I mean, the guy who heads the state, he makes no issues about it. It is very clear, you are a Muslim, you have second or third grade citizen in this state. So in this given context, I feel the best intervention is to spread education and awareness and literacy. What exactly this team is doing, I think this is our best bet.
Thank you. Thank you. I just wanted to mention that the NSS and NFHS data to tell us that increase in the literacy rate by 1 percentage point has the maximum impact on reduction of fertility for the Muslim community. Increase by 1%, the impact is of course there for other communities, but the maximum impact of fertility rate reduction comes on this. That's why I was telling Rakesh Sinha that if you really want to bring down the fertility rate, you improve education and access to the health facility for the Muslim community.
That is also not, they don't want to do that.
I know. Let's have a open for discussion, and I would request you that if you have any question about the CEEW study, Naya made an excellent presentation, but she really rushed through that. If you have any question on that and the issue that have been raised by Osama and his grassroots level workers, they're really bringing in a lot of insight which I didn't have. So please feel free to ask the questions. We'll have at least 5 to 7 minutes. I hope the organizers won't mind. 5 to 7 minutes is all right. Okay. Please go ahead. Yes. Can somebody reach the microphone there?
I can speak if that's all right. Can everyone hear me?
No, I think we need more vocal empowerment.
I'll be very quick. Good afternoon, everybody, and thank you so much. Is it okay if I speak in Hindi, just so that everybody can understand? there's a very important, actually I'll speak as I think of it. Very quickly, when it comes to healthcare, between digital or on ground, especially for women and other marginalized sections of the society, as we move towards digitization, there are people who either focus only on the digital aspect of it, which is that, and the preventative aspect of it, like you were saying, that this is what is, if you have all the information, then you don't need anything else. Or on the flip side of it, there are, it's either service access or information. But to find a model where there's actually a bridge like you just talked about and demonstrated, has been very, very helpful. This is the first time that at a conference I'm also seeing that, on ground, the organization that I come from, we do have a chatbot for young girls where we create information on their SRH. But getting this information across to people who put these things together, that, as much as digital penetration is something that we like talking about, the human intervention is not something that you can let go of. And to have representatives from the field over here at a conference, I really, this is the first time that I'm seeing it, and it's so heartwarming. Atiya, Harshita, आप लोग जो काम कर रहे हो, इतना important है, इतना ज़्यादा important है, and इतना मुश्किल काम है, especially जब आप औरतों के साथ, बुजुर्गों के साथ काम करते हैं, and just thank you so much for the work that you do, and yeah, that's all.
Thank you. Yes, can the microphone be used here? Yeah.
We can just take one question, please don't mind. During the lunch break, please feel free to talk. Very sorry.
This is a question for Atiya, and maybe somebody can help translate. We talk about, as we talk about platformization of health, a lot of questions about trust have come up, right? And for larger platforms, there are, there's cybersecurity, there's security measures that you can put in. But when you are providing services to people on the ground, how do you ensure that the trust is not broken? What are the guardrails for you as you use the technology, as you use the platforms to make sure that the trust continues? Does that make sense?
ऐसा करें बसाना भाई आप उनको समझाइए मैं 2 क्वेश्चन और ले लेता हूँ उसके बाद में so please there was one hand I saw here you forgot your question anyone else no sir
time Just from an objective point of view, I wanted to understand when we came to the finding that Muslims and Christians are having higher privacy concerns in the app or digital health access, what exactly was the criteria to quantify concern, or was it taken from a qualitative method? Because that finding confused me, because privacy concerns is there for everyone. So how did we get the religion disaggregated data exactly?
So thankfully you asked about the question. The answer will come from Naya, who is not here. She is arranging food. Oh, Naya is there. You want to answer? नहीं आप बताओ आपके पास जवाब है उसका.
I just wanted to understand how did we come across that finding from an objective standpoint that Muslims and Christians have had a higher privacy concerns in the digital health access, because it is, if a privacy concern is there, how do you give the religion disaggregation to it? Is it a quantification of the concern, the word concern? We are looking at factors, let's say they are checking their data more frequently than other demographics, or is it a qualitative thing by focused discussion groups or interviews we have found out? What was the basis to lead to that finding and disaggregation for future studies?
मैं रिक्वेस्ट पे आप मुझसे पूछ लोगे ये
Sure.
ये लोग यहाँ पर जवाब देंगे आप जवाब दे ऐसा यार कितना टाइम है हमारे पास इससे बहुत खत्म करने के लिए that time your question is very intellectual so we will ignore it ये थोड़ा ग्रासरूट है तो यहाँ ये थोड़ा ग्रास
रूट हेल्थ ये सवाल ये पूछ रही हैं कि जब आप लोग जाते हो बात करने तो आपके ऊपर वो किस तरह से ट्रस्ट कर लेती हैं या क्या करते हो जिससे वो जो भी आप बात बोलते हो तो सुन लेते हैं या ट्रस्ट कर लेते हैं और वो ट्रस्ट बार बार रहता है। आप समझ रहे हो ना, ये पूछ रही है, चाहे वो हेल्थ सर्विस हो या कोई भी सर्विस हो, हेल्थ में ज्यादा होता है, तो वो ट्रस्ट कैसे कायम रखते हो, वो आपके ऊपर यकीन जो करते हैं।
जब शुरुआत में कोविड से शुरुआत उसके लिए अवेयरनेस किया गया था तो मुझे बहुत सारी परेशानियां हुई थी, लोगों ने ट्रस्ट नहीं किया था। तो मैंने उनको बहुत समझाया और ज़्यादातर ग्रामीण जो क्षेत्र होते हैं वो बुज़ुर्गों की मान्यता है वहाँ पर कि घर का जो राजपाट चलता है वो बुज़ुर्ग चलाते हैं। तो मैंने बुज़ुर्गों के साथ मीटिंग किया और जो बच्चे होते हैं बुज़ुर्गों की बात को आसानी से मान लेते हैं और गांव की बेटी होने के नाते वो बहुत आसानी से ट्रस्ट करते हैं।
और हर्षिता एक बात पहले से रखना चाह रही थी, बहुत क्विकली बोलना कि आप बोलो, खुद ही बोलो कि वो अपनी बात बताते नहीं हैं।
Non-emergency situation, people don't want to go to the hospital because if they are cough or fever or something, they are just sit at home or 1 week let it go or 2 weeks let it go, like that. They are sitting at home only. They are not going to hospitals. Mostly they are non-emergency situation. They are neglecting their health. So in that situation, when actually we are giving more awareness camps, health camps to the community peoples, then they know our organization. We have a lot of healthcare, like we conduct the health camps, lot of camps to the rural villages. Then they know our organization and we are giving health services to small villages. Sometimes we take a doctor to their villages and we conduct small camps to our villages. So they are taking consultations with the doctor directly, then they know we are giving health services to the community. So after that we went to take a digital platform to introduce to the community and their awareness to, already they have awareness to us to take their consultation with the doctor directly with the camp, and after we introduce them digital platforms, then they have awareness of what we are giving consultations. They have trust on them. Already.
हर्षिता का कहना ये है कि ये जो बार बार बोल रही है हमारी ऑर्गेनाइजेशन, उस पर कोई ट्रस्ट नहीं है, हर्षिता के ऊपर ट्रस्ट है लोगों का। वो लोकल है और वो डॉक्टर या हॉस्पिटल दूर नहीं जाना चाहती है नॉन इमरजेंसी के लिए, वो किसी लोकल के पास जाना चाहती है जो उनके ऊपर ट्रस्ट है। तो ये लोकल होने की वजह से इनके ऊपर ट्रस्ट करते हैं। उसके बाद ये जब बोलते हैं कि ये डिजिटल है, ये डॉक्टर है, ये है, तो उसके थ्रू आप उस पर भी ट्रस्ट करते हो और उस तरह से ट्रस्ट के बेसिस पे वो सर्विसेज जो है ये दे पाते हैं। So you know, hyper local solution in human interface is extremely important, howsoever digital platform you use. That's the bottom line.
Friends, you would agree that has been very educative, very useful session for all of us. बहुत सवाल जवाब तो नहीं हो पाए, वक्त नहीं था, लेकिन हमें जो ग्रास रूट रियलिटी के बहुत सारे इश्यूज सामने नजर आए हैं, ये बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट है, इस पर हमें सोचना पड़ेगा। और 2-3 सवाल मेरे लिए पूछे गए थे, मैं समझता हूँ कि डिनर के बाद में हम आपको बता देंगे उसके जवाब। लेकिन एक सवाल जो आपने पूछा यहाँ से, डिनर तक इंतजार करना पड़ेगा। मेथोडोलॉजिकली क्या हम तय कर सकते हैं कि एआई का इम्पैक्ट अलग अलग कम्युनिटी पे कैसे पड़ता है? क्या ये क्वालिटेटिव डिस्कशन से ही आता है? ये क्वालिटेटिव डिस्कशन इंपॉर्टेंट है, लेकिन स्टैटिस्टिकली स्पीकिंग यू यूज NFHS डेटा, NSS डेटा, यू कैन फाइंड आउट हाउ द टेक्नोलॉजी impacts differentially on different communities, on health outcome indicators. आपने कहा life expectancy is one indicator, child mortality rate, maternal mortality rate and infant mortality. इनका effect हम quantitatively तय कर सकते हैं, उसमें problems है, लेकिन we will discuss it later on. Thank you very much, and my apologies to Naya particularly because we could not discuss the issues which are very important and they are very challenging in a in-depth manner. I would request the director in charge and or Amir Bhai to have a separate session on that. Thank you very much.
So the first time I did something similar was when in 2019, when the Hong Kong extradition bill, all those things were happening, we did a workshop on AI technology in Hong Kong, where I was doing my PhD. After that, I have a 30 hours course on challenges of AI, and recently I did it for the same kind of on DPDP Act for NIC officers, National Informatics Center. So these are the people who develop the government websites. So there was one like 3-hour session, something similar. So it's the fourth time. And I'm very thankful to my colleague Vasudha for giving me this opportunity, and I have with me Shaisana and Abhijit who have volunteered for this to help me with this one. And this is who I am. Who I am not is that I am not a computer scientist, I am not a data analyst. So I will explain AI to you the way I perceived it for public policy. Okay, and whatever I am saying is backed up with references. There are journal articles and all those things. So it has a strong foundation. So So the thing is, the workshop is on emerging technology. Okay? These characteristics, like radical novelty. Okay, so AI is radical. The current LLMs, generative AI, is very novel, and the kind of fast growth that is happening, and the way industry is adopting it, and coherence. You can see generative AI departments in many education institutions and many think tanks that are working on it. And there is a prominent impact, and unfortunately there are a lot of uncertainty and ambiguity. What actually interests me is something called a spacing problem. So what is spacing problem? Spacing problem means the regulation cannot catch up with the growth of the technology advancement. It's a characteristic of any emerging technology. So this like AI, for example, the kind of AI is developing, every day is something new is coming up, and we are worried about the potential safeguards that we have in the policy domain. Right? This is actually characteristics of emerging technology. I'm considering AI. So I was talking to one of my friends who is an assistant professor in IIT Delhi. So I was asking the suitability of using AI instead of quantum computing. And the thing is that this is more relatable to a larger audience. And in my I attended almost every session of the conference, and I have seen AI being referred many places. Okay, next slide. So this AI fits in. Next slide. So what is AI? This is the definition of AI. The science and engineering of making intelligent machines, especially intelligent computer programs. This is what we call the engineering definition, which is of no use if you are working in public policy. It's a useless definition because then I have to define what is intelligence is as a computational part of the ability to achieve goals in the world. So it's like AI is what it is, kind of definition. So useless definition. Whatever engineering definitions that you consider for AI always refer to autonomy and intelligence. Okay? The interesting fact is these are very subjective. Right? For example, I will ask that whether will you consider the washing machine in your home autonomous? Yeah. So they are considering autonomous. If you ask me, I won't. If the washing machine can find the dirty clothes by itself and wash it, then I can. Right? And I did mechanical engineering work on lathe. What will do, then the tool will go and remove the material. Then when I advanced my engineering, they called CNC machines. So the CNC machine, there's a closed loop CNC machine. So there we need not go and do things manually. It will take feedback and adjust the tool, right? Right. So if I go to a lathe, I look at lathe. Okay, so kind of autonomous, but autonomousity goes on increasing, right? Okay, look at the term called intelligence. The issue with intelligence is what you consider intelligence today, you won't consider its intelligence next 10 to 15 years after. What you will consider, perhaps consider intelligence in 1960s, when they used to beat Go using AlphaGo, when they used to play chess using AI systems, will you consider them intelligence now? No. So it is like a moving goalpost. You are defining something as AI now, it can't be defined as similar next 10 to 15 years. So how can you define something like this? Yeah. How can you define something is very, so to define something, you need to have some level of objectivity. So I tell my students, I'm not going to define AI for you. What I will rely is what we call the law of the horses. If you want to understand how an horse behaves, you just need to stand next to it and scratch it. No need to open it up and look at it. So this is what is behind what we call risk-based approach, which is what EU follows. You look at the AI technology, understand the risks, categorize it, and so on. We will do something similar in the workshop. Okay? Next slide. So the motivation is the very definition of AI. So when I was I was in construction for 5 years. So when I look at these poor construction workers, they stand under the sun. I also used to stand under the sun for 5 years before I shifted to public policy. I was thinking, if robots come, construction is a very labor-intensive sector. It's a very unsafe sector. Companies like L&T has very stringent safety standards. However, I have seen how other contractors work. So I was hoping that, okay, robots can replace all these people, then they become jobless. When I started researching, and also recently I got to know that AI can replace qualitative researchers. So those motivated for my 2 papers, one in Science and Public Policy, is on AI regulation in construction. The other is AI, the impact of AI on the 3 R's. R's means reviewers, respondents, and researchers. So what I want to convey is that what I will be looking at is what we call the impact groups. Who are the people who are impacted by the technology? So the thing is, what we are worried about is we call it singularity. What is singularity? Machine intelligence become too high than the human intelligence. Okay, when you talk about singularity, where machine intelligence is too high than the human intelligence, the question is, what does that mean? What is the nature? Or the next question is when. It is like you got a signal from the aliens, you know aliens, right? Aliens, then we have only 2 questions. What is their intention? And based on intention, either you prepare for a war or prepare for a welcome party. Right? The second question you will ask me, when? So the alien might have sent their signal, maybe we don't know, 100 years back, or are they coming back? Are they coming here? So it's the same with MI greater than HI. When is this singularity going to happen? In the next 10 years, 150 years, I don't care 150 years, by then we all will be dead. My problem is the next 10, 15 years. Or what is the nature? There's a wonderful movie called Arrival. So it's about these 7 to 8 ships, alien ships. Heptapods, they call heptapods because they have 7 legs. And they came and they showed its presence on 7 places. So people don't know why it is here. Even the Chinese, Russians, and the Pakistanis were preparing for a war. Okay, we'll look at Arrival later on. This is, of course, it's a Trojan horse. You know what happened with COVID, right? With COVID, we relied a lot on AI, used AI a lot. So it's like you made the Trojan horse to enter in. Now it's inside. Okay, so that's what's going to. So that's the fear. right? Over the years of time, the technology or the fear, and never ever use, if we are in public policy, AI as a standalone entity, we always use AI plus. AI in construction, AI in healthcare, AI in pharma, AI in any service sector. We don't do AI in a singularity. So I tell my students, when the consultants come and use the technological jargon to scare you, okay, ask them what are the law of the horses. I'm not using any technological jargons or any machine learning or anything because it's public policy. I just need to know a few fundamentals which we will discuss in this workshop. With me? Next. So Herbert Simon, of course you know Herbert Simon. Herbert Simon is somebody who is behind what we call the bounded rationality. So what is that? We human beings are not rational. We human beings are not irrational. We are predictably irrational. This is the fundamental behind what we call behavioral public policy, where we decide nudge and many others. So what Herbert Simon says is that there will be definitely undesired side effects, and that's what happened in Arizona, where this autonomous car unfortunately killed a pedestrian because his prediction module was in trouble. So my question is, who is liable for this kind of an problem, accident? There was a driver in the car, and it's actually a Volvo car, but the safety systems in that Volvo car was removed for the Uber AI. So Uber AI is Uber's car, so he's going to be liable for this. So that's what happened, that they had to shut down these AI systems for some time and all those things. So this led to the question of called risk perception. Risk is a function of the impact frequency of risk plus risk perception. We know that a lot of people die in the roads almost every day or every hour, but the moment an autonomous car kills somebody, everybody raises their voice. That's called differential risk perception. Differential risk perception is because of the bounded rationality. We are not good in thinking in terms of probabilities, not too much. So there's this entire behavioral economics on all these things. This is called risk perception. And also we know that the nuclear power plant disasters, catastrophes that happen, created a fear towards nuclear power plants. These are what we call as differential risk perception. Is very rational thought process. So next. So AI can in fact help with. So I firmly believe that AI inclusion can solve almost every problem that humanity faces today. That's my starting point. Provided you regulate it. Okay. If you do that, then you don't kill innovation, because when you learn public policy, regulation kills innovation. Regulation, what we call as authority-based policy tool. Authority-based policy tool means if you don't do something, we'll penalize you, we'll put it in jail, or you have fines. So this is so when I submitted my paper to JAPP, Journal of Asian Public Policy, what reviewer told me that your paper doesn't fit into public policy. You see that AI is advancing a lot. We have technological fixes for it. But to him, I explained like this. Every system has 4 components. First one, it is called unit. Then we have parts. Then there's a subsystem. And then we have system. Okay? And between, so units, a lot of units will become a part. Many parts form a subsystem. And then you have a system. Like if you know an automobile, it has braking, the brake shoe, the disc, everything. Those are the units. And then you have braking, the pedal brake that we have. The braking subsystem also includes your handbrake, then your automobile. And then between the parts and the subsystem, we have what we call as engineering safety devices, or ESDs. Okay? Okay, whatever the technological fixes, will only fix this. Okay. Now I'm going to define what AI is. It's a vague definition. If you look at the spectrum of how AI has evolved over the years, from left to right, I will draw a spectrum. On one end of the spectrum, we have rule-based system, and the other end of the spectrum, we have deep learning neural networks. Okay. When you move from left to right, your productivity increases, your accuracy increases, everything increases, whatever the desired features increases. This is why we are moving from left to right. But when you move from left to right, the complexity increases. We will define what is complexity is. There is a definition for what is called complexity. Complexity increases, the transparency reduces, all those things happen. From here to here, somewhere here, I don't know where it is, I'm not going to define where it is, we call the system as AI, that's it. I'm keeping it as that abstract. I'm not having an engineering definition for AI, but I'm defining AI as a spectrum from rule-based system to deep learning neural networks. And when you move from left to right, your productivity, accuracy, everything increases. But however, when you move from left to right, your complexity increases, your transparency reduces. Somewhere here we call it as AI. Now we are all in the same page. Now we can define further. The problem with having sessions or regulation of AI is because different people have different views of AI. When I discussed AI with a faculty in construction management, his name is Professor Jack Cheng. He is one of the best in building information modeling. So whatever I was mentioning was not AI for him. Because according to him, what most advanced technology that is available now is considered AI. This is called Tesla's theorem. AI, if you have automated something, have intelligence now, that's not called AI, but it's going to happen, we call it as AI. So you can see the vagueness, the subjectivity in defining AI. Now, this is enough for the public policy people like us. That's it. We are not going to define AI further. I'll keep it like this abstract and proceed. Because what I am more interested in is the complexity. Because this is going to happen. It will go here. But when you go from left to right, I cannot say that I will only go for RBS. Because if you go for RBS, somebody else will go for here. Because here you have high productivity, accuracy, whatever you want. So definitely the market will go here. When you go from left to right, the complexity increases. Okay? Now what is complexity? Complexity means the unforeseen or uncertainty, or I don't have enough information, or that it is impossible for me to have enough information to understand the characteristics of the system. Let's call it uncertainty. I don't know why things are happening. I don't know whether it will rain now or then. I don't know whether the power cut will happen or not. So we don't have a lot can foresee what is going to go wrong. Okay? For example, this example, you are coming to this conference. So initially, then suddenly a strike comes. Okay, then you have a plan B, which is your scooter. You found that your scooter punctured, the tire is punctured. The strike has nothing to do with the puncture. You got the point. But so this is called the level of called as complexity. The other key term that I want to refer is called coupling. Coupling means the systems are tightly linked. If A goes wrong, B will also go wrong. There is no time for, there is nothing called as a buffer. There is no time left for me to change anything. Automation increases coupling. Things are tightly coupled. There is no room for me to manually intervene and change. Because the more quicker things are, I am getting things done easily. This is called coupling. Okay? If a system is high in complexity and coupling, accidents are bound to happen. This is what happens with aircraft and others. Okay, next slide. Yeah. So, so what happens is that the components A related to B and there is something related to M. We didn't anticipate that M has some connection with B. Unfortunately, you found it, that is called complexity. And A and B are tightly related. I can't have that 1 hour or 1 day gap. That's called coupling. Okay? So you have two things. Whenever you have two things, always keep this in mind. You can have 4 quadrants. 1, 2, 3, 4, right? So the next slide. Yes. So this is the interaction coupling chart. How many quadrants are there? 4 quadrants. Okay. So from left to right, what happens is the complexity increases. From bottom to up, the coupling increases. You can see nuclear power plants highly complex and tightly coupled. Right? You know what happens with Chernobyl, that they were doing the experiments, and that then everything goes into. So that happens because of the tight coupling and highly complex. If you have a highly tight coupled and highly complex system, we call such systems as high-risk systems. High-risk systems. Nuclear power plants are high-risk systems. Nuclear weapons are high-risk systems. So don't consider risk in the physical sense. Okay, something that happens in terms of data, the data leakage, data breach, infringement of privacy, all this can be based on this. You just need to map. The social scientists are good in mapping things. So we have this highly coupled, tightly coupled, high complex systems as high-risk systems. High-risk systems, definitely there will be accident. Just matter of time. It's called high-risk systems. If you look at universities, are university high-risk systems? There is no complexity in university, right? It's complex. We know everything is going to go right. There is no tightly coupled. We just want time to think. We just think in our office, then we have to take 2 classes, 3 classes. So there is less complex, less coupled. So like that, whatever area that you are working on, you can map in this chart. Okay, this is a wonderful book by Charles Perrow called Normal Accident. My supervisor, PhD supervisor, suggested this book to me. Even though you feel that this will only apply to accidents, I drew parallels with construction for my paper and many risks. Okay, so whatever system, that for example mining is highly complex but loosely coupled. Similarly, any system these are not based on any empirical, I IT statistics, but it's okay here. I don't have any data to, even Perrow don't have any data to show where it fits in. It's just based on what he assumed. And what AI does is, AI will transfer these loosely coupled, highly complex systems to highly complex, highly coupled, tightly coupled systems. This is where the problems are. So why we need regulation? Just like I said, when the system is highly complexity and tight in coupling, accidents will happen. This is a theory by Perrow. There was another group of engineers who noticed that there are many systems who are working fine without accidents. They called it as high reliability organization. So high reliability organizations are organizations that have the highly tightly coupled and highly complex, however, we're working fine with not zero accident, but comparatively less accidents. When you identify the characteristics of the accident, then you regulate it such that your high-risk system will become high reliability organization. This is how the regulation has to move forward. With me, any question on complexity coupling part? For example, if we look at construction is, I would say, very complex. So the only similarity between construction management and public policy is that we say construction management is complex, public policy is also complex. And it's also not tightly coupled like a nuclear power plant, it will be moderately coupled. Okay, because it's human intense. When something is human intense, there is always contingency of buffer, because always delays happen and everything, so the coupling is less. So I would say moderately or less coupled, but highly complex. With AI, this moderately or less coupled becomes tightly coupled. Complexity is already high. This is where the challenges lie. Yeah, yes ma'am.
Just have one question. Could you explain this concept with an example, just to simplify it?
Yeah, that's what I said. For example, construction industry. In construction, we have a lot of activities. Like for example, you excavate, you lay what is PCC, RCC, then you have superstructure structures. I know that, but I'm not sure. I don't have all the information required to say that this will finish it in this particular time. Never happens in construction site. Either the tractor will shut down, or the rain will fall, or anything can go wrong. So it's highly complex. If you look at the coupling means what? Say the excavator didn't come for 1 day, it's fine. I can make him work more. Or if somebody, there was a strike in the construction, it's fine. So there is always some contingency or buffer we need to play with. So we call it not tightly coupled, it's moderately coupled. So construction is, I would say, highly complex, moderately coupled. With AI, what happens is that everything is automated. There's an automated excavator, like what happens in Australian mining sector. They will just come and excavate for you and go. And the moment the excavation happens, and the automated, or the milling machine will come and pour the concrete, or the concrete pump will come. Okay, and then so the problem is the coupling will increase, it becomes tight coupling. So the moment you go to that fourth quadrant, quadrant number 2, high complexity and tight coupling, the accidents are inevitable to happen. Yes, ma'am.
I don't have a lot of this. I just have a question that when you're saying that the risk potential in AI is difficult to assess because what happens in systems that may be moderately complex and coupled with the application of AI, we really don't know how far it will shift, like when it becomes highly complex. Do you think that in regulations such as the EU's AI regulation, where regulators are trying to already anticipate and say only these limited users are high-risk AI systems, do you think that is not a good regulatory approach to take?
Yeah, so for regulation, to talk about regulation, I also want to introduce you to a concept called victims. Okay, for example, I'll just tell you with an example, victims. So victims, we are all victims, not victims in a bad sense. For example, if you are going if you are taking a flight from, of course, you are going back, forget this flight. Assume somebody is taking a flight. Suppose I am taking a flight from Hyderabad to Kerala. The pilot is victim group 1. The pilot flies the aircraft. He is well aware of the risk. He is the operator, victim group 1. I am aware of the risk that if this falls, I will die. But I am taking the benefit, but I am not the operator. I am victim group 2. Okay? Unfortunately, this flight crashes on somebody's head. That's called innocent bystanders. They are victim group 3. Okay? In the case of a nuclear blast, the future generation will also get impacted. It's called victim group 4. I am okay if somebody falls from a ladder and die, because that's victim group 1. The moment it hits on victim group 3 and 4, I want stringent regulation. So I can only answer your question with respect to examining whether it's there or not. Okay, so this brings out to our first exercise, which is where in the metrics will your current system lie, whatever system that you are aware of, and what are the different parts, how can emerging technology shift the system with respect to degree of complexity and coupling. If you can help me with some answers on this one by discussing for 5 minutes. I have the group there, my students, or you can also discuss among yourself any area. For example, somebody was talking about health. Okay, healthcare, what is the problem related to inclusivity that you are facing? In that respect, where your current system is lying with respect to complexity and coupling, compared to the nuclear power plant and the construction and so on and so forth, if AI comes, what the shift will happen? Can you do that? If you have any question, please let me know. For example, whatever sector that you are working on, maybe you are working on health or education, and I have heard a lot that lack of inclusivity. So you will be able to put your system in the complexity coupling chart, the education system, of course. And how do you think that AI can augment or assist your system to get the desired goals? If that is the case, how will the shift happen? How the shift will happen? Okay? Can you do that? 5 minutes. 5 minutes thing or 5 minutes till get back? If you want papers and pen, we had a different setup, wanted round setups, but, but this is okay. We have similar in the classroom setting. If you want paper, I have a lot of papers. Just think about how AI can be used. Hypothetically, it may not be correct. Just think about how AI can be used to identify, to solve any problem that your area, that the area that you are working in. Okay, for example, yeah.
Can I maybe just to clarify to myself that I understand what you mean? Can I just share one example?
Yes.
So yesterday, So yesterday we had a presentation on UPI, and one of the things that the presenter said was that UPI is available through voice recognition as opposed to through an app on a smartphone. And women prefer that because it's a slower process, and therefore there's more capacity to exit the process at any point. As opposed to in your app, it moves very quickly. If I'm sending money and I realize I'm sending it to the wrong person, but I've already hit send, I can't do anything.
Okay.
But in these technologies, when you were talking about coupling, that's what came to my mind, that how closely does one step follow the next?
Yes.
And how much scope is there to intervene if in the between two steps you realize you've done something wrong?
Yeah.
So is that that's what I understood, and just want to know if I've understood correctly.
Yeah, so in this system, where the complexity and coupling will come, of course, highly coupled, right?
Coupling in the sense that as soon as you perform an action, the response comes from the system immediately.
Yes, response.
It doesn't need anything more from you. Like I suppose OTP is a way to uncouple.
Yes, very good.
Right?
Yeah, very good. Yeah.
That becomes an intervening step.
Yes.
So it is a place where I can pause and say, okay, do I actually want to do this?
Yes.
Yeah, but complexity I still haven't understood.
Complexity means if somebody hacks or something like that, and we don't know, right? I know that I scan it and happen. I don't know the information about what is happening.
So I guess in a healthcare system, how, like for instance, how would I ensure that an unauthorized person is not accessing data? How do I make a step between the person asking for the data and getting the response? And what is the check in that? That's what I understood from. Okay.
So can you do the floating on the system, and if AI comes, what will happen to the system? Can anybody give me an answer? Anything that we will work on towards it. It's just a hypothetical, but whatever we are doing such hypothetically is actually manifesting these days.
Yeah, so from the university point of view, we were discussing it. We feel the coupling will go slightly higher from the loose.
So where is it initially? Low coupled?
Yeah, very loosely coupled.
Here? Somewhere here, right?
Right.
Then?
It will slightly become higher. For example, in research papers now there are AI detection checks. So the coupling is increasing because the steps are increasing for checking of the research paper. So it is becoming slightly more regulated so that it could get decoupled if we got it right.
So what he's actually identifying a problem. The problem is students using a lot of ChatGPT and others. Okay, so what we generally do is that we are using Turnitin.ai to check it. Okay, so it's actually an AI system. How will we use otherwise around? So how? For example, say a postgraduate class of assessment. So there is nothing called as complexity. Everything is taken care of. Or maybe I don't know. So it's all about cheating, right? So the problem is cheating. So that's the problem. So that's how we have to understand. So what is the system? System is education. The problem is cheating. You are AI using AI to prevent cheating. So how the system was initially before AI, and with this particular AI system to prevent cheating, where will the system be? This is the thing. So initially your system is, so with AI definitely complexity will go here, because there is always false positives, right? So it's complex because we don't know how the system is detecting AI. I tried it many times, paraphrasing it doesn't detect. Sometimes it detects for those people who sincerely do it. So there's a complexity, so we don't know how the system works. LLMs, these neural networks we call as black box models, even there is nothing called as designed into the system. The system gets trained by a huge corpus of data, then for a particular application gets fine-tuned, right? And then even the developers don't know what is happening inside, right? So with this particular AI, whatever the AI applications are, the complexity will definitely increase. Now the coupling will come if the faculty won't call you in personal and will do whatever he wants to. The coupling will increase. Right, so what we do in universities is that we call that person and ask. Right, we have seen this, so we usually do it as a first stage. Okay, we do that, right? So.
Then from the nature of the university also. Like suppose one university might be very strict on AI regulation, the other university might not. So suppose if it's KSPP, we are tight on AI regulation. So we would have a tight coupling that Dean would take an action against us.
Yes.
But if there's some maybe government university which is not very strict on AI, then there'd be loose coupling. So that sort of varies. So how can we have like one?
Coupling means before taking a decision, you are giving time for a manual intervention or some further. For example, if you are putting your document into an app which checks an AI and will give you a pass or fail, it's tightly coupled. But since we faculties are involved in it, the chances of coupling are it's not highly tightly coupled. Education institutions should not be tightly coupled, right? But if you look at this, how CVs are, so for example, we found this in construction, these HR people are using these AI systems to quickly go through the CVs. Construction is male dominated in the sense that you can, in all the strata, you can see male engineers and managers. So it's such a system going through the CVs, the biases will be high, right? Right. And if there is an HR, personal or human in the loop, the coupling will be less. The moment there is no human in the loop, the coupling will be high, which is why people are talking about human in the loop AI systems and everything. The basic funda is try to bring it back, don't make it high risk system. So wherever area that you are working in, I firmly believe that AI can improve the productivity and efficiency. But in doing so, your complexity and coupling will increase. You should rewire the system to bring down the complexity and coupling. Otherwise, it will definitely blow up somewhere or the other. Anybody else? Yes.
So sir, earlier we used to have like a manual notepad. Now, because of the intro of the digital notepad, we are seeing that it connects to our calendar that's there on our phones, as well as it links everything across our devices. So I think that this could be an example of coupling.
Yeah, so it's actually very tightly coupled, right? Yeah, so you wrote something, it's being, so it's also, there is a very interesting thing about privacy. Why people are worried about, care about, there are three reasons. First one is retention. How far my data is being retained in the AI system or any system I'm using. Second one is called repurposing. I've shared my data with somebody. Are you going to use this data for something else? Third one is called spillover. Spillover means I am not aware that data is collected by this particular camera. You got the point. There are three things that worries people on privacy. Retention, spillover, you are using it for something else. Repurposing. Okay. If you look at DPDP Act, it's a wonderful act. I have conducted classes on it. It have addressed almost everything of these three concerns. For example, if in university setting we bring in the biometric, right? And the faculties, of course, I am also worried, I was also in the system, that how much time this particular, my biometric data will be kept on that system. Are they going to use it to monitor whether I will leave the university? You know, some camera there looking at me, right? To learn the system, to train the system. Or I'm not aware that you are monitoring when I am sitting in the cafe, since you already have my biometric data, to understand something else. Right? So these are only 3 things that people are concerned about with privacy. I go by scooter, I have a scooter. So I want to go to a particular place, I want to go to a medical store. So I just ask any Google AI app or anything, where is the nearest medical store, and take me there. So it's connected to my scooter, it will take me there. My problem is if this data is being shared with my health insurance people, that this guy is going to the medical stores quite a lot. This is called repurposing. And if I'm okay that this particular data is stored in the AI system that is my scooter is connected to for a few period of time, maybe I want to see it later on only for that purpose, then I'm fine. I'm also worried if my wife or somebody else who is sitting with me, she is not using this AI system. If I'm taking an Uber or an Ola, I am not aware that this system is connected with an AI system. That is called spillover. These are the 3 things that is concerned with respect to privacy. Retention, spillover, and repurposing. If you can address all these 3 things, then there's something we can address that risk perception part. So we'll go proceed further. So this is the activity group 1 that we discussed. Next is about, next slide, humans as victims. This is what we said. Suppose I am flying the aircraft, I am the victim group 1. Suppose you are with me, you are victim group 2. I crashed on somebody, victim group 3, and this nuclear power plant erupted. Then the yet to born babies are victim group 4. I will intervene very strongly if this particular technology is going to impact victim group 3 and 4. This also you can find in DPDP Act, if you closely observe. That wherever the third party, fourth party victims are being impacted, is very strong and stringent. For victims 1 and 2, we can go for, so in public policy, we use Christopher Hood's NATO framework. Okay, so what Christopher Hood did was, he looked at all the policies that's been formulated by the government and classified into 4 categories: nodality, authority, treasure, and organization, NATO. So what is NATO? N means NATO. Rashad knows this a lot. Rashad was with me when I was teaching this course. So what is N? N may stands for nodality or information-based policy tools. The advertisement by the government at a way to collect data from the public are called nodality-based policy tools, information-based policy tools. A stands for authority. Authority means if you don't follow the rule, all the acts falls into this one. The DPDP Act, you can see all the fines. If you don't follow the rules, we'll penalize you, we'll put you in jail, called authority-based policy tools. In authority-based policy tools also we have command and control, self-regulation, and all those things. A lot are there. T is nothing but the tax, treasure. T stands for treasure, the tax that is being imposed. Say, somebody asked me whether can you tax AI? Right. So this is an interesting question. Can I put taxation on AI, then use that money to upskill the people who may be retrenched because of AI or unemployed because of AI. So that is called treasure-based policy tool, which is nothing but taxation and subsidies. I will say the other way around. Why don't you provide incentives to make safe AI, right, or responsible AI instead of tax AI? And the other is, finally, we have what we call organization. Organization is government taking care of itself. For example, the government hospitals, government schools, government colleges, everything comes under organization-based policy tools. Whatever policy tool that you are seeing now is one or a combination of these categories of policies. We call it as policy mix. It's by Christopher Hood. Okay, or policy mix. With me? Okay, so each and every policy tool has its own advantages and disadvantages. For example, authority-based policy tool has the disadvantage of that it will kill innovation. There's no question about it. The more you regulate, the more you have stringent regulation, you are going to kill the innovation. Okay, these are nothing but the guidelines. We know that the Ahmedabad crash, a lot of guidelines have been given there. So it's up to people. There's no penalty for you following or not following. I was also involved for a brief period of time, I was working as a consultant in the Institute of Corporate Affairs. It's a think tank for the Ministry of Corporate Affairs. There we were discussing about CSR being made mandatory. Of course, Companies Act 2013. Okay, if you make CSR by mandatory, is it going to kill innovation in CSR initiatives? That's the research we did. So this is basically what we call as a combination of N and A, nodality and availability based policy. So when you are going to attempt your third and fourth party victims, you go for stringent regulation. For first and we are talking to people that you should drive slowly, 60 kilometers. That's called nodality based policy tool. When you go very fast, you are going to kill innocent pedestrians. Then you need to have more stringent regulations. You got the point. So from now onwards, when you go outside, you look at all the policies with respect to all what we call these categories. Next slide. Yeah. So next slide. Running out of time. So this is the impact group classification that I did for my article. So whenever we talk about unemployment, we should not go with respect to an umbrella kind of unemployment. When I looked at the construction workers, so I was very worried about the job loss that can potentially happen to construction workers. A welder, a helper, or a Kalasi's job is to just lift weight. So that's how we test a Kalasi. We'll ask them to lift a cylinder. If he lifts it, it's a Kalasi. So he or she, or a helper or a welder cannot move from construction to pharma, cannot move from construction to IT. So there is lack of horizontal mobility. And there is also lack of vertical mobility because to become a construction engineer, you need to be graduated. So there is people who lack vertical and horizontal mobility will be stringently impacted by AI. I am an engineer. I worked in construction for 5 years. I shifted to public policy. I have a lot of horizontal mobility. I can also, if I stay in construction, can be a manager. So I have both vertical and horizontal mobility. They are not that impacted. This is what we found in the secondary data analysis. Also, we did some interviews and some subsequent studies. Next. So this was the activity that we were planning. We don't have time. So I'll just wind up and then we go for some questions and we'll close it down. Next. So this is again the movie that I was referring to. So this spaceship that was coming there, people were thinking that it's going to kill us. The Chinese, Russian and Pakistanis were ready to go for a war, wage a war. But what actually it was bringing is a new language that can transcend time. So there is this linguist and a physicist who went there and understood the language. That language, the linguist who identified the language, who was able to understand the language, was able to see the future as a memory. So AI may be, I believe AI is like this. Is out there, is going to give us the power to conquer whatever the issues that we have, provided we understand it properly through regulation and many other methods. Thank you so much. If you have any questions.
Because it was a very technical session for everyone, I just wanted to give a key takeaway because yesterday we discussed a lot on AI and technology. Why it should matter to us is because a lot of research on technology and gender, when it is sort of sufficing, when like corporates should not use AI in their hiring. But we cannot make a blanket statement like that because like Sir said that complexity will be there, we need more buffering that is there, so we need more regulatory items there. So with universities, because there was this report by Goldman Sachs which said that we'll be losing almost 1.5 million jobs by the end of this 250 mark with AI. But AI is also creating a lot of jobs. There is mobility happening. And what we as of course policymakers and the others who are researching on this, because it's a very new domain that is coming up, what we need to research is that how can we use AI to create jobs, and mostly for the marginalized sectors that is there, gendered people and queer people. I think that is very important because it's a very no-no topic for natural science researchers to pick up on AI and make a blanket statement that okay, AI is doing this, AI is doing that. But it is very important to look at the nuances and technical terms that come into it and how even behavioral challenges people face to help understand this subject better. I think there's a lot more to it. Just that.
Any question?
Yeah.
Yes.
You know, one sentence of yours that really caught my attention was that regulation kills innovation. And you know, yeah, the more you think about it, which brings us to this thing that do we let loose new technology, especially something as difficult to foresee as AI? Or do we incentivize AI to work towards public good rather than public bad? The subtext here is that, you know, we were discussing that when you look at the marginalized, particularly women, then there is literature that suggests that women are a little more averse to new technology, a little more wary of new technology, and less confident. With AI, we all seem to be like that. So how do we balance this out, that we do not lose out on innovation, but we also do not get into that scary science fiction kind of model?
Yeah. So, like we mentioned, that if you are addressing impact group 3 and 4, in women's case, but they will be subjected to AI, unknowingly or unknowingly. So that is called spillover. Yeah. Data spillover. In that case, we have to regulate it stringently, but need to subsidize for technology, like you said, for technology to be easily accessible to men. So there should be more regulation in the sense that somebody has to oversee that it is not being used for spillover abuse. Yes?
Yeah, I just want to add one sentence to her question, that there is AI is creating a lot of new jobs, and AI is also destroying a lot of jobs. I would like you to pay attention to, or at least inform us about the quality of these two jobs. The quality of the people who can get into those small new brackets of AI,
yes,
and the quality of those who are getting replaced. Can we draw a bit of a comparison, and in terms of both quantity and quality?
For example, I did it for qualitative research. So what I found that there is not going to be much job loss with respect to research. The research the thing is the mechanical work, transcription, the coding, everything that we used to do will be automated, so research assistants will be used. But the advantage for us is that we have a lot of time to think that these things will be taken care by AI.
And that's where I want to throw a bit of light on the numbers.
Yeah, so this is the case. For researchers, there is no upper bound. There is infinite possibilities out there.
Agriculture or in manufacturing?
Yeah, all the mechanical things will be slowly. Yeah. So that depends upon which sector. You rightly said.
Research is a very
small community. So there is no upper bound for. It's infinite. It's infinite out there for us to understand. But for agriculture.
But overall in the country, the number of these minuscule jobs is far larger than those new ones that are going to get.
Like the Infosys, 12,000 people got fired.
May I add something to that? I think a lot of times in our discussions we use the term we when there is no we. There is no, so I remember one of my professors once saying in response to a student who said, we have created the problem and we ourselves will solve it. She said there is no referent to this we. There's no group of people who is both creating the problem and or let me put it like, there's no group of people who are creating the problem and suffering the problem. They are two separate groups of people. And I think that maybe that is one thing also in light of the inclusivity question to think of it, because I was struck by the idea of different groups of victims.
Yes.
And how, so when you say innocent bystander, if my mother is scammed on UPI but her income supports me, am I victim group 2 or 3? Am I an innocent bystander, or if because because of that I am not able to say go to school, so I am less able to provide for my child. So where does that? So is my child victim group what? I mean, is that a future generation? So how are we making those distinctions also between what level of victim one might be?
Yeah. So suppose I am using a very intelligent system to do money transfer. So that's how I am using it. The data fiduciary, according to DPDP Act, is the victim group 1, the service provider. For example, energy meter, the board, the collector who has the data of the energy consumption is called victim group 1. I, being the house owner, is actually victim group 2. But if somebody else is also, but I don't know what is this data being used for, it's victim group 3 also. So it kind of, not this completely discrete.
I don't think it's a hierarchy.
It's actually very more fluidity than it is discrete. So, yeah. Mike is not.
So I have 3 separate questions, 3 very quick questions. First, are you aware of the testable bundle, which is the theoretical basis of AI, which basically originated through the idea of eugenics, and we're seeing parts of it in current AI models. So my question is it possible that if we make open box AI models, where we can see the AI functioning, we can overcome the biases that we see in the Western AI models? Secondly, is it even possible for AI to not be looked at as the very next evolution of technology, of thinking, and is it always going to be a threat to human thinking?
I again stand in my initial assumption that AI is going to solve everything. As far as bias is concerned, so transparency, there are 3 ways in you can understand transparency: model, training, and testing. So I don't know what you are referring to, but I don't care what you are referring to. For me, this is enough for me. But I don't care what you are referring to, because those are technological jargons according to me, since I am working in public policy. I am damn sure that your model, I cannot understand your model, so I forget it. Where the transparency is used, there are 2 cases where you have issues with transparency. One is civil liability cases, second one is discrimination. Civil liability cases means a doctor is using an AI system to do a surgery. If the patient dies, who is going to be liable for it? Am I the doctor who is using it? I am victim group 1. The patient is victim group 2. I don't know, victim group 3, maybe the victim group 3 is also the patient. So that is number 1. Number 2 is the discrimination that is happening. For example, I am giving a particular policy to the group of people only based on the decision by an AI system. To serve those 2 purposes of liability, I just need to understand the testing and the training, the transparency. That's it. I don't care about the model anymore. Yeah.
So I don't think it is a question, but after your session, it's a reflection, because a lot of, and I'm talking from the perspective of queer trans people who have been subjected to natal family violence and have migrated from their natal families to cities or peri-urban areas, who are really dependent on these jobs which AI is going to take up on. And for them, it is not just losing a job, it is losing a life. Because it is not just that you lose one job and you go on to the next. It is basically you will not have money to pay for your rent, you will not have money to pay for your gender affirming care, you will not have money to pay for any of the things that you need to sustain. So what my worry right now is that, and also I know for a fact that a lot of people are now being hired to teach the AI by uploading images. And it's a gruesome, tiresome job that they have to do for 12-15 hours for a meager amount of 8,853 rupees. It's called, I don't know what it is called, it's possibly called annotation. And the amount of labor exploitation that is happening, specifically for people from the marginalized communities who unfortunately have no other option but to choose these jobs. and they are training this AI which is going to replace them in the next few years. So the margins, the people in the margins will further be relegated to I don't know where at the cost of something like this, and it really is extremely devastating for an entire, and I'm just talking about queer trans, there could be different other communities who are also going to be equally affected by this. So
I worked for some period of time for the annotation. So what you do is that you have this screen and you just create a box and put the labeling on it. AI will never replace human beings. Human plus AI will replace human beings and also AI. Okay, if you look at the Industrial Revolution over a period of time, it's not about replacing human beings or unemployment, it is about a window gap, even the second Industrial Revolution. There's a brief period of time where the vulnerable communities, impacted by mention, didn't catch up. So it is all about bringing that window narrower. So never look at AI as a job killer. The moment you look at AI as a job killer, you're not going anywhere. They look at the ways to minimize that, just take the examples from the second Industrial Revolution. I think I will stop here. Thank you so much for...
I have a question.
Okay, go
I have a question. It's more theoretical, maybe it's nothing to do with AI, with any policy that you'll be analyzing. You were talking about three frameworks, complexity and coupling. The other one is NATO, modality, and other things. What's the other one? Whatever. And the third one was the victim one.
Yes.
So, what is the analytical purchase of these frameworks in your experience? You would have applied them to various policies, right? What in terms of impact of policy would you be able to understand from applying these frameworks? Victim 1, victim 2, I can kind of figure out maybe you can have policies for each of the victims. But the other two, I couldn't quickly grasp the analytical purchase. What would you get?
Yeah, so this NATO framework, you can use it for policy formulation and implementation. Yesterday, the IAS officer mentioned that she is a policy implementer. So the NATO framework can be used for both formulation and implementation. It is not that they are aware of, it's like we say that probability theory is say 100 years old, but people used to play cards even before that. So is that they are doing it, but may not be well aware that there is a framework. That's what the policy implementers, the bureaucrats, does. And when you look at NAT and O framework, for policy implementation, we also look at the policy capacity, which is analytical, operational, and political acumen, varies with respect to the. So we look at anything that is happening, you can map it to the framework. So if you know the framework, you can apply. And these theories are being built by looking at those frameworks. I think that's my answer. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. We'll move on to our next panel. For this panel, I'd like to invite Professor Abdul Shaban, who's the chair. Professor Shaban is the chairperson of the Center for Public Policy at the Tata Institute of Social Sciences. His areas of work relate to regional economic growth, cities, entrepreneurship, and creative industries. Along with him, we have Ms. Nandini Chami, who is the Deputy Director and Fellow of Research and Policy Engagement at IT for Change. Her work focuses on research and policy advocacy in the domains of digital rights and development, as well as the political economy of women's rights in the information society. We have Dr. Priya Hassan Mutazazwani, who is the Assistant Professor in Physics at the Maulana Azad University here in Hyderabad. She is the co-chair of the Women in Astronomy Working Group of the International Astronomical Union and has worked on projects with the IAU OAD and the US Consulate. Additionally, we have Professor Ipshita Sabra, who is an Associate Professor and Faculty Coordinator at the Tata Institute of Social Sciences in Hyderabad. Outside of this, Dr. Sabra is a visiting faculty at NID Ahmedabad and serves on the Ethics Committee at the LV Prasad Eye Hospital as well. Gender in policy and practice has been an important area of work in her engagement. Finally, we have Mr. Tom Dawkins with us, who's the founder of the Australia-based startup Lend for Good. He's also the co-founder of multiple other social enterprises like Start Some Good and Wildfire. In addition, he's a director of the Center for Social Impact as well. I'd like to invite you all on stage, please.
So, this panel is going to debate basically the technology front and the inequality. Before I open this issue and the panelists talk, just I wanted to bring that very stimulating session earlier with the AI. I think that lots of it is not that becoming pessimist, but so many cautions and so many things, and I think that like people like Harari in the Nexus brings out lots of caution which actually humanity need to take care in order to harness the AI, which is obviously important, but here I will connect also the AI. And the AI, basically technology and institution linkage, how the technology play a changing role for the institution, and institution itself actually changes the technology. And this is crucial for us because the inequalities are product of interplay between the technology and institutions, which actually we see in everyday life. The 4 points actually which I first put it is like that. The first is that the de jure, there are two things which actually the institution, the way they function. And one is that if you look at in the colonized countries particularly, the institutions are not so strong, and actually they are not favorable and equal to everybody. And particularly look at even in India and Pakistan is actually, if you look at the governance ranking, is quite low, 148 India and 181. So quite comfortable that way, but still the institutions are not so strong, they cannot generate equality, liberty, fraternity for all. So there is a de jure right and de facto right. What women experience in countries like India, de jure right is assured through the constitution, but de facto right is not there. And the gap is so much between that. In the developed countries, the gap is less. In our country, gap is slightly much more. And obviously, then countries like actually Africa and maybe that Pakistan is much more. And that's where the gap we need to bridge, and that we need to understand. Second, which is very important to understand, that the path dependency we have followed for last 100 years, or actually even after the independence, so much institutional path dependency is there that we are not able to come with the drastic changes. Every time we will do something, and which is like minimalist attitude, and we have never go, and that is why this gap, which actually initially I talked about. And even if you look at, and then the third point which I am coming to is that base differential, and which actually my teacher, Professor Amitabh Kundu, will tell more elaborately on that after he talks. Look at the wage gap which we have. And this wage gap is only what they receive, not total income gap. The total income gap, which is actually the capital return also get added, maybe much more than that. And this is a small wage gap we are talking about, and this wage gap is a very small income proportion. And what you look at those things, even 2,500, 18% of the female, 3% of the male, and then you see that they are concentrated at the lower end. And the wage gap is 33% from looking from some of the writing which actually I looked at. They write that the gap is 33% when they take the proportion of the gap from the male income. But if you take from the female income, it is 50%. You have to double that. So even the ratio which is presented by the male writers is represented as a half. then the what actual gap is there. So this is one very important thing. And third, which I come to the AI, which I draw largely from S. Moglu, just next one. Look at, this is where actually the challenge lies. The whole shift which is taking place in the economy is towards the technology. And in the technology, the share of the capitalist and the workers one front, developed countries and developing countries, and second, the male and female. And this is much visible because we have seen some case studies we have done with the use of the digital technologies and who gets what and where and how, and particularly in Bhiwandi. If you look at the wage gap, wage is shifting where some of the technology being used. And if you take general, those who are using and those not using, those goes in the favor of male because they are more liberal, more actually have liberties and more actually accessibilities, more affordability because they control the income, and the shift of the wages more in the favor of male rather than the female. And that's what actually we are visible, we are seeing, even if the shared prosperity is there, because technology brings the prosperity, but still the shared properties, prosperities can go in the favor of male, not in the favor of female, and that is the challenge which we have to be careful. We are optimistic that the total prosperity which we will have will change and will shift upward. But there is a possibility that this shared prosperity will not be equally shared. And this is actually the major question, and that is where we are bringing in this whole thing. So we will go ahead with this debate, 5-6 minutes each. I will have timer because we have a strict time, which actually I am told. We will take Nandini first, and we will ask that 6 to 7 minutes maximum, and I will raise my hand. 1 minute is remaining. Over to you, Nandini.
Thank you. So I come from IT for Change, a civil society organization based in Bangalore. We are engaged in research, policy engagement at both global, national and subnational levels, and civil society capacity building on furthering social justice, gender equality and development justice in the digital economy and society. That's our organizational vision. So the insights I share today come from our larger work of the entire team. So today I'm going to share a few reflections on what it means to bring a gender lens to digital policy making, and I have divided the presentation into 2 parts. So first I want to talk about what it means to reflect on gender inequality in digital economy and society before looking at our policy response. Right from the morning we have heard a lot of discussions on the gender digital divide in connectivity, and this is very understandable, considering that even at this moment, UN statistics show that a gender digital divide persists, irrespective of countries' overall ICT access levels, economic performance, income levels, or geographic location. This is UN data, ITU data that is showing us this, and this is understandable. But I would like to move us to asking this question: closing the gender divide in internet access may be a necessary condition, but is it a sufficient condition for building gender equal digital economies and societies? And I would like to offer the answer as no and not necessarily. And this is because of what scholars in the digital field have described as the connectivity paradox, particularly South African scholar Alison Gilbert. So she writes, as more people come online, and as some are able to use digital services more productively, digital inequality has increased. This is because inequalities exist not only between those online and those offline. There is a significant disparity between those who have the technical and financial resources to use the internet actively, productively, and generatively, and those who are barely online, passively using tiny bits of data to communicate intermittently, as many people in the majority world do. And these were some of the comments you urged us to think about in your framing of the session. So is the internet opening up ways to political participation, enhancement of voice for women, girls, sexual and gender minorities? We have heard since the morning that corporate-controlled walled gardens of social media, whose business model is intrinsically linked to algorithmic hate, make it near impossible.
Feminists have been raising their concerns about Meta's content governance policies for a long time now, and feminists often remind us correctly that the rainbow capitalism that Silicon Valley platforms use to further market reach is not the diversity politics that we want to associate with. Flexi work and the level playing field of the online marketplace, we have seen how these are mere myths to push business interests. And our case study, for instance, of a women cooperative struggle of navigating the terms of the Amazon marketplace showed us how much of the promise on paper of reaching new markets was thwarted by exorbitant commission fees, service charges of the prime seller program, and so on. Data labor in the AI value chain is feminized. Think of the content moderation labor and all the cases of Sama Soos, for instance, that everyone has been reading about, I'm sure. And also, as AI transforms relations of production across the entire economy, what UN Commission on Trade and Development terms as digital servicification, there are huge implications on the livelihoods of the most marginal women in the global south. Small and marginal women farmers in agri-tech captured value chains, for instance. Women MSMEs in a retail landscape being transformed by e-commerce and so on. Now quickly coming to the second part. What it means to bring this lens and thinking into digital policy making. I want to make one point here. In the morning, in one of the sessions, we heard some fatigue expressed about public policy as an instrument of change. But our struggle in the digital space, given the peculiar history of digital multi-stakeholderism, has been to try to insist that public policy is necessary and corporations cannot sit at the same table as civil society and governments and mediate public interest. This is our biggest challenge in digital space at the global level, particularly. And so in this context, it's not surprising that the gender equality agenda is whittled down in a corporate controlled politics to a mere idea of closing the connectivity gap through market routes and addressing diversity in tech design and development through some tokenistic exercises. But having come to all this critique, because I'm a practitioner, I'm not a scholar, so I have to also come to this point that what's our vision, my final point, what do we want to see? So we basically have learned 4 things. So the first is that in digital policy, we need to fix corporate impunity for violations of women's human rights abuses in cross-border digital value chains. And we can't do this unless we fix the long-standing problem of the state's extraterritorial duty to protect human rights by holding their corporations responsible for violations in other business contexts. Second, public financing for gender justice digital economies means that in a context of digital trade, it becomes important to ensure that macroeconomic frameworks of trade and taxation do not impede the revenue generating ability of governments in the data south, which are in a neo-colonial situation now. And finally, we need to create a productive dynamic between digital public infrastructures that are publicly provisioned and democratically controlled and community-led experiments for women-led enterprises and cooperative institutions to flourish in the local economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Point we will take the question at the end. Now I invite Ipsita.
Very good afternoon to all the guests and participants, and I also see some of my students sitting here. It's a pleasure and a privilege to be speaking. I'm going to speak a little bit from my own experiences, some empirical data points. 14-15, when we were doing this flagship program of Government of India called Prime Minister's Rural Development Fellowship Program. Professor Shankar Datta is here, he was a mentor of the program. And I remember there was this, many of the young fellows who had joined the program, and they were working in very remote districts of India. These were conflict-prone districts, and the idea was how to how to address the development deficits that are often the solutions to social problems, and nothing wrong with that, except that sometimes they do not turn out exactly the way we anticipate them to to work. So there was this really good initiative that they tried, which was mobile health, M-Health they had called that initiative, in Mandala district of Madhya Pradesh. And where they said that this was one of the districts which had, like many tribal districts, it had women were experiencing very low quality of life because of complications associated with childbirth and pregnancy. So maternal mortality rates were high, and children who were born had low birth rate. Women So, there's a whole, synchronized system so that they are supported. They receive, the ASHA worker gets a notification that this woman is now pregnant and therefore attention needs to be given to them. First thing, they did not anticipate that women will not have smartphones, okay? Something that when told to them, we understand. So they again worked on it, and then they started working, transmitted even on a unsmart phone, so to say. And the program did not. Okay, there was no uptake for the program. Okay, and when they went back to long hair, they were told that both, especially men and also women, were not comfortable sharing what they considered private details. Okay, on a platform where they had no transparency on who is going to have access to that information and how it is going to be used. Maybe they did not articulate it like this, but there was a real discomfort in sharing what is considered a very personal information. Okay, on a public dashboard kind of a thing. So that did not work. 10 years down the line, we actually have those students who worked here. They worked in Madhya Pradesh, where they were working on gender norms. Okay, and that was the time they were looking at gender norms related to marriage, mobility, and all of those. And mobile phones was another one aspect that they had covered. And their study actually pointed out that for several households, it was felt that good women do not need mobile phones. There was a morality associated with a woman needing a mobile phone. So why does a woman need a mobile phone after marriage? Is it to say not so nice things about in-laws or complain about the in-laws, or is it because she's interested in sustaining some past relationship or wants to get into some new relationship? Okay, so now no amount of economic numbers and figures can actually capture these socio-cultural angles of gender and technology. And you need a completely different lens to see how these things actually unravel and play out in in real life situations. Until the time I think our policies are sensitive enough to be able to wrap its head around these sensitivities, we will always be several steps behind when it comes to technology addressing women's problems. Okay, we also celebrate technology which gives women the apps to notify whenever if they anticipate any danger. I have only 1 minute left. Is that what you're saying? Okay. So in such cases, what we see that again, are we putting a huge onus of what should have been an institutional responsibility on women? Are we making women responsible for their own safety? You have to download the app, you may have to pay for it, you may have to connect. So all these stuff, so what I would like to, like to reiterate here is that technology often has unintended and unanticipated consequences. And till the time we look at those, it will always be very difficult, and it will be actually not a great idea to think that technology can solve the kind of problems that women have. We have been able to close the gender gap in terms of, say, for example, mobile ownership, but that does not mean that it is going to transform lives in many different ways. May I say one more point? The other way to look at it is that, after COVID, we had all the Zooms and webinars that were happening, online education that opened up, this ability to, the flexi working ways, where you could work from home and all. It is important to ask how many women actually found it a good way to work, okay? From a neutral point of view, from one point you can say, yes, it opens up more flexibility for women. But often, if you engage in anthropological studies, there are several such studies that say that these also take away the public presence of women, who are no longer able to even go out and mix with a different set of people, see some people other than their immediate family members, exchange ideas, and maybe grow their social network. Okay, so I would end here in the interest of time, and I'm happy to answer questions.
Some of the very important issues you have raised, Azad. Now I invite Priya.
Thank you. So hello, I'm Dr. Priya Hassan. I teach physics and astrophysics at the Maulana Azad National Urdu University. So actually I'm a perfect misfit over here. I do not even speak the jargon that you people speak. I'm like impressed. I like the jargon and the words you speak, we don't know that. So I'm sorry, in advance I'll say that. So let me come up with my thing. So my story is about basically gender in science, and in that sense, technology too, because technology is a result of science, right? So what basically happens is that we know that women are really underrepresented in STEM, in science fields, specifically my field, for example, physics and astronomy. The number of women you have in the field are very minuscule, okay? You'd be surprised with some of the numbers I'll tell you, but if you actually see the global average also of researchers, less than 30% are women, okay? And if you go for physics and astronomy, it's half of that, okay? Because a good chunk of the women, researchers are in life sciences, biological sciences, chemistry, things like that. But physics and maths and astronomy definitely is not considered a woman's domain. Right? So obviously historically, I won't get into details, but there are many women who have actually played a very important role even in the field of astronomy, in very important discoveries, and it took very long for people to acknowledge. I'm sure some of you all have seen Hidden Figures, the movie, the book, and there are many such examples of women who actually did do a lot of work, but it took lots of time for people to actually acknowledge it. Right? So let me first start off with the Indian scene. If you see in the Indian scene, in the IITs, which are our prime institutions, you'd see 8 to 10% of the physics PhDs are women. 8 to 10, okay? You actually see faculty in major institutions, in science faculty, it's generally less than 15% is women, right? In ISRO, we are so proud about the women in ISRO. I hope you know, but less than 20% of the the ISRO, this thing is women. And the bigger problem is with leadership roles. Women are always the ones who are doing, all the lower level stuff, the secretarial kind of stuff, but not the high level leadership kind of roles. And there are various things like what in science we call the leaky pipe problem. In the sense, for example, when you start with undergrad, postgraduate students, the girls do very well, women do very well. But then when you go up to PhD level, and then say postdoc level, or getting faculty level, or finally director level, or dean director level, then you almost see no women right? So it's called the leaky pipe problem, because you start off with a good 50-50 breakup of men and women, but then when you end up, you're nowhere close to that. You're not even 5% when it comes to directors and deans, right? IIIT, the prime institution of India, the Institute of Science, has never ever had a woman director, right? And then there are, I won't go into details, but there are many famous directors over there who actually were against women doing science, right? So we actually have a lot of problems. Some of them could be, you know, in the case of women, early marriage, family expectations, limited access. Then there's even sexual harassment, lack of mentors. Often I've seen it in the university. You actually have professors who do not want to take female students because they are worried that if this girl is going to join for PhD, is she going to get married? Is she going to have babies? What's she going to do? You know, that's their worry. So we actually have faculty who does not want to take a female student, right? And then you obviously have various other problems, even when it comes to recruitment, right? If you have a panel over there and there's a choice between a male and a female, candidate who are equally competent, most probably they will choose the male guy, right? Not the female. That's quite sure. The government has been doing various things at policy level. Officially, DST, the Department of Science and Technology, has something called the Gati program, which is, I actually had to write this down because I keep forgetting, it's Gender Advancement for Transforming Institutions, okay? So it's the Gati program, which is run by DST. They also have something called the Kiran, which is for women's program. There are various programs which fund women in projects. Women can apply for it, get things. There's a national database of women scientists. In principle, there's a 30% reservation in universities, for example, for STEM research jobs, but in most universities that you won't find more than 30% women, right? The other seats are also open to women, right? But the women don't get those seats. So you have that kind of a thing. Some of the amendments could possibly, obviously, the biggest problem I think we have is stereotyping. When you start off with children, why do you give girls, kitchen sets and dolls, and you give boys Legos and stuff like that? Because, they can build. So actually that stereotyping starts from our homes, right? By us itself, without realizing that we are doing that. Obviously, so that is, stereotyping needs to change. There should be probably blind recruitment, where, recruitment they needn't know. On-site childcare is something very, very important, which doesn't exist in many of our higher institutions. If you have a kid, you better sit at home with your kid because you've got to take care. And then obviously there should be independent anti-harassment cells, etc. We do a lot about doing school-level mentorship programs. That means you start off right from school level, where you can do outreach and education from school level, mentor students while they are in undergrad, postgraduate level. So you kind of connect everyone with some senior person, not exactly a role model, but somebody whom she can, convey her problems, her issues to. Media visibility of women scientists. There have to be role models which women look up to, so that they can see that there are women scientists. And obviously, we should engage men also in these gender equity programs. We always do that because they're also part of the problem and part of us, right? So I would say that the steps are being taken, but obviously, like I told you, the numbers are so bad that that's directly an indicator that there's lots that needs to be done. And let's hope something does happen.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Very interesting. Again, some questions and some common issues are actually coming out. Now I request Tom to please take 7 minutes.
Thanks so much. It's great to be here, and you feel like you're the odd one out on the panel. I kind of feel like I might be the odd one out on the panel as well, but I'm proud to be so. Probably the most undereducated person on the panel as well. So I'm very much from the practitioner experience or the perspective, not the academic. I've basically been working my entire adult life to try to leverage technology to empower citizens. And so let me start by telling the story of a particular technology. This particular communications technology was initially developed at universities and through military investment, and initially had kind of military and purely scientific usage, but began to leak out of those contexts and began to be adopted by everyday people around the world. And people at the time were incredibly excited about what that could mean for all of us. And some of the things that they said as this technology was first emerging was that this technology would change for all time the relationship between people around the world. increasing, global understanding and connection, that would change the relationship between the governed and between those doing, the rule, the leaders and the governed, and would reduce the space between them so that governance would be more responsive to citizen voices, more responsive to alternative points of view. And then in general, all of us would become more informed and educated about diverse perspectives and diverse lives around the world. Which technology am I talking about? It sounds like it, but I'm actually talking about radio. And all those quotes from the 30s. But that was the answer I wanted, to be clear. Thank you. And it's interesting because I used to talk about that a lot when I was leading, when I founded some a non-profit organisation at university called VibeWire, which is about using technology to empower young people in Australia. And I'd give that example of the fact that technology doesn't automatically democratise society. It can. It's just a tool, I used to say, and it's about how we use that tool and to what end do we put that tool. But looking back, I realised actually that I was one of those same people. That while I used to say that, I think deep down, I really did believe that this time it was different. That there was something inherent about the internet. That while radio had those hopes, but ultimately turned into something that mostly siloed people into very distinct channels that drove the genocide in Rwanda, that has been used, that is dominated by shock jocks, as we call them in Australia, right-wing polemics on the airs. So I thought that, it'll be different this time. The internet's not like that. The internet is inherently democratizing, will inherently connect us to one another. But of course, that's not how it worked out. That the internet too has come to mostly silo us, has proved to be much more powerful in bonding social capital, which is connecting people who are like each other, and so far not very good, not as good as I thought it would be, at bridging social capital, connecting people who are different from one another. And so much like radio, drove the genocide in Rwanda, we see internet fueling conflicts all around the world by increasing mistrust, not increasing understanding. And so here we are again with, I'm old enough now to be going through my second technology revolution with AI. And once again, people are talking about how AI has the power to connect us in new ways and to amplify our voices and to empower the excluded. But this time I'm feeling a little bit more cynical. Because I think what ultimately gets in the way of each of these optimistic visions, certainly the technology can do that, but of course the question becomes who's using the technology and to what end. And ultimately all these technologies become dominated by the status quo, because existing power has the greatest opportunity to leverage new technology. And even we've seen that with, where we thought the internet was a source of new power. There's a book written by an old friend of mine from Australia called Jeremy Hyman's called New Power, which came out about 10 years ago. And it was all about this rise of citizen power and change.org and petitions and crowdfunding. But of course what we've learned actually is that old power is really good at leveraging new power. That if you can just fill a building with people to churn out propaganda, then you will be leveraging new power more effectively actually than citizen organisations through the application of old power. And so if we're not very careful, technology will simply amplify and entrench the existing power structures, and of course those who will miss out most and be most harmed by that are those who are already vulnerable and excluded. My focus, your focus is science, mine is mostly around social entrepreneurship. Who gets to create? I believe that, business has a really vital role in using these technologies in the right way and using the engine that is business to innovate and create value and to distribute value. But it has to be done through an ethical lens, and it has to be done for the right reasons. And that means that we need those same people with lived experience of disadvantage, that everything is not going to be created out of Silicon Valley. If you've looked into, say, OpenAI, that started with big visions of being a more open approach to creating AI, being transparent and sharing. But of course, very soon it had massive money involved and has become completely proprietary, and in fact has driven the lack of transparency around AI. They've had the exact opposite impact from what they originally claimed they set out to do, the mission that is embedded in their name. And that's of course because of the logic of extractive capitalism. And so when we look at platforms don't automatically empower. It depends on the relationship to the platform. And one way to think about this is whether people are above or below the API, or above or below the mechanism. And so you look at something like Uber, and drivers are below the API there. They're generic service providers, completely replaceable, and all those companies will replace them as soon as they can with self-driving cars. versus, say, an Airbnb, where the owners of property, it's got its own problems, but if you have an underutilized property, they're above the API because each property is unique, is not generic, can't simply be replaced, and therefore provides an opportunity to that property owner to leverage it in a new way. Although you could say that even that is increasing inequalities because you have to be a property owner to be able to leverage that technology in the first place. So one of the things we're really focused on is how do we empower the entrepreneurs with lived experience to invent the products and companies we need to drive the changes in the future that we want. And that's proving to actually be very difficult. Again, one of the great goals, I would say, of the Australian startup sector, to the extent that the Australian startup community agrees on anything when it comes to kind of social good, is that they want to support more female founders. At least this is what they say. This has been a stated kind of goal of the sector for the last 10 years. And over the last 10 years, we've seen an explosion in female-focused founder programs. At different universities, funded by foundations, governments, and so on. But at the end of that 10 years of effort, looked at least through the lens of who receives VC capital, it hasn't moved at all. It was 2% 10 years ago of VC capital went to women, it's 2% last year. Why is that? Because of course, while we've been encouraging new people to create companies, the people who actually decide on the investments haven't changed at all. They are still largely white men with power, with very limited life experience, who are doing what a lot of us do, which is pattern matching. They're looking for people who look like the people who have succeeded in the past, which reproduces the bias that we've seen before. So I'll just wrap up by saying that's why we've built Lend for Good with a very different model. We don't try to apply our own idea of what is investable, our own idea of what is worthwhile or impactful on top of other people's initiatives. We partner with grassroots entrepreneur support organisations around the world who see very different patterns, who are on the ground working with entrepreneurs and who are identifying the potential that they have. So partners like Renewables in Africa, who see the potential of Africa to drive the clean tech revolution. Partners like Mekong Innovation Ventures, who work with Karen refugee women to start and grow companies, and who see the incredible innovative potential they have through their lived experience, their resilience, their courage and determination. And by partnering with them, not imposing another due diligence process on top, not making entrepreneurs jump through more hoops, but leveraging the work that's already been done from the people on the ground who understand the needs of that community, who have the human relationships, which is so fundamental. We're trying to elevate that and connect that with the global community. Because despite the power of technology, early stage enterprise investing is incredibly siloed geographically. Because at the early stage, human due diligence is more important than financial due diligence. Financial due diligence is easy to share, send someone a spreadsheet. Human due diligence is incredibly hard to replicate because that comes from actually meeting people and building a sense of trust and confidence in them. And so again, we're trying to take that work that already exists in every ecosystem and share that globally so that all of us can get behind these projects and help them grow.
Thank you. Some very interesting actually things are emerging here. I know that some of you, this happens when I was sleeping in between. So because this is a very important part which will be coming up with the questions now. That I'm great optimist that technology and institutions are inherently connected and they are connected and they change each other. Because if it was not so, how then enlightenment and the technological revolution changed the institutions? But he said something very important here, which is very connected to the gender and the inequality. He said something like and environment linkage. Technology. Technology, then we will increase the carrying capacity of the world, and you can to that our understanding with the technology and actually the gender issue also here. Do Ifsita, I will take you first because you brought it first. Do you feel that even the mobile phone they have, but they're not being allowed to be used, is it technology, high-tech technology, but it's a moral problem. And the moral problem is the key rather than technological problem. How will you, each one of you, just quickly in 2 minutes, 1.5 minutes you can respond, then we will come to the second one.
Thank you, Professor Shaban. I think, when mobile phones were developed, they were not developed for keeping a particular gender in mind. So everyone is supposed to be free to use it. But we have seen that the socio-cultural norms have shaped it in a particular way. I will give another example of contraception. Okay, contraception is science, contraception is technology. Why is it that in a country like India, we have such a skewed uptake of contraception? Okay, if science and technology were to be gender neutral, then there would have been similar uptake of, contraception, but that is not how it has worked out. So yes, there is a whole set of socio-cultural factors that intersect technology and its usage.
One more point I wanted to just raise. I believe strongly what you said. Unless we prepare the population, and then this socio-economic, the cultural factors have to go in, we cannot really make it visible or usable for the village. My own practical problem in the village is that has shown me that's not that easy. Next thing is, don't you think or believe in that once I put my data over there is a whole compromising of data. But how safe our platforms are. We talk so much of, bridging the gaps, but the way youngsters, young women are really putting the data on these websites, on these platforms is really going to risk and have been risking their lives, compromising their personal lives, which they may not be right away, sharing with public. This is something very much we have to think of, how far technology is going to really patch the inequities which are so prevalent, persistent, and how this technology is going to really help. एक तरफ तो हम देते हैं और दूसरी तरफ it is so dangerous. It's very risky. There also you have the gender gaps.
Absolutely, absolutely. And also say, for example, trolling. You know how there is a whole book of report by Amnesty that talks about how women politicians are trolled on social media. So when there's a man, a politician who says certain things, he's contested on the content of what their stand is, their ideology and all. But the moment it's a woman, it immediately goes on to her character. What kind of a person she is, who is she. Mahua Maitra, for example, recently posted something on, whether about India's status in terms of global diplomacy, okay, and whether Operation Sindoor helped it or didn't help it, something like that. Okay, completely political statement. Okay, if you look at the responses she got, okay, that has got nothing to do with what she said. All to do with her recent marriage and whether she's a gold digger and whether, all very, very sexist, those kinds of comments. So how safe are women? In fact, technology provides some kind of a ability to hit someone without any accountability.
Me Too का क्या हुआ? आज today she is in such a mental state, she's going suicidal. What did she raise? A simple question of, sexism.
Just we can take that. I'll come to the questions.
Okay, fine.
Yeah, I would say that this is a perfect example where technology is one thing. You needn't get too personal about technology. That's doing its job, right? But the problem is because of the human intervention, human beings using that technology and how it is being interpreted as, whether it's used for trolling or putting things on the character of the woman or whatever it is. That's all got to do with mindset. We needn't blame technology for that. Let technology do its job. But the problem is with our mindsets, the things that, the stereotypes we have in our mind, often considering, for example, that a working woman is the one who's going to cheat on her husband because she's going out anyway. And she has an opportunity to do that. So probably it's just assumed that if this woman has access to technology, she has even more opportunities to cheat or do whatever. Yeah.
So this has put me in, I mean, obviously, I think there's a few key considerations around, how technology is used. The first is obviously capability. I founded one of the world's first social impact crowdfunding platforms 15 years ago, startsandgood.com. And I was very passionate about empowering, fundraising, getting more projects out there. I mean, similar to what I'm still doing, as you can see. But of course, crowdfunding rests intensely upon your personal networks and your ability to reach out to those personal networks, share what you're doing, and have personal networks that have sufficient capital to support you. And so it turns out not to be something that in many cases empowers people in regional areas, women, those who are disadvantaged, but rather those who already have connections. And so hence our different approach, our redesign of the crowdfunding model with Lend for Good. But just one thing I want to share, because I was thinking about it on this chat, is there's a great book that I recommend for people interested in this called Surveillance Capitalism, which I think poses some really relevant questions for what we're talking about in terms of who controls what's being produced. So it's about who controls the data that's produced and who gets to decide on that. If I could just read you an excerpt that is pulled up, because I think it's really germane. It's a book written by Shoshana Zuboff. She said, the first question is who knows? This is a question about the distribution of knowledge and whether one is included or excluded from the opportunity to learn. The second question is who decides? This is a question about authority, which people, institutions or processes determine who is included in learning, what they are able to learn and how they are able to act on their knowledge. What is the legitimate basis of that authority? And the third question is who decides who decides? This is a question about power. What is the source of that power that undergirds the authority to share or withhold knowledge? As things currently stand, it is surveillance capitalist corporations that know. It is the market form that decides. It is the competitive struggle amongst surveillance capitalists that decides who decides. And so just to touch on policy, because that's the key part here, that's that piece around power. That in terms of deciding who decides is the key thing. Because right now we're so far down that chain that not only do we not decide, but we have no influence in terms of deciding who decides and under what conditions that decision is made and on whose behalf.
I just wanted to say, you urged us to reflect on the quote. And basically, I think you're urging us to see that techno-solutionism has been a problem that predates digital technology. And it's also a problem that we see even in the developmental stage, for instance, technocratic solutions, dams, and all those things. But I think in the digital revolution, a unique problem we have today because of capitalism controlling the arc of the revolution is that even the problem definition of what is a social problem and what are other things you can just ignore and move fast and break things. We've reached that situation today where even governance or norming is seen as something optional, and that may be a very new age problem, I think.
Thank you. Just actually, because Tom has raised something very important, and I think that I was thinking to move on with that, but I'm going to ask you. Have you come across this Henrik Kramer book on the management of the witchcraft in Europe, which was written and with the print media? They brought the propaganda. I think that before the Third Reich came in Germany, Hitler, the only propaganda which actually comes with the media development was by the Henrik Kramer, which actually something later named Malleus and Maleficum. Is the book which actually shows how to manage the witches, basically the women, and then how to kill them. The same thing today we think with the social media across the many countries. I will not take the name, but across many countries where actually the women, the minorities, the deprived are going through. And the same thing we see coming up in the Europe also, the far right, using against the migrant. So the technology has become, which actually all of you see empowering, also becoming a victimization process. What is your experience in the rest of the world? In India, we have very bad experience. But how you actually experience in Australia?
Tom, one request. Can you speak in -2x?
Oh, slower, yeah, sorry, that's hard for me. So just making sure I understand the question. In Australia, kind of this is around the kind of stereotyping and, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it does seem to be, I mean, again, as you said, like the core problem sometimes is humans, you know, and how our brains work, and, you know, that we are, you know, that we have certain biases and struggles, and, you know, unfortunately, social media has really tied into that we have a tendency to, you know, be engaged by things that are more dramatic, more extreme, more, you know, that rile us up. And, you know, certainly we've seen a lot of that in Australia in terms of the, you know, stereotyping of migrants and you know, much as we see in the US right now. I mean, this is classic kind of scapegoating of other problems, I think. I mean, in Australia it's particularly silly because we actually have a very, you know, a very small kind of illegal migration problem compared to most countries. We're an island, it's quite hard. You know, the majority of illegal immigrants in Australia, by way of example, and how this is so detached from reality, the average illegal migrant in Australia is a British backpacker who's overstayed their visa, followed by New Zealanders. But of course, the stereotype that riles everyone up is the very occasional boat that arrives from Indonesia with, you know, very, you know, desperate asylum seekers fleeing conflict in Myanmar and so on. And every now and again, a boat with 40 people rocks up and it's like, we've been invaded. And it's this, you know, real detachment between what's actually going on the ground and the things that are actually impacting people's lives. And not to get all Marxist on it, but, you know, this is the classic analysis of where we get we are distracted from the core systemic challenges that affect all of us by being kind of directed at each other, by disadvantaged groups being kind of encouraged to blame each other for their challenges rather than to step back and kind of see the systemic challenges that we're talking about here.
Thank you very much, Tom. Very quickly, because given the lack of time, we will take 2-3 questions. Very quick question, not comment, sharp questions, and you can also tell whom you are addressing, so that we can. Okay.
All points well taken, sir, in terms of algorithmic governmentality. When Foucault talks about it, we also have Francis Fukuyama's idea that capitalism is not going to be the end of the world. There is servants capitalism, we all have problems to it. But this is what we call a wicked problem, that there are unintended consequences that will come. And like ma'am said, that AI is not going to stop. Like if we stop innovating, that world is going to wait for us. But what is a concretable and actionable policy that you propose? Because of course this problem is well acknowledged and it goes deeper into the system, it is structured. But right now we are not just focusing on the problem, we have to focus on solution. What is the kind of an structure that you want to give? What kind of institutional change are you talking about? Is it just women holding power? Is it reservation? Or what kind of change are you looking at this point?
Any other question? Yes, we can take 2-3 questions, but we can respond to some.
Professor Shaban, not a very sharp question, but a blunt question, right? You don't mind. You see, the issue that supply of technology is not enough to give the outcome and to ensure usages has been coming even earlier sessions also. The availability of technology gets mediated through husbands' approach, family, social norms, societal concerns. So obviously the final outcome is not dependent on just availability, but certain sort of issues. Now I just have one issue with your presentation. You know, Priya, when you talked about enrollment of the girls and the boys at the lower level, you find equality. As you go higher up, you find the disparities increase significantly. Go to higher secondary level, college level, technical level, and you find that the gaps, gender gaps, increase significantly. But I'm not surprised, because why do you send children to education? Generally, you think there's a return in terms of earnings. Now, if you find out that 75% of the PhDs among women are not in the workforce, this is so shocking. You find about, as far as graduates and above are concerned, 2011 census says 80% of the graduates and above are not in the workforce zone. For example, for men, it is just the other way around. So I would therefore think there are societal factors, the factor which are important for the outcome, the family norms, social norms. And I don't think there is a discrimination to the extent that the woman PhD go for labor force and they're rejected. Well, I don't want to work. I don't need, because my family, my this responsibility, my mother-in-law, all these factors are there. So social engineering is very, very important. Quickly, Shaban sir, you talked about 30% and 50% gap. You're absolutely right. But if you look at the wage difference by regular, self-employed and casual, do you know the gap is 1/3? Women are getting 1/3. By the latest 2023-24 PLFS data shows there's a very, very significant gap in the wages, and COVID did not affect the women wages significantly because they were getting such a low level. 1/3 they were getting, and they were in the domestic help, so there's not too much of effect, but the men's wages got affected. Finally, in health also, you find the same thing, that the lowest level basic health facilities are available to men and women equally. But the moment to go to higher level technical, facilities, interventions, testing, you find again proportion of women is very, very low. But one final surprising point that I would like to tell you, we find this a very highly gender discriminated country as far as the health facilities are concerned. But I was surprised that National Sample Survey reports that the percentage of women who are hospitalized to the total women who complain ailment is higher for women than for men. Again, let me repeat, percentage of women who are hospitalized divided by the total number of women who are sick is higher for women. So I was surprised. I thought it's because of maternity leave thing. I take that out. You take out the, hospitalization because of reproductive things, then also you find it very high. Then I checked with the questionnaire. What is the reason? Women don't fall ill unless they are really sick. The bahana kar rahi hai. She's all right. But the men fall sick. So the denominator, which is calculated on the basis of the responses, the family responds that woman is not well unless she's really ready to fall down. So the perceptual factors are very, very important. Societal factors are very important, which you rightly put. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you, sir. Any other questions so that we can close this session after this? Yeah. Very quick. Yeah.
Okay, one very important thing which we are taught in public policy is that statistics can be framed to show a particular objective. So I remember this one principle which Virat Kohli told once, that he does not really take care of his batting average or anything when he is playing. If he plays the game by the right principle, the right averages come. Probably a similar thing applies in AI. As ma'am said, that there is an intersection of socio-economic factors when it comes to application of technology and its usage, right? So like we were seeing in the earlier workshop, there is a window gap which we need to close. Now I want to understand that can this window gap be closed after the technology is implemented, because that is a moral lens which we are seeing it from. But if we see from a practical and business lens, the tech has already entered the sphere. They are already here, right? So if we are going into the debate of including women leaders in the training aspect, are we too late when it comes to AI? Has enough development of the data sets already happened, or can something still be changed? So are we looking at a prevention-based policy here or a cure-based policy? If we could do that analysis from the side of the panel.
Thank you. Just to respond, because Professor Ananta Kundu already answered those questions, that perhaps technology goes through the institutions, mediated by the institutions, and then only it comes to that. And that what very clearly he said. Now, very quickly, 1 minute each one of you. So sorry. Just from that side, you can take it.
Yeah, okay. Okay. So yeah, I would agree with what Sir said, that the problem, technology is doing its business, but we have our other issues which are the socio-economic ones, and probably they are the ones which have to be blamed, not technology. AI is perfect, there's no problem with AI. It's good, it's meant for us, we're going to use it for our betterment, etc. We needn't blame AI as the, the villain in the story. It's not AI, it is more of our mindsets and our socio-economic stuff.
Thank you. I have heard this in several reels that I watched from 12 a.m. till 1 a.m. that tells me that technology is it's a neutral thing. It is an interaction with the human society that it produces favorable and outcomes. But it's not always so. Unless we are very, very mindful, very, very watchful, we'll have people put down their guards. As we have seen Twitter actually put down its guard by saying that, okay, we no longer are going to verify contents. We might just verify some users, but not verify contents. We have allowed technology to weaponize data. Okay, and unless we are very, very careful, this approach that technology in itself is not harmful is going to be a little tricky. And just to substantiate what Kundu sir said, there's actually a research by Amartya Sen which actually reinforces this point that a woman has to be far more sick than a man to be calling sick, so to say. And to be, actually reporting, to be exhibiting health-seeking behavior. Again, something that no technology will capture. It is your social lens that can inform you, and technology will be absolutely inadequate when it comes to understanding gender. Thank you.
It's absolutely true that technology is neutral, but traditional investment is not. Investment practices are seeking very particular outcomes, and I guess what we've seen is that technology has amplified those. Technology has created winner-take-all markets, and that has led to outsized wealth concentration and power, which is then intensely beginning to affect the political system everywhere around the world, because companies have more power than citizens now when it comes to democratic processes due to the role of money. There's this very simple systems analysis I like called the iceberg model, very classic metaphor we all understand, but which is that we often will declare that we're going for something different. Events and declarations are the stuff above the water when people stand up and say, I'm an impact investor now. I'm seeking to do good. But that's just stated intentions. Below that are patterns, structures, and mental models that affect how we actually go about that. And investment is a classic example of where we've changed what we claim we're trying to do in many cases, this thing called impact investment, which has become massive. Theoretically, $1.5 trillion was invested in impact investment funds last year. But actually everything underneath that is conducted in exactly the same way investment has always happened. It's the same people, the patterns are the same people making the decisions, the structures are profit maximizing kind of funds, like working on behalf of wealth holders largely. And the mental models are really rigid beliefs around what is investability and what are the appropriate risk-adjusted returns for capital. And so if we're going to shift things, you have to begin to play with some of those lower levels, which is why, at Led for Good, we're trying to change who gets to invest and what do they decide. And what we've really seen is that when individuals invest who are not professional investors, I've given up on professional investors, it's not their fault. They're just trapped in a system where it's been drilled into them for decades, that there's this thing that's investability, there's this thing that's appropriate returns on investment. And speaking to them, they all act like that's external to them. They talk about it like they're discussing gravity. But there's nothing you can do about that, it's just, that's investable, that's not. What do you want me to do? I'm like, I want you to rethink what you think of as investable. Is that too much to ask? It's a completely human-invented concept. And so what we're seeing is when you allow non-professional investors to invest, they think about it differently. They don't have a rigid line in their head that is appropriate risk-adjusted returns. They just go, is it enough? Is that enough for me while also doing the good I want? And so on Lend for Good, it's relatively early days for us. We've done 50 deals, but 45% of the companies that have received investment are led by women, and not unconnected, at 50% of the lenders on the platform are women. And so we think it's those fundamental things. And there's just the final thought on the who decides. I mean, that is meant to be the role of government. Ultimately, setting standards around government is the collective vehicle by which we all decide who decides. And so I think that's a really important place where I think when it comes to data and who owns our data, that we do really need to do what we can to put pressure on government to put some solid standards in place. And we've seen the benefit of things like the European new rules in Europe, which have largely been adopted around the world, because if the market is big enough, it's simpler for companies to adopt some of those practices globally rather than have different practices in different places. So our privacy has improved in Australia through no changes in our legislation actually, as most companies have adopted the European standards, or at least most global Australian companies. So I hope that we see more of that.
Yeah, I'll keep the time. So yes, definitely, unless we shift gender social norms, women's access to resources cannot change, and this is well established. And in a recent study of Amazon Mechanical Turk that we did, most women who doing the data annotation nudging without the underlying politics of women's liberation, like scholarship shows us. And this is what has to change by us reclaiming this arc and reclaiming this through policy and practice.
Thank you, Nandini, Tom, Ifshita, and Priya. Please come. Take some more time.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone, for this engaging panel session. Now we'll break for tea, but by 5:15, I think we have to reconvene. Sorry about rushing you again, but we really don't have any time. Thank you.
Why? It will be 48 plus 28. Yeah. This
After that, you did not wait. I was just because I saw some people. Their faces.
Once again.
But it was in between.
यहाँ फर्स्ट में लगा था वहाँ की फर्स्ट की सेटिंग करना लगा दिया अच्छा
You have that perhaps question is answered. No. आइए चाहिए
बैकग्राउंड आवाज भी आ रही है, बैकग्राउंड आवाज भी आ रही है।
लगा लेंगे तो बैकग्राउंड आवाज़ आ रही है, पहले हम कम करें। एक्चुअल वो मंगाया और एक भी इसका भी इधर से का भी मंगा लेते ललित का, तो इसको भी बाद में भी काम आता। पहले हम कम रखे थे, इसकी चाहती भाई, ये दूसरी नहीं आती। वन में लगा ना।
Okay.
had pretty interesting conversations around gender and inclusion. This one really tries to push hard and beyond the boundaries of what inclusion really means. This is titled Beyond the Binary, Rethinking Gender Digital Divide. And we have amongst us two very eminent speakers. We were supposed to have three, but unfortunately Bittu couldn't make it. I mean, he was there, but he had to leave for some medical emergency. So we have Koyal Ghosh, who is a managing trustee for Sappho for Equality in Kolkata. And we also have Grace Banu, who's the Grace Banu, so yeah. And she also runs the Trans Rights Now Collective, and I will be moderating the session. It's structured in a way where basically it's more informal in conversation, and we're just trying to basically have a showcasing of a documentary film which we have made based on a study on a gender digital divide. It actually had an interview with 5 trans people. Based on that, we have made the documentary. And we will also be launching the preliminary findings. I have been told multiple times this is preliminary findings, so it's a working paper in progress. Once we are ready with the final findings, we will be launching it soon. So, yeah. I mean, we will be having the questions later. Maybe first we can have the documentary in place. So, yeah.
It's a Netflix blockbuster.
Hi, I'm Arpita from the Digital Empowerment Foundation. Hi, I'm Azad from the Digital Empowerment Foundation. For over 2 decades, we have worked to address India's growing digital divide. While the gender digital divide is now being acknowledged and is being addressed to a large extent, it's still framed in binary terms, often excluding transgender persons and many others across the gender spectrum, especially those facing layered marginalities at the intersection of caste, class, gender, demography, and disability. This study, Whose Citizenship Counts, explores what digital citizenship means for those who are outside these normative categories of men and women, and breaking away from this binary to understand and build a comprehensive framework of assessing gender digital divide, which will inform policy making. This study is an attempt to understand, dig deeper, and engage with the participants from the communities to get their powerful insights, first-hand lived experiences to inform policy making, and we think marks the beginning of a more meaningfully inclusive, transformative policy journey in India. Thank you.
I would say these 2 things. One is the CA and ASI, which gives the umbrella of who is a citizen, right? In India, it's not specific to trans person. And then the trans community-related legal things, starting from NASA to the trans gender protection law, and then all the other PALs and other cases that are filed in the high courts and the Supreme Courts. You know, like it's not a physical world anymore. Like you can be a living, breathing person, but your documents are not there. You're erased. So for a trans person, it's like you exist in one form digitally, but that's not the form that you are on who you are.
I think the vast majority of people still facing hurdles with recognition. For example, the education boards recognize people's applications for change of gender and name on their educational certificates, but very few boards have actually implemented it, and that's a serious barrier to employment for a lot of trans folks. And I think that's the most serious one. As you say, with travel and so on, there are issues. Again, if you're traveling to countries like the US, which only recognize binary genders in visas, then you have several activists in India who have been invited to conferences in the US and so on, can't travel. Not just the US, most countries in the world don't have a third gender or a trans, any form of non-binary trans recognition in terms of visas. Right? Even if they have domestic recognition, they don't recognize people who are coming in on visas and passports that are non-binary. So that's another example. And there are many such, right?
तो गरिमा वगैरह का काफ़ी अच्छे से फीडबैक दे पाऊंगा मैं, क्योंकि मेरे खुद के पास सेंशन ऑर्डर आ चुके हैं कि तपीश फाउंडेशन को गरिमा वगैरह सितंबर में मिल चुका है, बट सिर्फ कागजों पे। हम लोगों ने वो सारे चीज़ें फॉलो की जो उन्होंने हमें स्टेप बाय स्टेप बताया। सितंबर से जुलाई तक उन्होंने आया करीबन 8 से 9 महीने, 1 रुपया नहीं डाला है। और गरिमा गृह तो पूरा फेल है, क्योंकि और भी जो 13 लोगों को मिला है गरिमा गृह, जो आज से 2 साल पहले, वो अभी तक लड़ रहे हैं। 2 साल हो गए, अभी तक 1 रुपया नहीं डला है उनको। तो जहाँ पे सुरक्षा ही नहीं मिल रही, वो घर किस काम का? घर तो इसलिए बनता है ना कि हम सुरक्षित रह सके। तो इसीलिए मैं गरिमा गृह का जो इनका आइडिया था वो इसे फेल बताऊंगा। हर जगह से, फंडिंग से लेके या सुरक्षा को लेके या खाने पीने को लेके, न्यूट्रिशन को लेके। दूसरा ये है कि अभी जैसे ट्रांस एक्ट आया हुआ है, ट्रांसजेंडर पर्सन प्रोटेक्शन ऑफ राइट एक्ट, जिसके अंदर टीजी कार्ड की बात की है। अब टीजी कार्ड का पूरा प्रोसेस ऑनलाइन है। 15 दिन का जो है एक्ट में लिखा गया है कि 30 दिन के अंदर आपको सेक्शन 6 का मिलेगा, देन 15 डे में आपको सेक्शन 7 का मिलेगा। तो उस कार्ड को लेने में करीबन 1 से 2 साल लग रहे हैं। क्यों? क्योंकि एक तो ट्रांस के बारे में कोई अवेयर नहीं है हमारा स्टेक होल्डर, और जिनको काम दिया गया है वही सेंसिटाइज नहीं है। तो एक वो वाला कि ऑनलाइन पता ही नहीं है लोगों को कि टीजी कार्ड किस तरीके से ले। तो कहीं ना कहीं ये सारी गैप दिखती है कि किस तरीके से आप इसको डिजिटल युग बोल रहे हो, जहाँ पे इतने सारे इशू है।
Most people find it very difficult to transition in workplaces and have people respect the change in name and pronouns. People don't feel that they should put in the cognitive effort to refer to somebody by a change of name or pronouns that they're expressing. And that forces a lot of people out of the workspace. Once people transition, they find it very hard to get hired in the workspace. Because India is a labor surplus country. You always have a lot of applicants for every position. So it's very easy to deny employment to trans people and not have to provide a reason for it, right? They're just excluded with the vast majority of applicants. In terms of their documents, it's even harder because, as I said, the educational institutions are not changing documents. So typically you're providing a CV for an application that has inconsistent names and genders across different documents. And many people who hire are just not even taking this as a serious application, or they think it's a fraudulent application. So a lot of, the big question is sort of, are institutions even hiring trans people?
तो उन्होंने जब अपनी आइडेंटिटी डिस्क्लोज करी तो उन्हें निकाल दिया गया है, और बहाना ये नहीं लिया है कि जेंडर के कारण। 1-2 को तो मुंह पे बोलते हैं कि नहीं हमारे और भी जो स्टाफ है उनको अनकम्फर्ट हो जाएगा अगर हम लोग आपको रखेंगे। दूसरा ये है कि बहुत लोगों को कुछ दूसरा बहाना करके निकाला।
So any entrepreneurship program for projects or any businesses has to be supported by the communities only. So the community network of transgender community has its base as a begging, because it is coming from a cultural base that begging has become the main source of income. If we say that business can be one of the alternatives other than sex work or begging, then it becomes again challenge within the community only. So this is one of the challenges also which we are facing.
Transphobia is like probably the most tool within that, which means it gets the lesser of the attention. Even in the trans protection bill, I think for violence against trans women or a trans person, is 6 months minimum, but then if it is like a cis woman, it is 2 years minimum, which was the case 5 years back. I think it is still the case. Yeah. So the government itself is like discriminating towards a trans person, right? You get lesser punishment if you harass a trans woman rather than cis woman. So that is this what you call carrot for harassing trans women, and then how that harassment is seen. It is erased. Like, let's say a trans man walks into a police station to file a complaint, what respect that person will have, how serious the police will take that, how much resources will be mobilized for it. All of that is a question mark, right? So where do you find safe space within all this.
One of the things I think really needs to be recognized to change this situation of employment is this question of, are trans people effectively really able to apply to your organization? That's one. Are people getting into the door? Two, is there some reason that trans people think they can apply to your organization? At this stage, most trans people who are looking for jobs that I know of are so tired of applying and getting rejected that they're increasingly applying to jobs that someone else in the community says, oh, this place is trans-friendly or that place is trans-friendly. So if you are a trans-friendly organization and you want to be, make sure you're putting that out there in some way, right, on your website or wherever you're hiring and so on. Thirdly, I think once people are in, ensure that they're getting the accommodations, the bathrooms, the basic facilities that they need. 4, put in place an email policy. So the digital realm operates within organizations. People's email IDs within the organization, their ID cards, these become the basis on which they're identified with the people in the organization. Suppose somebody transitions and the other people on their team aren't accepting their new name and pronouns. They want to, they're supportive, but they're not able to make that cognitive switch. There should be a provision whereby they can switch to another team in the organization, and the organization ensures that the new team is just dealing with the new name, the new gender identity, so that this person can actually have a fresh start within the organization and not have to look for another job just because they've transitioned. So various measures like that, I think, to enable this transition within the organization, enable a change in how people are represented digitally and so on. That's important. And finally, I think there needs to be, every organization needs to have an anti-discrimination officer of some kind. Some method by which people who are feeling that there's a discriminatory environment have some recourse, and that person should not be a management appointee, but should have some, like an ombudsperson, some kind of independence and distance from the organization. In many Scandinavian countries, for example, Cuba and Iran are some of the only states that really pay for people's transition costs through their democratization and accessibility around their healthcare. In general, there are other things that some other countries that have that we don't. For example, we don't have anti-discrimination law more broadly. Therefore, we don't have a good way in which any form of discrimination can be penalized. And we don't essentially have civil remedies. We don't have functional civil remedies. The civil courts take so long and the burden of proof is so high. There are also structural weaknesses that we can't fix. For example, the fact that trans people can at least get hired in various jobs in what's loosely called the global north is held up as something that they're doing better than India. It's true that a lot of employment discrimination in India is very specifically centered around the framework of caste patriarchy, so there's discrimination also. And I think it's important to realize that those are structural issues that are not quickly solvable, whereas other structural issues, such as the lack of anti-discrimination law and the strength of civil courts, these can be addressed.
What we can learn probably is more of the empathy and equality and rights that is not digital focused, because digitally India is better, like our banking systems are better than European banking systems. Trying opening a bank account in Sweden, you have to wait for a month. We have to learn is this idea of a right and equality that goes in thinking of policymakers. Oh, this is enough for these people is what policymakers think, right? Oh, why do you need all that? So that a system cannot change. Where India lacks is that empathy, right? That equality, because our society is not modern or equal, it is still feudal. So the learning that we have to take from Europe is probably their rights-based, equality-driven society where privacy or personal space or dignity or other legal rights are respected.
Hi, I'm Azad from the Digital Empowerment Foundation. For over 2 decades, we have worked to address India's growing digital divide.
So we are watching this documentary and we want to get back to the launching of the study. So I want to invite Maitri and Suruchi because they have been the backstories of this study. So come just quickly and launch this. All of you please on the stage. Yeah, so basically the idea was to Thank you so much, sir. Yeah, so basically the idea was to talk about, we have already spoken about the gender digital divide in the morning, but we want to go deeper into how this digital infrastructures, by system only, by default, the system works in a way that assumes a certain normative assumptions about how the platforms will work, how the IDs and the service delivery models will work, and that in a way sort of excludes people who are in the gender diverse spectrum. So this study that we did, we have already seen how the different activists were talking about the platforms and the IDs and different kinds of access to entitlements that is being differentiated on grounds of being a trans person for that matter. So I'm Rayana, and I also identify as a non-binary person, so it's a little personal for me also to be part of this session. But just anchoring onto the documentary film and the study that we did, I wanted to start off with Koel and ask you, in the digital policy landscape at the moment, what do you think are the gaps or the challenges that exist vis-a-vis which the communities like trans communities or the non-binary individuals, they're not able to really navigate through this entire journey between self-identification to the post-affirmation journey of, this entire journey of, coming out to the state, in fact. So how does it work out?
So, as per the NALSA verdict that came out in 2014, it said that the right to self-identification is the only marker to understand if a person is gender expansive or gender non-binary or gender or trans person. So that was the only criteria that was given with the NALSA verdict. But what happened with the Trans Act of 2019 and then the rules that were formulated hereafter, they said that you can only get a trans card once you have done your medical transition. So you can get if you are a person who's assigned female at birth and now you want to change your documents to trans person, you have to make an affidavit for that. That will happen through section 5. And then again in section 6 and 7 you can change it further to make it a binary card. So you can become female to male or male to female. This created an abnormal amount of pressure on queer trans people who till now only had to self-identify as a particular gender and could identify as that. But now there is mandatory medical transition that comes into place. Now the Trans Act clearly states that medical transition could be anything. Even hormone replacement therapy is medical transition. But in West Bengal, 853 people have been refused the binary trans card, citing that gender affirming therapy should include surgical intervention. So now you see, until and unless you go through an entire surgical intervention, you cannot get a binary card. And if you look at forms, the forms that you fill up for employment, the forms that you fill up for educational purposes, none of it, very few of it actually has the other category. And that other is also not defined. What do you mean by other? Are you saying trans people? Are you saying non-binary people? You are just boxing an entire plethora of identities into one single thing and putting it into that box of other. As if, jo bach gaya usko yahan dal do. So this kind of negligence, this kind of disdain of the government or of the policymakers is so hurtful and so it enrages. Every time I talk about it, I feel so enraged and so angry because there so many individuals, their trans cards have been made mandatory for them to get jobs at Tata Steel. Now after Ratan Tata passed away, now they've said okay, your trans card is not enough. You have to go through gender affirmative surgery also. Some sort of gender affirmative surgery, and this is happening in like many of those spaces, and it is extremely difficult for non-binary people to choose to do through the surgeries, because surgeries are not easy, they don't come for free. You have to, there is no state provision to ensure that surgeries are made free, or you get some, other than maybe Karnataka or Telangana. There are some states, of course, where there is state-sponsored, state sponsors money that is given for surgeries. But for most of the other states, that's not the case. And to afford those surgeries is not so easy and not always very possible. So I know for a fact there are people who've lost out on their parents' pension because earlier they were assigned female at birth, and now they identify as trans men. So, and the policymakers are totally confused, and they're like, so okay, you want to be a man, then you don't get your parents' pension, and maybe that is the only source of income that the entire household is dependent on. So these are basic challenges that queer trans people have been facing. There are several others. There are cases of extreme forms of natal family violence, married off at an age which is less than 18, and no consequences. So I have somebody who works with us, and this person is a trans man and is fighting for the custody of his child. And they're saying that in your digital documents, when you're talking about digital documents, your documents say that your name is so and so, which is their dead name, and they're saying, oh okay, but you right now identify as a man, so you are no longer a fit parent to have custody of your child. And that's how they are not given custody of their child. And even the POCSO case that should rightfully be against the husband and the mother is also not taken very seriously. So these are some of the challenges that queer trans people have been facing, both in the digital world and in the real world, which is the world which is this. There's also a lot of challenges when it comes to accessing, I've just written it down, the discrimination and the cyber security concerns. So a lot of times data of queer trans individuals are compromised. So your data has been disclosed in your office or your workspaces, right? So they know your previous name, and when you go to those offices to work, they sometimes, for ensuring citizenship rights, during the NRC and CEEW movement, 300 trans women were sent to those detention camps. The reason is that most of them did not have any of their ID proofs, because all their ID proofs were left at home, or when they had their ID proofs, these ID proofs did not match the gender that were assigned to them, the gender that is their preferred gender. And they were sent to detention camps. And this only happened because there is a digital divide. Because most people from the queer trans community do not have access to digital technology, access to a smartphone. If they have access to a smartphone, they do not have enough digital literacy to use that smartphone, and that is creating a lot of problems for the queer trans community. So yeah, I'll stop here and I can take the questions later. Yeah.
Thanks, Quill. I want to take it forward from here in terms of the medicalization that she was particularly talking about. So how does it feel like in terms of really accessing the health services that are there? Like, how is Arogya for the trans people? Because that's how the country is trying to push it, right? So you've rallied quite a bit about the Trans Act also in 2019 that was passed. So how does it look like? Because these are considered to be like progress in the digital landscape. How do you think like that features here?
Thank you so much for the question. As it's like the healthcare system in India, all the trans people are treating like a testing rat, because here we don't have a proper healthcare system, even though some of the states are providing a free healthcare space for the trans people, like Karnataka, Tamil Nadu and Kerala. Kerala providing the medical expenses for the trans people, and the Tamil Nadu government they are providing free medical care for the trans persons. The medical centers are there, and Karnataka also same. But everywhere across India, we don't have a trans specialization. Even we go to get the HRT, and whatever the transition, the government says like the transition, all kind of transition, we don't have a proper professional specialization in that field. Only the plastic surgeons, they want to do the experimental, so they are using our body for their experimental. That's why all the trans persons, we are having a lot of scars. Our body scars will show how they treated us. So healthcare, it's super difficult. Even though if you are going to get in the diagnostic center or anything, everywhere transphobia is there. And particularly in the rural area, caste and gender, both are having super kind of role. So it's super difficult to getting the healthcare systems. And coming to the government. So government providing the health, whatever the health care, ID card and everything, they are including. But accessing those, that facility, it's super difficult. They will, we have to submit a lot of documents through the doctors, and what if that doctors having transphobia? What if that doctor have casteist patriarchy mindset? How do we access that? So we are losing our brothers and sisters, so many, because of accessing healthcare. And for getting the documents, coming to the documents, it's like super difficult. As in the morning I said, recently, afternoon I got a call from one police cop who is a AR of Tamil Nadu Police Department, and he himself identified as a trans man. Now he has his old dead name, ID document and everything. And even though Tamil Nadu says like we are progressive state and everything, he said, I don't have a chance. I approached a lot of our higher official and everything to change my documents, and they are saying this is AR position and you have to go through lot of procedures. And I said, no, we have a DSP, trans man, who is a DSP. So Deputy Superintendent of Police. So he changed himself, his all the documents. So that judgments we have, you can approach them, and they are saying, no, that is like another department, and this is AR department, law and order. So that's like different. You should get, again you should go to the court, and we should, hear all kind of this transphobia commands, and fighting with the government to sensitize the stakeholders, and final after that, the simple things to change the name. That's it. So I have to go through this all the things, and in between this all the procedures, I have to spoil my mental health and my physical health and everything. So these are the laws. This is also abuse. Abusing somebody to get their identity card. And as Kautilya said, for getting this transgender ID card, the National Transgender ID card, even though Transgender Persons Protection Act, it's talk about trans and intersex persons, but being an intersex person to getting the identity card, to applying the identity card in the national portal, it's super difficult. Even trans also, they are putting online application. Do you think how many trans persons who are living in the rural area to know how to apply the online identity card? So now we fought with the state government. No. The district level, taluka level, you are doing campaign, at least monthly campaign you should do to apply the identity card for this kind of rural area trans persons. But applying online platform, it's also super difficult. That's why I think in the national trans portal will say all the data are like, it's not completely true. So many trans persons are not applying their identity card. And even though they try to apply, they're asking all the documents, Aadhaar card, PAN card, ration card, and your birth. If recent days they are asking birth certificate also, and educational certificates. Everything I have to upload, and I don't know where are that. Those are the data where they are going, where they are going to use. Behind that we don't know, no. So even though most of the trans persons are applying, and as Koyal said, the procedure. Initially, they will provide transgender identity card. In the gender, they will send transgender. For example, why we don't? I know the self-identification is important. I have to say, and I have a personal experience. I got an invite from the UN couple of times. I got denied. My visa got denied because my passport is showing T. And they don't know what is T, and they don't have any guidelines for the T. And I applied 4 times. The 4 times they denied because of my gender. And background, my activism and everything, they definitely they searched, but the major reason they said it's like they didn't say anything. It's denied. When we applied the transgender identity card, they are providing transgender, and if your trans person wants to get the male or female identity, I have to go through the medical procedural and everything. I have to submit the medical surgery certificate, any medical certificate. So and after that, they will change the identity card. Okay, if I want to change the passport, I have to apply my passport application. I have to go to the verification center, and in that center they will say like, no, you should go to the regional office. In there they will send. So now they are implementing one form. It's like form 6A or 7A. I don't know. Remember 6A. So that form you don't need to get the online. You should go directly to the regional office. There you should get the appointment, and they will give that 6A form. We should pick that 6A form to meet the district magistrate, that is district collector, and the district collector should be signed in that 6A form. And we don't, how long it will take if we are going to get the, we are not going to meet district collector directly. Through the social welfare department, we have to apply, and the social welfare department, they will send the file to the collector, and the collector, it will take at least 10 days. After collector side, and again I will go to the regional office, and the regional office people will send the police inquiry, and excuse me, that is passport. And that's one document. Compared with cis people, they are getting very easily. Why should I go through all the situation? And the same thing, the documents in Tamil Nadu, we have a reservation. Everywhere we have a reservation. Particularly in Tamil Nadu, people who are learning Tamil, Tamil medium students, they have some amount of reservation. So they should have certificate. So for getting that certificate, I have to go to my school, 10th standard school, and the 12th standard school and college and university. In that school, I have to meet the person who are bullying me, who are harassing me, and who did so many discrimination against me. That's why I left from my home, my village and everything. Again, these people are like putting me, you should go and get that certificate. And if we go to that school, the school people doesn't know why these people are asking the certificate. And they will say like, oh, you are studying your dead name, now you are asking your new name, how do we give? Again, we have to shout, we have to fight, argument, and everywhere we have to explain. We have a transact, we have an also judgment. Oh my gosh, super tired to getting a single document. But compared with other country, this is okay. So that part we are little satisfied. But here, it's people who are living in the rural area, people, trans persons are every day they are dying. Every day we are like going so much of anxiety to meet the people, so much of frustration to meet the people, so much of discrimination, so many negligence every day we are facing. We are also deserved for the peace, no? Where are our peace? Nothing is here. And all the situation we are going to meet the parents also. There also the domestic violence has happened. During the COVID, we got lot of calls under the below 18 trans persons. They forcefully want to leave from their home because their family putting them into the conversion therapy. We are all talking about conversion therapy only in the psychiatrist. Do you think they are psychiatrists, the people who are having caste privilege, class privilege, those people only going to get the appointment from the psychiatrist, and they only following that conversion therapy procedure through the psychiatrist. But what about the people who are living in the rural area who doesn't have any kind of privileges, caste privilege, class privilege? What they are doing? No, for them conversion therapy means they are going to do the puja, spirituals, some priest, the black magic, and so many. In the name of religion, in the name of prayer, they will put like, that is also conversion therapy. We should stop that also. So many trans persons who committed suicide. During the COVID, they are like, their family members forcefully to do this. Everywhere, all the trans persons definitely gone through this all kind of situation. I also gone through this. My family members, initially they put me into the, to meet a lot of puja and a lot of, the spiritual things and everything, and so many priests, so many spiritual things and everything, and finally they put me into the mental asylum. So this all the procedure they did. So now also the same thing has happened everywhere. Every child are gone through this. We have to stop that. Yeah. So if we go to the psychiatrist or if we go to meet the priest, do you think how many priests rape the trans persons? Forcefully rape the trans persons?
Even family members for that.
Yeah, even family members also. But here we don't have any data, any proof. So this Transgender Persons Protection Act doesn't, focusing on this, doesn't talk about single word. They are like saying, no, you don't need to neglect, you don't need to, you should give the opportunity, If anybody neglect, definitely it's punishable, everything they are single line they are saying. But what about this all kind of practical discrimination and the challenges? And the reservation, accessing the reservation, as I said, this all kind of documents if a trans person is getting, and if they are applying the government job, if they want to go to write a government examinations, till when they enter into the exam room, till that minute also they are facing discrimination. The final moment also they are facing discrimination. If a person wants to write an examination, their mindset should be free. They should be focusing on their, what they prepare. But for trans persons, oh no, this end of the time they will ask, you don't have your document is saying this identity. You don't have a transgender identity card. You don't have a ration identity. You don't have a Aadhaar card. Aadhaar card change you don't have. Aadhaar card doesn't change your gender. Name will change, but sometimes it's mistakenly gender will not change. Or sometimes gender will change, the name having some issues. So this all the situations they are gone through that. So even though there are write a government examinations, when they allow the quota, the reservation structures, we don't have a reservation, automatically we are denied. For example, as I said, for the first time in India, 2023, 153 trans persons who participated in the Tamil Nadu Public Service Commission examination, Group 4 examination. In that examination, I know 10 trans persons who secured 290 for 290 out of 400. So 290 is for my community, it's high. Because I don't have a family, I don't have a family support, I don't have a society support, I don't have nothing. I'm doing baking, I'm doing sex work. Even though I got 290, for me it's like a highest mark. But when we are putting into the category, the reservation, implementing the reservation, without, I don't have separate reservation. They are putting me into the MBC category or OBC category or OC category, whom I am competent with the male and female, cisgender people. Okay. So this all the things. So the challenges. So without reservation rights, accessing the employment also super difficult. So yeah.
Thank you, Grace and Joy. I think we opened a Pandora's box literally. I mean, we can just keep going, but unfortunately, that's the rule of the time. Like, we have to stop somewhere. Yeah, sure.
I think just one line I wanted to say, that anti-discrimination law that Pittu was also talking about. There is an Atrocities Act for people from the SC community when when violence happens there. But for queer and trans people, there has to be an anti-discriminatory law. Even if there is online violence, that can be that should fall under the anti-discriminatory law for queer and trans people. Because violence, when it is happening on queer trans people, it is not recognized. There is no restorative justice, and if there is no restorative justice or consequence, then this violence will continue to happen. We will keep shouting, we will keep talking about it in conferences like this, but it will not have the right kind of change until and unless there is a policy level change, there is a law change, where you violate a queer trans people on the basis of their gender identity or sexual orientation, there is a consequence for it. If there is no consequence, then there is no fear. Just a simple thing, if there is sexual violence on a cis heterosexual woman, then the cost for it is, the imprisonment duration is 7 years to 14 years, right? For trans people, if it is on a trans woman or a trans masculine person, the same amount of violence and the punishment duration is 6 months to 2 years. I'm just trying to say the same violence when done on different bodies talk about different kinds of punishments, durations of punishments. That says what the country, what the system is thinking about queer trans people. That says everything that we need to understand where the discrimination starts and where the discrimination must end. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Cohen and Grace. Thank you so much for enlightening all of us regarding this. And I think we leave it here. I mean, inclusion ends on the scale of like quite a bit of exclusion, but we leave it for next year for more included panels and all. So yeah.
So thank you everyone for joining us today. It was a fascinating day where we covered a wide range of topics. One major learning that I took was about how patriarchal structures are deeply entrenched in both technology and society. And the reason for this is mainly essentially the lack of active will from the policymakers to ensure that any change happens to this. Now, however, with those with whom the fault lies are also those from whom the solution also has to come. Without policy that attempts to correct these historical issues of gender inequalities, technology will always appear to be at fault. With this, I would like to announce the draft theme for next year's Gender and Inclusion Conference, which is Health and Meaningful Access, Data and Platformization. With this theme, we will, aim to look at the increasing dominance of and pervasiveness of digital platforms in the health sector, and also what effect this has on the economy and society. The subject of gender and health inequalities is contested territory in health policy, research, and practice. Yet the dominant approach is that of technocratic rationality, which the application imposes this binary in issues of gender and health, where sex differences are taken as measurable things in relation to health service access and health outcomes. And because it does this, it fails to address and explain the social dynamics that generate the problem. And lastly, I would also like to extend an invitation to everyone who here to the Digital Citizenship Summit, which will be on the 14th and 15th of November at T-Hub. And the theme of this year being People and Platforms, Let's Talk Accountability. And with that, we bring this conference to a close. But before that, I would just like to thank all our partners and especially the audience that was here today. Starting with, of course, the Digital Empowerment Foundation. Thank you so much to Maitri, Raina, Abner, and Arpita for coordinating with us at every step of the way, ensuring that all the abstracts were seen through thoroughly, and participating in every meeting that was there. The next thank you, of course, goes to Professor Vasudha Karju at the Kautilya School of Public Policy for being our academic mentor throughout the whole conference. And one thing that everyone was mentioning, especially on the day of the paper presentations, was how the papers were all very methodologically strong, which is the biggest compliment that there could be in any academic conference. So that is there. A big thanks to the Maulana Azad Urdu University, Professor Shahida, of course. Professor Shahida has been involved in the gender conference since its inception, and without her, this whole conference would suffer a lot of lack of intellectual curiosity. And then again, I would like to thank our associate partners, which are the CEEW, GIT, the education group, and now to Yes, they aren't here to clap for themselves. And another thank you to all the guest speakers who took the time off to come and visit and speak on these important issues. It is not easy, but it is very essential and important that they do so. And we hope to see a lot of them next year as well, and at the Digital Citizenship Summit. And last but definitely not the least, a big thank you to Manisha, Lubna and Naveed, who were the core from the side of the Center of Development Policy and Practice. And it is fair to say that while they appeared to be very stressed out, inside they were very calm. I think so. But yes, with that, before I forget, a big thank you to all the rapporteurs that have come from the Kautilya School of Public Policy. It is not easy to sit through an entire academic conference without getting up, and somehow they have managed to do so. And again, before I forget, the day one at Kautilya, in my opinion, was very seamless, without any major issues and no complaints whatsoever, and that is only possible because of Ajesh sir over there, the operation manager. And yes, with that, I would like to invite everyone who has managed to stay till the end for a group photograph to the stage, please. Thank you. That means everyone.
Please join us. Or we could have done this, Rashad, that everybody is here and we do a selfie. We can also do that. Can everybody move forward? So there will be some. Yeah, we all stand here. Sorry. While we are all grouping up for the photo, I'd like to take a minute to give a little bit of a farewell to two of our colleagues who are moving on to better opportunities. Rashad Khan, that you just heard, and Anandini Gupta. Rashad's been accepted to the Columbia University. He'll be pursuing his master's program there. Anandini Gupta, that's Anandini. Anandini, if you can raise your hand, is also going to the London School of Economics to pursue her master's. This is their last day, so I just wanted to take a minute. They've been with us for about a year, contributed significantly to CDPP, and I hope we have contributed to you guys as well. Yeah, to their growth as well. Right. And I'd like to take just a minute to invite all the students here, especially from the Kautilya School of Public Policy, to join us for our internship and fellowship programs, or contact us for anything, any topics that you're interested in. We'd love to collaborate and help you and guide you. So let's go for that photo.